everybody, welcome to our deliberations for GOTY from 2022. It's the five of us. Don is home. He never does this anyway, so.
Yeah.
And then Gabby, we talked about it, and she'll jump in next year because it was like a partial thing. But she's here for moral support. Hi, Gabby.
Hi, Gabby.
Hello.
That salad, Mike.
Gabby on salad.
Gabby on the salad.
Yes.
And yeah, just to note, this is a behind the scenes thing.
Yeah.
This isn't meant to be a crazy produced whatever. There's not a time limit on things.
This is not a show.
Reality.
We should have written down what time it is. 12:40. But
clock on your 12:42.
But yeah, so we're it's gonna be raw, it's gonna be rough. We are going to clap between entries. Basically, is a good point for Don to find to fade in and fade out, and then we can take breaks and stuff and
Great
all of
vibes.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We're here to discuss this, and we're not going to necessarily embellish our discussion. This is for us to figure out our awards. Again, not a show. This isn't for entertainment purposes necessarily. I say that just to be like, if we
To get the vibes out.
yeah, like if a
Business.
category comes together very quickly and that's disappointing,
Yeah.
we're sorry. It's just like we all kind of
I'm not poking the bear for no reason, right?
right,
Yeah.
right. Like
Good call.
that's where we're at. Some of these will take a long time, some of them won't, and that's just how it is. So please, I don't know, respect the process. I don't know, but yeah,
try to remember if we had any other notes.
yeah.
But yeah, we tried to move mics around and stuff this year. So
Yeah,
that'd be a little better.
This will work. Yeah, it should work.
But yeah, so we don't know right now whether this will be a 4-hour video or a 3-hour video or a 10-hour video.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have no idea.
We'll know when we get to the end.
yeah, yeah. A cool 20 minutes.
Is there any other preamble that you can think of? I guess if you're joining us on this thing, so this is our deliberations. This is the behind the scenes thing. But after this whole thing is done, which is being streamed to Twitch and YouTube today, we will have our produced video, which is more succinct. It will just go through the nominees and winners. You won't hear all of us going on tangents about fast food or anything.
No fast food tangents.
Don't get them
No
started.
fast food
They're
tangents.
gonna happen.
Best fast food to eat during a thing.
Best fast food for during a deliberation.
Yeah.
There's a tangent right there.
Yeah. Tangent
And
number
then
one.
after, on Twitch only, live, will be our personal picks, honorable mentions, patron game of the year, all of that fun stuff.
Yeah.
So if you're watching this, the day it goes up, be ready to go to Twitch at the end of the day at 6 o'clock for our normal group stream time. If you're on the VOD, that will be up, either later that night or early the next day.
And also, if you're more interested in just like an awards show, produced vibes, written kind of a thing, that's after this, or a separate video if you're watching this later. So check it out and stop watching this if you don't want to be spoiled on what's going to happen.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, our first category, I guess we can just roll right into it, is
Yeah.
boss fight. This
Best
one we have to
boss
fill out
fight. And this is our
stuff.
yeah, this is probably going to be one of our messier ones because we just
Oh, yeah.
we don't have a lot that's been thrown in the pile so far. So things that I threw in:
Yeah.
Chaos Elphilis, which is hard to say, which is
Is that the final boss?
it's beyond the final boss
beyond-
in
okay,
Kirby.
post-
Beyond the Dark Realm.
So this one stuck out to me because it's one of those things where it's like it's an optional thing. You go through this Coliseum, and then you fight the final boss again. But you have to beat all the other bosses up before
Yeah, it's
it.
a boss rush.
But it's got all new moves. It's got all new mechanics to
The
learn.
bosses do?
No, the
This
final
boss.
that
Oh.
chaos version.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just adds onto it. It's got another other phases, and
Cool.
it feels really good, and it really puts all your skills to the test in a way that this is a Kirby game. Mm-hmm. It's kind of crazy.
Cool.
Yeah. The Howling Aces.
Oh, boy.
From Cuphead
Yeah.
DLC. that crazy. So it's like you're fighting on planes. And there's
Airplanes?
Yeah. You're standing on them.
yeah,
Oh,
but then
right,
there's
I
also
remember.
like
I remember.
there's like an optional. There's like 2 different ways to beat it. And and to me just visually
And it, like flips the planes.
Yeah,
and
one
your
of the
button,
really
or your
striking
controls
ones, yeah.
like go the opposite. It's chaos.
yeah,
cool.
but you see, no, it's the thing is if you do it the optional way, you don't have to do the upside down controls.
Okay.
So it's like you basically go one way or another, and you have an entirely different scenario.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. From God of War, the one I thought was a Garm
I agree.
giant wolf fight
It's my
Sure.
favorite.
was my favorite of that bunch.
Absolutely, like hunting it down in there too. You
Yeah.
getting deeper into the realm, and then it's like chained up, breaking through the chains. Just a really cool fight that showcases like the size. It gave me that old school
Yeah.
God of War vibe with like you're fighting a big beast. I always love doing that.
Yeah, something you want out of that game.
Yeah.
Is that kind of scale.
Yeah.
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 That kind of craziness.
Yeah.
And then we've got from Elden Ring, we got Melania and Radon,
Yeah.
which we were already starting to debate before we started.
Yeah,
rolling.
Millennia is not my favorite, but is it the best? That's my question.
It's the coolest.
Like, it's probably
and
the best.
hardest.
You know-
I feel like
Yeah.
Radon is the coolest, but I don't know.
Radon
So-
might be
yeah,
the
Radon
coolest.
is
Cool. Here's my thing for Melania is
Yeah.
it subverted all my expectations up to that point of a boss fight and what I would expect from a boss fight. Throughout the whole game, you can tank like everybody.
Yeah, totally.
No prob. Not this fight. This is the one fight where it's like, nah,
Yeah.
you gotta think
Yeah.
outside the box this time. And she has a really cool moveset. Lifesteal,
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, crazy.
Terrifying, but awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, this
And
sounds like
just
Radon
the
is
sheer
only
mental
out then.
damage that
Yeah.
woman has put on everybody.
Yeah, a lot of mental damage.
I mean, we could keep Radon. I know you don't like
Radon
to
is
have
tight.
both.
Radon is tight.
Radon-
Well, we
more
need.
like-
We also need, more
I had
thoughts,
some-
more
yeah,
Yeah, let
suggestions.
me know
Yeah.
your seafood bites. Which one?
I need Yang on there from Sifu.
Is it the last one?
Yep.
Yeah, Yang's pretty sick. That's a
Yang-
cool fight.
It is such a good fight. The true ending fight.
Can't use the slow mo on him, dude.
So sick.
Yeah, I do like
Just
that.
all the build up, like playing as him in the prologue too, just setting that up and then finally getting there.
I
at
just
the
realized I'm
end.
gonna have to go back and get that Kirby boss fight. There's no chance we have any capture of that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. In case you didn't know, potential spoilers big time for games.
Oh
in this-
yeah.
this-
Yeah.
Every game that came out in this year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Spoilers
Yeah.
for
Warned.
everything.
Be
Yeah.
warned.
Warned.
Yeah. So yeah, I really like Yang a lot.
Good one.
Cool.
I would probably throw my hat in the ring for Zed, the final boss from Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
Is that Z-Eating?
Z, that they, how everyone else pronounces Z outside the US.
Just the letter Z.
Yeah. It's like a 5-phase fight. The first
Oh
phase-
wait, he's just a letter Z?
Yeah, just the letter Z.
But they have British accents.
Yeah, yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so it's pronounced Zed. Yeah, you start like in front of a stage. Like you've seen, like it's like this, like kind of like opera theater house thing.
Always love
You're
that
playing
kind
on
of setting,
and
dude.
then, like
Yeah.
like at the end, like you're just like and there's like this giant thing with like this giant like head of him or whatever. Like it gets crazy.
Sick.
It's pretty elaborate, and it's like the one battle that actually is like to me was like actually challenging, despite being like super over leveled and stuff. It was
Yeah.
like, oh shit, I lost. I was like, oh,
I died.
You gotta go
Nice.
back.
Love that.
This isn't a point forward. We have to go all the way back to the beginning. Phase one.
Okay.
Can't skip the dialogue or cutscenes
Oh my
either.
god, hardcore. Okay.
So I
I'm
mean,
down.
that's probably why I would pick as the winner, but like
Yeah.
it was a good spectacle. Fight.
Nice.
Absolutely, yeah.
I have a question about one.
Okay.
Yo.
Okay, Resident Evil Village.
Oh hell yes.
Does this count, dude? The doll's mannequin.
The mannequin,
Because
dude!
that was one of the most memorable moments of the year for
I
me.
think
Was
that
that
would
fight?
probably
that,
count.
Like,
Do
is
you
it a boss
fight
fight?
Do
You're
you
like,
fight it?
you're like running away
Yeah, you just
through it.
Stab it.
Oh.
But if it catches you, you die. Like that's.
I don't
kinda-
think
Yeah,
that's a boss.
Is it a
It's
boss?
not
That's
really
my
a boss
question. Is it a
fight,
boss?
It's like a
don't
boss level.
You running from a thing is a boss fight necessarily.
Been,
Like you don't fight it, do you?
No.
So
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
I
don't
love
think it fits
category
here.
definition.
I love
But-
this.
But Resident Evil Village was one that,
Donna.
like,
Donna was the doll's
I made sure we
name,
got
yeah.
in there for DLC.
Oh yeah, Shadow Rose.
Oh, the DLC. Oh, that's not a boss fight. Damn it.
Vampire Survivor has like the the Reaper thing, the end thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the boss is good.
No,
though.
I don't
It's just
think
like
so either.
fun to get to it.
Looking through
I mean-
looking through other people's ideas. The librarian from Tunic. I don't know what that is. Blood. Do you know what that is?
Oh, totally. On the roof, in the rain.
Is that the last fight?
I think
Or like,
is the librarian, right? Because that's the library, and it's like
this thing. It looks like a cat.
yeah, on the
like a
roof. Yeah,
fox
and it's
thing?
like shooting at you. That's a pretty good fight. I liked the other one where it's like a
Yeah, I remember
big
it.
bruiser
Yeah.
one, and like, dude, that one was so hard. I forget the name of that one at the end of Tunic, but I wouldn't put Tunic.
Okay.
No, yeah.
I don't
boss
think any of the
fights.
boss fights that stand out that well to me.
Same
on
with
Tunic.
Pokemon. None of us know.
Do we have any two things? Any Stranger of Paradise fights that we did?
I was thinking about that. I'm trying to remember.
Were any of them actually like good? I know you didn't like Tiamat, the big.
Oh my,
thing.
that's
You were-
only
Oh, that
because
thing sucked.
I mean, it's probably just because I wasn't good enough, dude. Some of those mechanics, like,
we
you
were none of
really
us were
have
good
to,
enough.
like, yeah, some of the stuff in there, you really have to just like perfect.
And
One thing I didn't. I have this thing called the bucket where I basically went through last night and made sure there's stuff that I didn't think we'd want to forget.
Nice.
So, but yeah. So Bayonetta 3. Brad, is there any boss fights in there?
Bayonetta 3.
That's one I haven't played, so I'm curious.
There's not a boss fight for 3. I'm trying
yeah,
to
I'm
remember.
forgetting all the boss fights now. That's what
Yeah.
it's
Action game.
Neon White.
I remember the levels very well. Now I forget the boss fights now, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to
I remember
remember.
the final boss fight, but I didn't like that one, honestly.
I mean, I would say if they're not memorable,
It's like the stages and the sets were really good. I feel like I feel bad that I'm forgetting it. Yeah, I can't remember. We didn't play it though. I know a lot of people like the final, the Sunbreak.
I played it.
Oh, that Sunbreak boss.
I'm
Is
trying
that
to
what
remember.
it
Me
did?
looking back real quick. There's a lot of cool bosses in Sunbreak.
No shade to Horizon Forbidden West, but I can't really remember
Dude,
any
I remember
big
one,
standout
I
boss
remember
fights.
one.
Yeah.
It's
Up.
in San Francisco with the big like robot T-Rex. It's
Yeah,
like the first time you fight him. And they
yeah.
have that huge area.
I thought. Then I was just like, okay, fighting another big T-Rex again. I guess.
I think that's the first time you fight it.
no, but I mean from the first one,
Oh,
the Thunder
yeah,
Jaws
maybe.
and
Yeah,
stuff.
maybe.
You know.
Yeah, maybe.
So I just kind of got that.
I know we don't want another Elden Ring, but the Death Bird is pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
Oh, the
that
one that just kind of appears like randomly. Yeah,
In
yeah.
That-
various
it can be
places.
hard.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
the-
there are different versions
Yeah.
of it. Yeah.
Shredder's Revenge. Any Oh wow, that reaction.
No, because I was just thinking that too.
Okay.
It's funny
Brutal.
because I felt like
They were
as much as I
good.
like that game, sometimes the boss fights are kind of annoying.
Yeah, they were that classic way in a good way, but also just kind of limiting, like Quarter Muncher style.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
just
It's just
Yeah.
it's just an enemy with more hit points.
Oh, you just got. I just keep remembering us getting driven over by some car
Oh yeah.
over and over. It's like, oh, there's the car
I
again.
remember that one. Yeah. That was a fun.
and like Shredder is cool, Super Shredder is cool, but
Well, we have 6.
Monster Hunter has cool bosses. I remember what they look like. I'm just trying to remember what their names were.
Monster Hunter's so weird too
There's like a
because it's
sick
like
werewolf guy.
yeah,
Yeah.
picking which one is like this one's a boss now.
They're all
Rogue
bosses.
Yeah.
Legacy 2?
good bosses. But like
The one with the
the
flowers
ones we
was
have,
cool.
yeah, definitely.
I like
definitely.
her.
The ones we have here, I mean, are probably
Yeah,
Probably
it would
better, you
lose
know?
to these.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it has good boss
yeah,
fights,
really
for
good boss
sure.
fights.
Don't sleep on Rogue Legacy 2, bro.
Yeah, don't sleep on
Don't sleep on
Looking
it.
at you.
You, the viewer. It's a good game.
Okay.
Yeah, I've looked through all and like Ghostwire Tokyo, some sick fights, but like nothing,
Right.
Yeah.
nothing this level.
Yeah, I think.
And I'm thinking like Signalis. like
Splatoon
nothing
3's
stands
final
out.
boss
Oh,
is pretty
smells-
cool, but I don't
smells
know.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Citizen Sleeper doesn't really have bosses.
Yeah.
Immortality, like finding the one mechanics, like that's a boss.
Cult of the Lamb as well. A lot of them are just kind of the same.
Yeah.
Like go up and
Yeah, yeah,
you know
yeah.
hack them.
Honestly, like Elden Ring made everything blurry for me. Pretty much.
From stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yang is sick though.
Love Yang,
No doubt.
dude.
Yang
God,
was
I
sick.
love that. That's my favorite.
That was a
fight.
challenge.
Love that.
Fucker.
fight.
So we
yeah,
have
yeah.
Chaos
Yeah.
Elphilis,
Oh,
Dude, the
yeah.
music too in that fight
Polynaces,
is
Garm,
so good.
Melania, Yang, and Z. Which one is the 6th?
Yeah, which do we cut?
We just have one Millennia, yeah. Okay.
We limited it.
We should also have a best Elden Ring boss category.
Would it be the
I
same?
think we sort of just did that,
But I mean, shout outs to like most of the Godskin.
My favorite-
Apostle is the first time you fight it was fucking
Yeah.
My
fun.
favorite was
I fought that way earlier than
Oh, so did I. So did I.
the big ogre
That's
with
why
the
it was fun.
eye in its chest.
Oh, the giant, the fire giant.
The fire giant was like
giant.
seriously one of my favorite fights ever, dude. I
That's
loved
weird.
it.
His enemies.
Such
Yeah.
a struggle.
That's
I
such a
loved
weird.
it.
I love that fight because it's such an Elden Ring, like classic Elden Ring fight where everyone,
Yeah.
like some people are like, "Oh, that was the hardest thing," and I
Yeah.
like killed it first
Yeah.
try, and I was just like, "Oh, okay." I mean, it's a cool fight.
And then
New Game Plus, it was fucking hard.
Shit.
Yeah.
The what's the wrestler? The one who like Horaloo hype.
Also, like narratively, when Horaloo happens, you're like, Hora who?
Red's actually
What?
his first bear hugs
Yeah.
you. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
I was like,
what the fuck is going on?
This first phase was so easy, and I was like, dude, no.
And boy version of Mikola, whatever his name is, the penultimate boss.
So sick.
Yeah.
And Blade of Mikola.
Rag starts with an R.
Yeah, Radigan. Yeah.
Elden Ring bosses,
Yeah.
dude.
The other
OP.
optional boss, the King Ghidorah looking thing, Godzilla thing, like in the ruins in the east. So you have to go like down. It's like giant 3-headed dragon thing.
Oh, in the
it's like gonna call us like
crumbling Faramazula.
Yeah.
Yeah. The like secret dragon boss.
yeah,
that
secret
was,
dragon.
That was a cool fight.
You have to do it to do the frenzy ending. I
Yeah.
think, or-
It was a really cool fight.
Sick.
Yeah, when it like just smoke turned into smoke, flies away like what? It starts like dashing, like it just like smoke teleports and like does
Yeah,
like dives at
it's
you, and I'm like,
nuts.
this
It's
is
really
bullshit.
good. It's really
Hell
good.
yeah.
This could just be an Elden Ring.
Yeah,
category.
dude, shout out to simple boss early on, Godric the Grafted.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Godric.
That's a
Dude,
good classic
when he puts
fight.
that dragon on his arm, then he fucking like bit me and like, held me up. I was like,
Yeah.
oh yes!
Yeah, that's just a classic
God, that was so sick.
down and dirty From Software fight. Oh god.
Okay. So back to the other bosses.
All right, yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Which
so
one
I don't
was
have
this?
any context on Yang or Zed.
I have none on Zed or Chaos.
Yeah, it's fine if you cut.
I mean,
like I don't.
It seems
Zed
like
is
Yang
dead.
is a front
Zed.
runner.
Yang is
Yeah.
tight.
Yang is so great.
Yang's in my top
you can
3.
cut Zed, it's
Incredible
fine.
fight.
That's fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Because, yeah, the one I would be
It's,
sort
like,
of
not
okay
a
with
good
is Howling
mechanic
Aces,
fight,
but...
It's just like cool spectacle.
Zed's dead.
Since like everything else is like
Zed's
cool
dead.
spectacle plus good mechanics.
Nice.
Plus, as I said, failing you have to go all the way back to start. And you
I
can't
like it.
skip the cutscenes.
I like it.
Oh.
No, I don't
That's
like that
brutal.
I can't skip the dialogue. It's like, let me
I
skip that.
do. Don't die. Okay. You should be able to skip that.
Oh.
Did they patch
My
it? Did they
death,
patch it?
dude.
What?
think they
No,
matched
it's
it?
creator's intent.
Shit, dude. That's so
Nintendo
intense.
patching something, dude. Get real.
So intense.
Monster.
That's
All right.
All right.
So let me run down our official... These are the nominees. Chaos Elphilis from Kirby. Howling Aces from the Cuphead. Delicious Last Course.
intense.
Garm from God of War. Millennia from Elden Ring. And Yang from Sifu.
Nice.
Just to be clear, we're doing one thing per game. Is that the...
In this one we did.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
might not hold true for.
That may not hold true for...
Actually, that might
Yeah.
not come up.
Shout out Radon.
well,
Shout out
The only
Radon.
other things that'll come up would
Shout
be like
out.
character and weapon.
Yeah.
Shout out
weapon.
Radon. Alright.
First time Radon like flew up and then just
Oh my
like
God.
slammed back down. I
kinda bullshit, though.
Mouth agape.
I love that.
It,
dude.
I
it's
love it.
visibly amazing, but then I was like, how do you fucking dodge that?
You look up!
I did!
disguise,
It didn't
to
work half the time. Whatever. So congrats, Millennia.
Yeah, I mean...
I would say she's the best out
Is-
of those.
is there any-
honestly, that gave me the most mental damage
Oh my
and
God.
the most joy.
I spent $300 on a Halloween costume.
I've never known defeat. It's been a sick line.
I liked when she said wait. And I was like, okay, mommy. Like,
Wait.
So yeah, is it pretty clearly Millennia?
Yeah, I like the impact she had on everyone too.
Yeah.
Around
You're right.
just seeing everyone freaking out.
Absolutely. And like you said earlier, Brad, just you can't tank it. The hardest, you know, the Sekiro boss of Elden Ring.
yeah.
Straight up.
You just have to.
I wanted
do it.
Sekiro mechanics during that fight.
I know, I wanted the Mikiri counter.
Let's go. Yeah.
100
Nope.
giant Sephiroth.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god. All right.
So good.
All right.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
Millennia.
Yay.
The Elden Ring sweep begin.
You gotta stop talking during the clapping so Don can make an edit. Leave that in, Don. Okay, now, best multiplayer.
All right, so I just jotted down all kinds of stuff on here that we've played through the year. So let me just run through the list real quick, and then we can start pulling stuff off. Dark Tide, Splatoon 3, Grounded, Shredder's Revenge, Monster Hunter Rise, Sunbreak, Call of Duty, which I think Humor might have put on there, Fortnite,
Great, yeah. Great.
Marvel Snap, which I don't know if any of us got into, but I know a lot of
did.
people were talking about
No,
it.
I didn't.
Escape Academy, which I feel works best as co-op.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters, and Goat Simulator 3.
I think Dark Tide's a lock.
Yeah.
Dark Tide's a lock?
I think
Okay.
Grounded is a lock.
I think
Okay.
Grounded's a lock.
I would like to have Splatoon 3 in there for sure.
Lock it. Lock it.
Okay.
Lock 'em.
Yeah,
I defer to you on that one. I don't
Humor,
get
we
it.
can pull Fortnite out, right?
I don't
Take
get
Fortnite
it.
out. Take
Okay.
Fortnite out.
yeah. What about Goat Simulator?
I'm okay with keeping Goat Simulator out.
I think taking it out, but a maybe towards no. But I think we'll come up with better ones.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we could.
is what I mean to
I think
say.
we can eliminate other things first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters was a real blast. Playing together.
Yeah.
We didn't go back.
We really only played it that one night, but that's just
Yeah.
because of whatever.
I actually went home. I played a bunch.
I
Oh, yeah.
played some more at home too.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I like how the
There was less
story's
fun,
tied
though.
together.
Yeah.
Like, I like how his
The
story.
story was
yeah.
fun. Shout out to James and Elise who wrote that shit.
Yeah.
Marvel Snap, I got no fucking idea.
Snap.
I feel bad,
Okay. So
yeah.
Snap.
I
Snap is
chose not to get into it.
Yeah,
Because
no.
I was like, this is dangerous.
Snap is a very, very, very good video game, dude. Very good card game. The strength of it is how quick it is without sacrificing any kind of depth or anything. It's like really strategic, really, really good each round, and it's fast. I mean, games are like 5 minutes. So it's really nice.
You're making a case, bro.
No,
Yeah.
no, and the ramp up is also really nice. The way you slowly get more cards, the way it like upgrades you in the ranking pools is really, really nice and friendly. They didn't even add like direct PvP until I think they just added. I haven't played it in a little bit. They either just added it or they're about to.
Sick.
So they really kind of just eased
Wait.
everyone into it.
How-
Directly like me and you.
Well, how was it multiplayer before?
Just matchmaking.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, wait, you
got
can
it.
pair up?
Well, I couldn't be like, yo, I want to fight you.
I got it.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
It would just
Yeah.
random.
It was just
Weird.
random matchmaking,
Yeah.
but they just added it, or
Okay,
they're
okay,
just about to.
I like only
Yeah.
play Magic Arena
Yeah.
like that. Like
Yeah,
me and
yeah.
Sophia will play, and that's
Totally.
like it.
Totally.
Right.
Yeah. So
So it sounds like it could be in there.
it could. It's a really
Is
good game.
Shredder's a lock? That should be, right?
Shredder's has got to be a
Shredders
lot.
has got for us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But here's a
So basically, we've got to pick one to stay in there.
here's a question:
Which I think Goat Simulator's safe to say bye.
Is
Yeah.
Cowabunga collection?
No.
No.
They got
No,
since
no.
re-releases. I mean, it's cool they added it online.
I'm
but,
glad they added it,
yeah.
but it's okay.
Yeah.
You could bounce Sunbreak just because, like,
Hold up.
Yeah. Hold
No,
up.
Hold
Play it
up.
together.
As someone who played Sunbreak
Right.
all the way through,
sure.
Yeah, it
Sunbreak
sounded
is
like that was a
very
really good
good.
addition. Yeah.
I mean, I
very
love
good.
Rise. So.
Very good.
Did it come out in 2022?
Yeah, I thought it was
Sunbreak did,
last
yeah.
year.
Summer. Rise was 2021, and Sunbreak's this year.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
sorry, 2022.
Remember,
I
Sunbreak
didn't
was
play it
Ben's
because
last
everyone
review.
bounced to PC, so
Sunbreak?
I didn't.
I played on PC.
Yeah, I know. All
Sunbreak
my friends
is
abandoned me.
sick as
That is
fuck.
also a thing. Like, it's like split player.
But I will say,
yeah.
it's Monster Hunter, you know?
Yeah.
It's Monster Hunter. But it's like super good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a blast playing through that game.
Yeah, to be honest,
Yeah.
like-
Is this fair? Go
Looking
ahead.
over what's left, like Sunbreak, even though I honestly, I haven't put any time into it, just knowing from the people
it's
that have, it feels like
It's good.
potentially the strongest one on that list.
It's
I like it. Yeah,
Is-
Sunbreak, Call of Duty, and Snap.
Is it fair to say?
Yeah. You can bounce Escape and Ghostbusters.
I like Ghostbusters, but probably not making it. Yeah.
Is it fair to say I give Sunbreak less credit? Here,
Okay.
and counter me.
Yeah.
Counter it if I'm just straight up wrong.
Go ahead.
Is it fair to me to say that I give Sunbreak less credit because it's worse than Monster Hunter World?
Well, you don't.
It's not
You
worse,
haven't played
it's just
Sunbreak, so you
different.
don't know that.
Rise is.
I think
Which one
Rise.
did I-
I
which
would
is the
case
one on
it.
Switch?
No, that's Rise, but
Rise
this
is on
Sunbreak's the
Switch.
DLC.
God, okay, I
Yeah.
played
The
the
DLC is super good. Like the
Yeah.
new weapon.
like Iceborne,
mechanics are
Iceborne
so-
to World
Yeah,
Sunbreak
it's-
to
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay,
It's
you're
super
just-
good.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
But Tri or Generations or whatever was the one that was like the older re-release
Yeah.
on Switch.
That's
that
right. Yeah,
felt
Sunbreak's
more
awesome.
old.
Got it.
Rise is really good. It keeps a lot of the great stuff from World.
And it
So-
adds all of that crazy stuff with the wire.
Oh yeah.
So that's pretty tough. Sunbreak or Call of Duty? Because
Well,
Call of
talk about
Duty.
Call of Duty.
So Call of Duty, my thing
Call of Duty's
is
good, too.
it is a full meaty package. You have quality and quantity. You have a ton of different multiplayer modes that all let you play the game differently. Like, yeah, you can look at it and be like, yo, it's Call of Duty, you're shooting people, but like, really, each mode really changes the way you play, like Search and Destroy and Team Deathmatch or Free For All, whatever. Then you got Warzone. Then
That's
you got
separate. That's like a separate thing.
that's part of multiplayer, though.
But it's a separate app, isn't it?
Yeah, which game?
Yeah, Warzone's a little weird because
You
it's
activate-
like it's
You can
which
do
Call
it
of Duty are we
solo,
even talking
or
about?
you
Oh,
can.
it's
So it's all in just the
I know,
main-
but you
it
can
is
play
weird.
Switch
It is
Warzone
really weird
completely
because
by
it's like
itself.
it's considered different, but then you like have to download Modern Warfare 2 just to play.
Yeah,
So
I guess.
It's weird.
Which
I will go
Which
with
one has
the group
the-
things.
You
Which
tell
one has
us,
the
which
raids
Call of Duty
that
are we
it
talking
raids?
just Call of Duty
that's-
Modern Warfare 2, but
that's
that means
this.
Warzone as well.
All right, sick.
Okay.
Warzone 2.0.
So I
But
played
that's
some
the
of
thing, is
Warzone
it's sort of
too.
seen as separate products. That's what's confusing as heck
I think
about
they
it. Because
for
Warzone
Modern
is a
Warfare,
free-to-play
didn't they
game.
wrap it in?
Yeah. But I mean, like Blood says, you can just play it on its own Warzone.
Okay.
But I mean, to me, for it's just the Call of Duty multiplayer in 2022 is how I look
Right.
at it.
Sure.
Like, to me, it's all encompassing. It's,
Yeah, it's all the same shit.
Warzone, DMZ,
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Spec Ops, the multiplayer modes. They added the raid, which I haven't even done.
Those we haven't done.
There's
I
all
wanna
the
know about
freaking
those.
multiplayer.
Well, I mean-
There's just so much, and it was all really good. Like, I get into Call of Duty pretty often, but like, dude, I take many years off. This one, best one since Modern Warfare Remake, really solid.
Would you put it over Snap or Dark Tide or Shredders?
I have a question. I need to be sold on Grounded. As someone who didn't play this game, it looks like many crafting games I've seen before. You guys tell me what's special about Grounded.
Little,
Being tiny?
No,
Yeah.
It's
Hubert
not
does not
overwhelming.
think
It's not overwhelming, dude. Some, like Valheim and stuff. All that crafting, Grounded is streamlined. That's what I'm looking for. Really streamlined.
The onboarding is
Yeah.
really good. The ramp up is really good.
Yeah.
The
It's-
setting and the theming is really good.
It's got a story that will actually
Progress.
pull you through. And,
Was it
and
good
that.
enough for any of you to beat it?
No.
Because they didn't know the ending credits song when I played it.
Those are great credit songs. I heard those from you. That was awesome.
I mean, I definitely
it's a
got
group-
sick of it, but like,
Oh.
that's true of every game on this list. So like,
I beat Sunbreak all the way through. That was like
I
20
hit
hours.
Prestige in Call of
You
Duty.
sure did.
Like a freak.
Ooh, I forgot to
I played a
wrinkle
lot.
in here. Does Elden Ring qualify for best multiplayer?
I mean,
the
you
Coliseums
could.
are cool, and
Okay.
the,
I think it's like whatever.
FromSoft multiplayer is like same as it ever was.
All right, all right,
Yeah.
just
So
I agree,
it's
I
like
agree.
it's
It's an appreciated
awesome,
thing, but it's not
Okay.
special to me
Okay.
anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
I know the DLC how good it was.
The Coliseums are really fun, like, and we could talk about it more in additional content. But
Alright.
I don't know if anyone but me did them. But there are 3, I think. One of them is multi-person fights, which if your internet isn't stable, suck ass. But if it is, it's really fun. The second one, and you have to actually like physically go to each Coliseum to to participate. So you have to like get to them. And they didn't add like a bonfire next to them or whatever. So it's like,
Oh, that one is so annoying to get to in the
yeah, they're all kind of annoying to get to. The second one, you have to go through that like canyon.
Yep.
The third one is in the
the
capital.
two giants. Yeah.
Oh, right.
And if you're in Ashen Capital, it's even weirder to get to. You have to like jump over a fucking wall to get to it. But sort of. Well, you don't really have to. But the second one, you're allowed to use Ashes of War, which is cool. It's 1-on-1, I think. Ashes of War enabled. And the final one is OG, like honorable duels, like
Hell yeah.
outside the kiln, like straight up bowing before you fight, no healing, like straight up 1v1 honorable duels style, and that's at the Capitol. So like it's really awesome, and it was a really cool addition. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it makes it like it's really good and it deserves a mention. But I don't know if it would go on the list above something else. I mean, like we could bounce Grounded or something for it, but like to me, I think the other contenders sound stronger. So
If you bounced grounded, what did you have something in like from what you heard, Brad? What
Yeah,
What do you
Brad, if
mean?
you're hyped on
If we
Sunbreak,
bounce
we can
grounded,
bounce.
I think Sunbreak was really good. I just didn't. I haven't played Grounded, so I didn't know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
we can put Sunbreak and bounce COD. Like COD.
Well,
COD
I mean,
is. I just want to give COD.
I think COD's very good.
it is really.
When I played it with you, it was really good.
Yeah, it is.
I don't like Warzone, honestly. I don't think it's very good.
I mean,
Well,
I'm
it's
not-
good,
I'm not
but I
too
don't
hyped
like
on
it that
Warzone.
much.
I know I played a fair amount of Darktide, but
Dude,
I didn't
Darktide.
play that much Vermintide, and I've heard some people are a little disappointed
Yeah.
in Darktide, so I'm wondering what you guys
I mean,
think.
they're different,
like
but I mean, Vermintide 2, it's been around longer.
Exactly,
They've like
exactly.
fixed it up. They've done all kinds of stuff. Like, so it's a weird kind of comparison, but it's like, sure, Darktide right now is less good than Vermintide 2 after 100 years of being
Sure.
out.
Yeah, exactly.
But like,
But is it strong enough that it hangs with?
some
I
of the
think
moments
so.
playing Darktide are
Yes.
so cool. Like when the music kicks in and you're
Yes.
just like, ah, it's,
Honestly,
it's
it's my
awesome.
favorite. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's my favorite.
I mean, like, to me, it's my favorite multiplayer experience of
yeah,
the year.
I love it.
Stays on.
I mean, to me, like, I think I'm in the minority here, but like, I just do not understand. I don't get Splatoon. I don't see the appeal. Every time I've played it, I've been like, this is boring. Sorry, RF.
It's a game I can see why people really like it, and I understand why people like it. It doesn't click with me super
Yeah,
hard,
it's
but
just not for
I
me.
definitely respect the hell out of it because
Yeah.
it feels super unique, and I really like that about
Yeah.
it. But it just doesn't click for me. That's all.
That-
but I
that-
think like if people are like, "Yo, it's the best," I'm like, "All right,
Yeah, same. It doesn't click
Yeah,
for
I
me,
mean,
but if you
I've
guys say
put-
it's the greatest thing ever, then I'm like, cool.
Yeah, it's one of the games I put the most hours into.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
that's
for
right,
sure.
fair.
Yeah.
All right, I just didn't want it to get like a free lock because
Yeah.
I feel like we should discuss it.
Yeah,
But
I think
if you
I think
think
it's
it's a
one.
lot, then sure.
Like the game's got such vibes and it's so many. Like just, I think the thing like when you have so many multiplayer shooters out there, when you have a game like this, where like
Yeah.
your weapon variety is just all over the place.
Totally.
you know?
Yeah.
And that's the thing with COD is like I can see the detractors being like, yo, it's been around for decades, it's the same thing. But then on the flip side, it's like, yo, it's the same thing, which is comforting, and somehow they managed to make it really good. Like,
yeah, I don't think that's a
you know,
problem."
they have some bad years, but like this is a good year. You know, this is a good Call of Duty.
like a
game.
lot of these games, like we've done this kind of stuff before.
yeah,
Yeah.
But it's
Right.
just
like it's the boring
good,
safe
executed
pick.
well.
So I guess
because Marvel
Huber-
Snap is like new and fresh.
Huber, like, I guess, like, do you want to, like, because it's you. Do you want
Well,
to
it's a Brad wants Sunbreak.
Well, right,
honestly.
but taking Sunbreak out of it for a second, like, do you want COD, Marvel Snap, Grounded, or Shredders on there? Like,
I would put Grounded and Shredders even above COD.
okay,
Okay.
then do you want
Yeah.
Snap or COD?
COD over Snap.
Okay, so
Yeah.
bounce Snap.
Yeah, that's what I was
And it's
feeling from
Sunbreaker
the conversation.
So now it's,
Yeah.
now we do, is it
Yeah.
Sunbreak or COD, or do we bounce Shredders or Grounded for Sunbreak and or COD?
I mean, I love Sunbreak, but it seems like I'm the only one kind of
I mean,
fighting
I love
for it.
Rise, so I'm willing to believe that Sunbreak
Okay.
is
Yeah.
awesome. So
Yeah.
like, I would back you on Sunbreak for sure.
Yeah.
And to me, Shredders was a fun group stream, but that was all it was. Like, it wasn't anything amazing to me.
we also
Thinking just of
you will
multiplayer.
probably give Sunbreak a nod in expansion regardless.
Sure.
But yeah,
Let's try to cut it.
You can cut COD.
I'm just kidding.
I'm just saying
You want
like in
quick
terms
COD?
of like yeah.
I think COD's really cool. Do you think COD's worse than Shredders? Like, I think Shredders is really good. Really good. Think about it.
It's because, like, dude, 6 players is so hype.
Yeah, it is.
just gets me fucking
It
hyped,
does.
too. Like, so I don't want to cut it, you know?
But is Shredders just getting the Turtles plus
Kind of.
Brawler plus 6 players?
Kind of,
Like,
yes.
is it just getting the bump? The Turtles bump.
Because, like,
The Turtles Brawler bump.
because it's,
But the thing
it's
is,
rare.
though-
It's a rare thing, whereas
Yes.
COD is, like,
Yes.
so reliable,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
but, like,
Yeah.
up and down years, but it's still, like, Call of Duty, you know?
Just take Shredders over Call of Duty then.
Yeah, just cut COD. Just
Call of
cut
Duty's gonna get another shot next year.
Cut it. Cut it.
Wait,
It'll be
maybe.
re-
maybe.
It'll
Maybe
be
it will.
redeemed. It'll be redeemed in a later category for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we have a batch of nominees here. So we got Darktide, Splatoon 3, Grounded, Shredders, and Sunbreak, and now we have to pick a winner out of that?
It sounds
Okay,
from
so
my
I don't
own
have a
Dark Tide
clue
is
out of
there.
that.
So here's the thing about Darktide. I think that works with multiplayer is that game. Multiplayer is essential for that game.
Yes.
Yeah, you
If you
can't
play the
not
game
play it multiplayer.
solo, it is so much worse.
it's-
I played a
yeah.
lot of Sunbreak solo, and it was still really fun.
Yes, good point.
But Darktide, like,
you
you
can
got full
play.
grip, it's a great time.
You can have
It's
a
really
good
good.
time with all of these except maybe Splatoon and Darktide solo.
Yeah.
But you got a good time with Splatoon.
Splatoon, yeah, you can
Splatoon's
solo
got a great
queue.
campaign. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
good time.
okay.
Grounded solo, I feel like, is a bust.
Grounded solo is.
I think that
fun.
actually that's the funny thing that's about it. When Brad was talking about did you finish it, is like I feel like if I soloed Grounded, I probably would finish it quicker than trying to
Yeah.
get scheduled
course,
with
yeah.
other people together.
Well, and
Yeah,
also it scales with more people.
Right.
Got it.
Or I guess in proximity, I guess enemies. It's complicated, I guess, but so yeah, it's maybe easier solo, sort of like Monster Hunter
Sure, yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
To me, yeah, Darktide, like Brad said, the multiplayer-ness of it. Like,
Yeah.
Darktide is not the best
required.
of these games,
It's required.
perhaps.
Yeah.
But, like, the multiplayer-ness
Yeah.
of it is
Yeah.
necessary
Such
and,
high highs.
and really good.
Yep.
So, like, if we're just thinking best multiplayer, that would be my vote.
To me, it's one of the games I think about the most. Even though I didn't play it the most,
Yeah.
I think about Darktide all the time.
Same.
All the time. Like, yo, should we get everyone for a group stream? Should we play Darktide again? Like,
Yeah.
I'm always thinking
I
about
always wanted
everyone's
to
all
be
busy
playing
and
it.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
And just, like,
I haven't played it since I
highlights.
went off on break, but like, I
Yeah,
would totally
I
be
think-
down to do more.
You and me kind of had like a 2 weeks of just like to each other, like, hey, you want to play Darktide?
Yeah, dude, it's
We would
so
play for like an hour
fun.
and a half. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was pretty fun.
And it's definitely, I mean, Monster Hunter is the same way, but it's definitely one of those games that like it benefits so much from playing with people that you know and
Oh, yeah.
communicate with.
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure.
the thing about Monster Hunter is to Sunbreak, like you have to beat Rise to get to Sunbreak. It's like I couldn't just hop in
Right.
with someone on
Right.
Sunbreak who didn't play it before.
I will say a big criticism I have for Darktide
Yes.
are the levels. They really blur together for me visually.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
A lot of just like
Well, and
catwalks and stairwells, you know, and,
And the
metal.
way they.
There are some really cool ones, but I think that's the thing is like the way missions come up, sometimes you go to the same level.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's what I was going to say. The way they. This is something I like in Vermintide better, where it's a lot clearer. Like, okay, this is this story arc. These are these 5 missions
Yeah.
for that story arc.
I like that.
That's true.
Darktide,
Yeah.
it's just kind of a cloud of missions of different difficulties, and they come in and out on a timer, and I don't really understand if there is a cohesive narrative happening, or if it's just like, go do the signal one, go do the get the guy one, you know?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that becomes more clear the more time you
Yeah,
put into it.
yeah.
Now that I'm a few weeks away, it's like I can't
Exactly.
really explain it, but
So
yeah.
I think we just didn't have like.
And maybe they're adding
Yeah.
more stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
as they
Yeah.
go, and
Darktide is definitely a game where it's like
work in progress.
it's a work in progress. Like, even though I feel like it has the best multiplayer,
Yeah.
I also think like highest room for improvement too of all of these, because I think they're going to continue putting that work into it.
Yeah.
Also, best load screen slogans.
I am curious, Blood. I'm curious. I want to know what you think about this. So, Splatoon 3, the multiplayer. I saw people complaining that it didn't feel different enough from 2. Now, I don't know that. So, did it justify its sequel, would you say, for being a multiplayer?
I mean, I definitely would say that like that is one of the bigger criticisms of it, but it, at the same time, kind of like a lot of games like they do have
Overtime,
like a lot more maps and stuff, and I haven't really done as many. The Tricolor Turf War is the thing that's like I feel like they were struggling with, and I don't know if like in the later, because they do those events every so often. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they've managed to like tweak that to where it feels good now. That was actually kind of one of the trickier parts of the game. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the criticisms is that for Splatoon, it's kind of samey. Mm-hmm. But when you look at the overall landscape
Right.
of multiplayer games, it's like there ain't nothing else like Splatoon.
Yeah, that's true.
So you put in some crazy new weapons and stuff and
True.
new music and
Splatoon, I
new
feel
maps,
like
and it's
Those
it really does
criticisms
feel worthwhile.
apply to like
Yeah.
other games on this list. Like
Yeah.
we were just talking about Call of Duty, like
Mm-hmm.
even like going from Vermintide to Darktide, it's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, Sunbreak's an expansion.
it's
yeah.
Some breaks and
like
expansion.
I think
Grounded is like more of like you're building narratives, you're having a shared world, so that differentiates it from the other games on this list.
Yeah.
I really I appreciate that element of it and the multiplayer element of Grounded. I don't think
appreciate putting on ant armor to go into ant nests.
Yes,
It's so
yeah,
mind blowing. They told me about that.
My
I don't
Shredder.
think that Grounded wins this category.
I don't think so.
My Shredder criticism is the co-opness. Sometimes you're kind of just in your own lane,
Sure.
mashing it out.
yeah.
You know, there's some team up attacks that like I still don't fully understand. You know,
Shredders is also one of those games where the multiplayer nature of it, like jumping in and playing it with 3 other people.
yeah,
The go hurry rush like element of it actually hinders your ability to understand the mechanics
with that
of the game.
many people for
With that
sure,
many
for
people.
sure. for
Because
sure.
like we played the entire game and it wasn't
Six
until like
players,
6
yeah.
players.
Chaos,
And it
chaos.
wasn't until halfway through
Yeah.
the game I knew that you had like moves.
Yeah, but
You know?
being able to play 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
Right,
players,
right, right.
all of that is so awesome.
That's very
online,
cool.
local.
It's also
I'm just
that-
saying, take the time to learn the
Yeah.
game a little before jumping in with 6 people.
Also, what's funny
Don't
is
start with that.
Yeah, it's a weird
you
way
really
to start.
just like with more people, like unlike some of let's Grounded or some of these other games at scale. With Shredder's Revenge, you just destroy that
Oh,
game.
you melt.
Yeah.
I went back to that and
Solo
like,
was
oh, I'm
nice.
just gonna finish this off, and
Yeah,
it's like
solo's sick.
it was
and
so
2.
hard on solo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6, you just melt it.
But I appreciate that that's there, you know, that's a point in my mind for it. Is like being able to do 6-player turtle game local, so awesome.
And it not scaling, weirdly, like it lends...
Family friendly.
It lends to that
Yeah.
cozy brawler vibe.
Totally,
Like,
yeah.
Totally.
it's cozy.
Yeah.
Totally, dude.
Cool world map. I like how that it's like just
Yeah.
long enough too, where it's like, yo, you want to chop this up into like 2-3 nights?
Yeah.
Probably could. Like
Yeah,
Or
usually
best
could.
Yeah.
yeah. play in one night, who's to say?
exactly.
So
Okay,
yeah,
I'm
feeling
hearing
it's,
Darktide.
I'm feeling it's coming between Darktide and Sunbreak, probably.
I
Wondering what Brad's
love
thinking there.
Dark Tide.
Yeah?
So much.
Yeah, I would throw my hat on
It
Darktide.
plays plays to my very soul and spirit though, being that big brute with
Yeah.
a giant knife just chopping.
Getting in all my sightlines.
Exactly.
But I'm sure
exactly.
that was not easy to just like throw that in there. Some model that's just completely different than anything
Awesome.
else.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I like
Sophie's Choice, Brad.
Sunbreak more. It's just as a game, period. But my whole thing with Darktide is like it's co-op is so or multiplayer is so essential for that game, and it makes that game really fun. I guess it just depends like
Yeah.
how essential it is to the game itself,
Yeah.
and like it is.
Yeah.
For Sunbreak, it's like awesome, but like I said, I played through a lot of it solos too, and still had a great time. But I don't know. You know, it's Monster Hunter. You kind of know what you're getting. They add new stuff that's really fun to use, like new tools for your weapon that are really deep and complex, but awesome. But I don't know. It sounds like more people like Darktide. So I mean, I'm fine with
It
Darktide.
is
I
tough
really like
'cause-
Darktide.
Yeah, because again, my criticisms are the levels and
Yeah.
you know, you're fighting waves of enemies
Yeah.
constantly,
Yeah.
but then
Yeah.
like Sunbreak has probably insane,
Yeah, it's just-
insane variety with the monsters.
Darktide was just easier to actually play with people, I guess. Like I didn't get a chance to play Sunbreak a lot with people because it's you
Right.
have to be pretty invested in it.
Yeah, you
even
have to
get
be
there.
on the same platform and you have to
Yeah, which sucks.
have
yeah.
The
that
platform
expansion.
thing is a knock against. Like I would
Yes.
love if I could
Yes.
just team up with everyone who
Yes.
jumps
Does
to
Darktide
PC.
have that? I remember it didn't for a bit. Like it didn't have
there-
Game Pass and Steam couldn't play together.
Yeah,
Right.
also,
I don't
yeah,
think you
fair
can.
point. It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
currently. They say they're working on it.
trademark. We're working
Yeah,
on it.
we're
Trademark.
coming soon.
But
to
I
you.
actually I have had a fair time with playing with randoms.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll just like
Yeah.
know the level so well that they're just like rushing ahead and I
Yeah.
can never catch
Darktide's
up to them.
super
But
chill to get
Yeah.
into and play with people. Like
and they've
Monster
been
Hunter,
friendly.
Yeah.
Dude, when a stranger heals you in a video game, like top 10 bonds,
Yeah.
dude. It's so nice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with Darktide. Darktide's cool.
all right.
Sick.
Dark Tide.
All right, congrats, Darktide.
Congratulations.
Now it's best world design.
Yeah. So this is
Most confusing category.
Yeah.
this
I'm
is a
already
floppy
confused.
category for us.
Yeah.
But
It
yeah.
couldn't be more clear.
It's
It's
one of-
just whatever we want it to be.
It is. We came up with a category. Other
Stanley
people
way.
aren't doing the category.
We invented the damn category.
That's true.
Yeah.
To me, what it is
We're the writers.
is how much do I want to explore a world, and how much do I enjoy exploring a world.
Yeah.
So that can
Or is it-
encompass mechanical design, like say Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
You know, like the terrain invites you over to this place, or it can be that like just visually and the setting and all of that stuff. It's like even if it's not that complex, I still kind of want to see it all out. I want to see like what this world and this people are about.
Blood, you just made the absolute best case for locking in Rogue Legacy 2.
Actually,
Lock it in.
like
Every
well,
single
it's not even on the
room,
list right now.
every
Okay.
single room, every single run, I want to explore. I don't want to leave an inch of that map unexplored every single time.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like, it's a combination category of like level design, like visual audio, like is it nice to inhabit this world, but also like mechanics and technical prowess of the design of the world or levels or whatever. So yeah, it's a combo category like Blood said.
Well, for me, the locks like.
Well, let me go through of what,
Go ahead. Go.
some of the stuff I've got on here so far. We've thrown in Elden Ring, Citizen Sleeper, Isla, I think you put in Signalis, Stray, which is one I was thinking that like even though it's like probably not that complex through the whole game,
I was
it's
gonna-
like it
Yeah.
feels so cool to be in that space.
Okay.
But
I get it.
if you don't, we've got a lot to cut out.
This is
So
good.
Yeah,
This is a good one. This is a fun category.
Yeah, we got a lot.
I like
Grounded, Horizon Forbidden West. I want to make sure it wasn't forgotten. Xenoblade, I think that was like one of your biggest things with Xenoblade was the world exploration. Tunic, I think it's pretty cool, but I think Tunic also goes more into like crazy secrets and all of that. So I could see like overall world design, I could see it maybe dropping off. Huber, I want to make sure you don't forget about Ghostwire, so I want to see what you
Hell
think
yeah.
of that.
I'm glad you put that on there, Blood.
Same, yeah. Quick shout out to Dying Light 2 as well. I don't think a nominee, but I just want to give it some lip
Yeah.
service because it's so fun to move around in. That Mirror's Edge vibe, Dying Light, just like the parkour and the combination of fast movement over a city, but then going down into a nest or something, survival horror, creep
Yeah.
show, exploring. That balance is so fun. I love that.
And then I thought maybe Tinykin, but I was just thinking of things to
Just
fill it in there.
spitballing.
Yeah.
Cute world.
The level evolutions are really cool. Yeah.
I think it's a huge oversight actually that Neon White is not on here as the level design like is the game.
Sure.
So I think that we
Yeah.
definitely need to at least
But
consider.
you see, I think that's where I feel like there is like a little bit of divide in my head between like a level design and world design, and because it's like Neon White is like I'm trying to avoid as much of the world as possible.
True. I mean, you don't
Just like skip it.
you don't explore. Well, if you're looking for the secrets, then you explore too. But like,
Yeah.
you don't inhabit Neon White the same way you inhabit Elden Ring. But at the same
Yeah.
time, every inch of the game is made with intention
True,
and
yeah.
technical like intent, I guess.
Yeah, this is where I get weirded out with Rogue Legacy 2 because I mean, yes, you can lock in
generated.
the design, but like anything that's procedurally generated, like it can matter. And I know they do themes within each of the regions, so that's like a case for Rogue Legacy 2.
Refresh my
But-
memory with Rogue Legacy 2. Was it every room was crafted by a person and then the order is procedural?
Yeah, order and enemy.
Order,
But the
yeah.
rooms were crafted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
They're all
that's-
so. It's like the best randomized
Right.
game I've ever
But the
played.
the rooms are not procedurally generated.
I don't think the rooms themselves.
I think the
are.
rooms
The
are made by
rooms,
the team.
yeah, yes.
And then the order, yeah.
the order
okay,
and
yeah,
the
yeah.
loot and the enemy
Right, yeah, yeah,
composition.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then the second zone is always the same.
The second zone is the
Just
Yeah,
the second
this is what I
zone.
want to get out there so
Yeah.
people understand
Yeah.
when they think of like a procedurally
Yeah.
generated,
Yeah.
blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
this has a
It's a
little bit
special
more
case.
thoughts
Yeah.
behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And World 2 is weird. Like Rogue Legacy
it's
2's
so
structure
different.
is very
Yeah.
different from Rogue Legacy 1. And World 2 is so weird. And like at first you're just like,
Yeah.
what the hell is this?
Yeah.
And then, when it seems the same every
Yeah.
time, you're like, what the fuck is
Yeah.
going on? And then you just branch off into the other places and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I will say
An interesting one.
that my two easiest locks for this obviously are Elden Ring.
Yeah.
And then for me Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Because Xenoblade Chronicles 3 like has it's like for me, it's right behind Elden Ring in terms of
Well,
like.
just silently bouncing
No, I
Citizen
haven't.
Sleeper.
I'm just moving stuff.
No,
Oh, okay.
Just locking them in. Just locking those in.
I thought you were just like, no. I was like,
the
okay.
unique feel of the environments. It's so hard. Well, I think it might even do a little bit better job than Elden Ring, just in raw like environment design, because you can see a little bit of like the copy paste because of like landmarks, like the points of interest. Sorry, in Elden Ring, because
Yeah.
Fortress looks the same as this other fortress, but that's fine. But like the world environments though look really unique though, whereas in Xenoblade, they have very unique environments, and those points of interest, there aren't as many of those, so it feels a little bit more like natural and unique. Like you don't see a repetition in that world. And I think the strength of both of them, just like Breath of the Wild back in 2017, is that you just see stuff and you want to go explore it, and the world is so inviting and visually appealing.
Sick.
Like forget everything else about it. That's like so strong. So if you nailed that point of it, that's like the base level world design done
That's
like
a lock.
so well. Yeah,
That sounds.
I just
I
think
trust you with my life, Damiani.
if there's anything Xenoblade besides music, if there's anything Xenoblade should get credit for, it's like in Monolith Soft, it's the environment designs. Like
Sick.
them and like FromSoft are like the kings right now.
I want to lock in Tunic, actually,
Really?
for world design.
Hell yeah.
I think that's the strength of that game, is all those different zones, obviously getting the different item, that Metroid vibe of getting an item, taking it somewhere. The way the environment expands and changes throughout the entire game. There's some really cool stuff later on where like you're the ghost form, going through it.
Nice.
That.
Yeah.
The instruction booklet being the key to everything. Like that world is so fun to explore.
I guess I put Signalis and Citizen Sleeper on here, and those are like pretty weird. I know, like Signalis, I don't imagine will get on, but like I really loved the vibe, the feel, the way lighting and sound works in this game, and just like it nails that kind of like classic survival horror fixed camera kind of thing.
It did one of my favorite things this year. Signalis, thank you. How often have you heard me complain about survival horror maps being too OP? Signalis, you have a map, but a large chunk of that game, they take it away from you. And I loved that. I was so pumped.
And like,
because it made me like really have to remember where I was in the environment, and it just took me off guard. I loved it.
The limitation of only being able to carry 6 things, which is justified by your frame being like not one of the like bulkier heavy lifting frames, is interesting because you like have to learn the zones, and sometimes multi-level zones, because you're like, okay, I don't need this weird tape right now, but I'm gonna put it here and come back at it later. I just wanted to shout it out. Like, I don't think it probably is as strong as some of the other. Like, I think we can bounce it, but
I think it's pretty close.
I think
it's really good, but I just wanted to
This category actually feels like one of the harder categories
it's a harder
trimmed down to me.
Citizen Sleeper, just to finish out the 2 weird ones I put on there. This one, I guess the closest analog, if you haven't played it, is Disco Elysium. Like, it is basically Space Disco Elysium, kind of.
It's, like, way less visually interesting than Disco Elysium.
Sure, yeah. Like, the visuals...
Way less.
Yeah.
But I was way more...
Because you were into the story.
immersed.
You were into the narrative.
The narrative is,
exactly.
one of my favorites. We'll get into it. But, like... Yeah. I just thought it was a really interesting world, and largely due to the writing, the world kind of came to life for me.
It really
It's the writing.
It's the writing, though. I think
it
you're right.
Blew my it filled in so much.
Yeah. So you can bounce it, but I just wanted to like shout it out, kind of.
Yeah.
Cool. Even though I didn't put it on there, I think you said you put it on there, and you like the world of Stray. Like I really like that dystopian future they created for it, and from the perspective of say from a cat, they give you a lot to do with that, which is like really nice, like seeing it through that perspective. So it's a very unique world, but it's very, except for like 2 parts, it's very straightforward.
That's what I was gonna say,
and it's very linear,
really
and I mean it's
linear.
purposeful for that. and it suits the game. But like, I feel like I don't point to exploring the world as
Just
you
the
know,
one town
like,
part in the beginning, and and then
Yeah.
the like tree town,
Yeah.
kind of. But
Yeah.
even
That
the tree
makes-
town
okay,
is just
that
like
makes
Tree
sense.
Towns
Because
is
I haven't-
vertical.
Yeah.
It's one of those ones
Yeah.
that like I wanted to pop in for a couple of hours at the end, so I haven't seen the whole game, so that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's got one of the best like vibes.
Yeah.
yeah.
Though of the year.
Sure.
And I was also trying to figure out, like, how is this how is this topping so many Game of the Year lists?
Yeah.
I
no
don't
disrespect,
know.
but yeah.
No disrespect, but I don't.
Hey, you know me
Because it
with,
has a
you
cat
know,
on it.
you know me with cats, but I was like,
Yeah.
I didn't think it was Game of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Year,
yeah.
but
But
that's,
but that's what I was saying. It's like once I started seeing like that world play
Yeah.
out a little bit more, I was
That's
starting to
fine.
I was starting to feel it a little bit.
The
So,
story is
Oh,
good.
that's
yeah,
what I'm gonna get
yeah.
into
It's
more.
good and the world is good.
Yeah.
What
Finish it
about
off.
Sonic Frontier?
you do this either.
I like it. I like
Fun
it.
game.
So to me right now,
I'd like to talk about Horizon.
I was just gonna say
Yeah.
Horizon. Like to me, I bounced immediately, but
Big open world. Big open world,
yeah.
right? Let's discuss this.
Yeah.
open
Yeah, I want to
world.
hear about this. Yeah, because I feel like that's got to be the
Yeah.
strength of this game.
Yeah.
But what is it? How is
The
it?
glider
Yeah.
is incredible. That is absolutely that is a top tier exploration open world item. Using that glider in Horizon is magnificent. There's also a really good amount of underwater stuff.
Yeah. The underwater
That
stuff's really good
is
in that game.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Super good underwater stuff. Then I guess it would be like climbing, right?
Yeah.
I guess like climbing is great.
It's vastly improved over the first game.
Yeah, that's
is,
why I was wondering.
it
'Cause
is.
the first one, like, it had all these weird, like, oh, you can't get over this, you can't
Right,
get over
yeah,
that.
It's better in this game.
It just
much
better.
better.
It just like knows, you know.
Really cool environments.
Yeah.
Like, really visually different.
Yeah.
Definitely had that feeling of I want to explore a lot
Yeah.
in the game. Like really sick
Yeah.
jungles, man.
Really
like
good.
A tropical beach, like a
Yes.
desert, and like mountains
Yeah.
of snow.
And the like treasure ones where
Yeah.
where there'd be an environmental puzzle. Those were all really fun, but one of them glitched. I was going for 100% completion on this game,
Okay.
and it glitched.
Oh no.
I was bummed out, but they probably patched it. It was
but do you want it? in
But
the
those were
category,
super-
It
or-
sounds like something that should probably be in.
I think it's very. I think it should be on
I
there.
need
I was
to-
gonna bring it up.
yeah.
I think it should be on there.
And like, does it have like crazy? Does it have like any kind of like Xenoblade like crazy monsters floating around
There's
that
a
you
lot
don't
of
take
crazy
on right,
fuckers around in
right
the
away?
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and then, dude, the craziest thing, it's like the end game. I mean,
Yeah.
spoilers, of course.
Yeah.
You get the flying mount.
Yeah, you get a flying
You get a
mount.
flying mount near the end, and you can just
Yeah.
fly around.
MMO.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
I
you
feel
get-
like that. I think should probably be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that world is great. And I think about it just in comparison to other open worlds like Assassin's Creed and stuff. And Horizon always felt more like a world. Like things are happening to this place.
Yeah.
Whereas like
Sure.
sure Valhalla is like different countries, so it makes sense for it to be kind of like disconnected, but even within the same zone and something like that, like it just all felt so disconnected. Whereas Horizon's just like cohesive.
I just realized that the God of War in the room, that we didn't even bring it up for this category. To me, I thought the world design was not incredible.
Yeah, that's what that to me
In
as
God of
well.
War.
But
Okay,
like,
yeah, and, yeah.
there's
I just
parts
wanted
of
us
that
to
game I
say it out
really
loud.
love exploring, and like, and I did 100% that game.
Yeah.
But there are other parts that it was like I felt sort of like I have to like slog back and forth
Yeah.
through this
It's a 4-year-old game.
a little bit. So, but I could see it being on there if more,
I
other more
think
people
it
wanted
being
to.
on
Probably
PlayStation
right.
4 hurt
Yeah.
it in
Yeah.
that sense.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
Oh.
Yes.
Just wait for God of War 3.
Yeah.
If we had a best graphics category, it would
Yeah.
definitely be on it.
Definitely like cool. Like the realms are much
Yeah.
better this time around. But
The,
even still, like most Valheim, even though they like made it a real level, it still feels kind of
Yeah, I see- I know what
Very
you're saying,
tiny.
bud.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
The best one was changing day into night and exploring that realm. I forget the name of the realm, but when you're changing day
Oh.
into night, jungle.
Valheim?
Yeah.
I especially like the second
Just make a sound and say Heim after it.
the second half of Valheim, because that's the thing.
yeah.
Like I feel like the jungles at Valheim, like it's a perfect example for me because it's like the jungle section. It's just like these weird like windy mazes, and it kind of can be a pain in the butt to explore a little bit. And the same thing with the rivers. Are a little, like I enjoyed it, but it's like okay, sometimes it's like. But then when you're in the second half, it just felt like it was so much more
Yeah.
interesting.
Totally.
Yeah.
Do puzzles count? Because I thought they were great. Aside from the memes
Yeah.
of, hey, that's the puzzle answer.
The puzzles are ruined by the companions.
Yeah. But like within the world, they were all so like
I thought-
snappy. But
They're right.
yeah,
I thought they
Okay.
were. There were a few of the things that kind of took me out of it, actually,
Got it.
because they were very much just like, here's a game puzzle, like just kind of here for some reason, you know.
sure.
All right, so we're down to the final slot is Grounded, Rogue Legacy, Neon White, or Ghostwire
Yeah.
Tokyo. Do you need to you want to bounce Ghostwire?
Well, then,
I think
and
they're
then also, I
grounded,
guess,
too.
you know, like, make
Or
sure that
grounded?
you want God of War out if, you know,
I think it was pretty clear that we don't need to.
yeah.
put it.
Yeah, I don't think we need grounded on world
Yeah,
design. Make a
it's-
case for that.
Yeah, I wanna
It's a
hear that.
nice world. It's a nice world to inhabit. I think, and this is not shade on the game. I think it is a very well crafted world, and the design of it is a big part of the game. It doesn't necessarily do anything like different or huge or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very good world though, and like the discovery of finding like the underwater
Yeah, when
lab was
When you
terrifying
found,
for me,
like, gigantic
especially.
goldfish or whatever,
Yeah, and like, so I mean, I think it's a really, really strong aspect of that game.
It's just so intimidating. It's like actually intimidating to explore for me.
Yeah,
Because, like,
yeah.
I want to see more of this world, but what's
Yeah.
gonna kill me next?
Yeah, sure.
So to me, it's like Grounded versus Horizon, for example, or Xenoblade or Elden Ring. It's like the argument kind of comes down to just like the world is good, and like that's true of all of them. Grounded has really cool theming, like the size thing is really
Yeah.
cool. So I don't know, it's hard for me to bounce it out of hand.
For Rogue Legacy, does the economy and progression factor into world design? Does the fact
the
that
gates-
exploring leads to rewards is that a factor? Because then to me it's a clear lock, because exploring
That's like
is so fun.
That's like
it's
a lot of
so
games.
addicting. Yeah, but
that's
I mean
like every
that's-
game.
That's why this
But I think
category
that's
is
special enough.
hard.
It is every game, but like Rogue Legacy 2, just because like every game does that, Rogue Legacy meaningfully does it. Like it is.
So do those other games, though. A lot of those games on this list do.
Well, to me, like, kind of
Ghostwire.
to back you
I think
up.
Grounded,
way more, dude.
Horizon.
Ghostwire,
Dude, you get powered up from doing that shit.
But you don't like.
It's a completely different game, but I think Ghostwire is more interesting to explore than
The Rogue Legacy.
yeah.
To me, like this category, when this to me the purpose of this category, thinking of our past winners,
Yeah.
like Outer Wilds, was like the world design was intrinsic to the game.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't just like, hey, this is a nice, cool, like great
Place.
level design, bro.
Yeah, I think it's Rogue
like
Legacy too. It's so locked.
Part and parcel. It's
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, to me, that's what wins a world design category, is like if the way the world was designed,
Yeah.
it is like the main reason the game is a successful game.
Yeah.
And like it's not financially, but like is a good game. And
Yeah.
so like to me this year, like the games that do that are Rogue Legacy and Neon White,
Yeah.
because the world design is the whole point.
Yeah. Like I get replaying things, right? Rogue Legacy, you're replaying some things. Like a lot of times that's bad. I agree. Replaying the same shit over and over, like, yo. But then I look to things like Hades. What are you doing in Hades,
Yeah.
dude? You're going through that shit, and it is incredible. Bone Hydra aside, Rogue Legacy 2, I seriously like going through it more than Hades. Hades has a better world
I think
and
it's more interesting than Hades because it
and
has
story.
platforming.
Yeah, but Rogue Legacy 2, I've gone through it 100 times, and I just crave it, and it's so fun to just go through it over and over for like
Do you
one at a
like-
time or like hours at a
Do
time.
you like
either
that
way.
some elements are permanent in levels?
Yeah, I like that the
That's
second
cool,
one
yeah,
is.
I
I like.
that. Well, and
Well, like
certain
there's the
rooms are
tower
always, yeah.
one that's always like the same going up the thing.
Yeah.
That's always the same.
I love that because it's so. I love getting there because it's just like more air dash and like juggling and shit.
How do you feel about like the snow area or whatever? Like, what do you think that area did anything special?
Yeah, the freaking zombies popping out of the snow still get me. Still get me every time, dude. You'd think I'd know by now. They always get me.
I think the tower level is maybe the weakest. Like that.
I love the tower.
I think the second world's the weakest.
Yeah.
It's like a transition level.
The transition.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
transition. What's
But, like,
cool
none
too
of them
is
are bad.
what's cool too is on New Game Plus, and it goes forever, whatever. You can expand each zone to get like more rewards and make it longer. So like you make the zones even bigger, which is
jeez.
more intense. It's
That's
just-
crazy.
Interesting.
I
Just lock it in. Then.
I just love going through that world because my argument against something like Ghostwire is like it's not a very challenging game. I don't need like exploring's fun, but it like still kind of all looks like
well, you tie
know,
in the side quest to that.
This-
That's all part of it.
the side quests were really strong, really strong, but
And
it
going
got
through the world?
so
like you get the grappling hook thing, and you get
for sure
you're
the flow,
gliding
the
through it
flow,
and shit.
the flow. It's
The
super
thing
fun.
I'll knock against it is a lot of it's just collecting the spirits.
Exactly. I went into autopilot. That's what I was
Yeah.
trying to say. I went into autopilot on Ghostwire for quite a while. I'm just
So we
like,
can
all right.
bounce Ghostwire?
That's how I was feeling. Unless Brad is like super.
No, I mean I guess you can bounce it.
Yeah. Okay. I think the thing is, it's a little weird to me.
I just loved that. I think that world's awesome and
Yeah.
really great to be in.
Hell yeah.
Really good world.
But if
I think what feels weird to me with both Rogue Legacy and Neon White is that
I can be
like
crazy here.
that they don't, kind of like what Damiano is saying is like partly because of the randomization or whatever. Like it doesn't necessarily feel like I'm in a cohesive world in the same way. As where I'm like Neon White, like I jump through a level and I try to get through that thing in 30 seconds. And then I'm in another completely different place next time. And it's like, yeah, the level design's great.
Yeah.
And I feel sort of the same thing with like Rogue Legacy. It's like, okay, I've got a bunch of different rooms. Each one of those rooms is great. The way they connect to me doesn't
But I
necessarily
love-
feel all that great.
But I love that like even after so many playthroughs, each time
The
is
surprise,
fresh.
yeah.
It is they manage to make it fresh every single time. It is remarkable. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how I feel that way. Because, like, again, I'm not a sucker for just, like, replaying things over and over. Sometimes that is really poor in games. But this one, like, just the sense of discovery
I guess to me, it just sort of
every
feels
time.
like they just got so many
Gosh.
rooms that they can
Yeah.
just throw them
It's so
in
snappy.
different order, and you see stuff you haven't seen yet. But I guess you've
Yeah.
seen a lot.
Yeah, but it keeps surprising me.
Yeah.
The progression is just so, like, endless without being a chore or a checklist. Like, it's just fun to boot up and go through. Because I think of some of my favorite games of all time. I think of, like, let's say, like, Sekiro, dude. I always think about booting it up for a Makiri counter here and there, but, like, I'm not going to boot up Sekiro all the time. Rogue Legacy 2 is just the gift that is always there, and I always can just boot it up. And that
That's like that
me-
falls more into game design overall though than just the world design. That's like the general
Yeah.
structure of the game.
Yeah.
That game is meant to be quick runs. That's the whole point of
But
the
isn't
game.
that the world as well, offering those
Well,
quick
when you're
runs?
throwing in the world, also you're incorporating things that are just like the actual act of playing the game in quick bursts. When you're talking
Yeah.
about world design, I'm thinking about the world you're in itself.
yeah,
a lot.
okay. So like visually too, and that might be a
And the
knocking.
layout of the world
Yeah.
and how it's like going through the world. Actually,
And
the
if you're like
act
in
of
a
it.
level-based game,
Yeah.
how do all the levels connect and stuff? Like,
Yeah.
it's just like linear progression,
I love going through.
Level design
I love
factors
going
into it, but
through.
like it's also like separate. It's like
Yeah.
you gotta think of the bigger picture.
I mean, just keep it on there. Then I guess
Yeah.
I don't see.
I
why
guess
not.
the
If you
weird,
agree,
the weird
if you
back and
agree.
forth I have with Grounded is, like, I feel like it does have, like, all these fun, crazy, weird surprises, like when you're going through the swamp and you find the Battletoads toy or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
and you see, like, the He-Man castle up in the distance and, like, want to get there. But
The exploration, the discovery.
it is a game where it's, like, it feels like it's a lot of struggle to actually get there because
to do it,
because you are so small and you have such limited capabilities because you're essentially just a normal person.
And it
Like,
is
oh, I
gated.
have to grind to be
Yeah.
able to get enough armor to survive long enough to get to the cool thing. And then I have to, like, climb the hedge, which was kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
So that's the thing where I'm, like, kind of back and forth.
Grounded, like, I really like that, and I do think it's appropriately difficult to get around and stuff. At the same time, the geometry, the traversal's a little janky sometimes.
Yeah.
And, like, the way things are gated behind the labs and the story progression, well, I get it, like, and that's how games work. It also sometimes would be nice to just, and I know you could probably just build a staircase wherever, but it's like an arduous process, which we did do once, which was fun and exciting. That damn mosquito. So
Mosquitoes are the worst part of that game.
I go back and forth on it because it's like, yeah, it's weird to me because like, I'm torn between my two drives for what world design means as a category.
Absolutely.
Because like, saying Neon White is just good level design, that applies to Horizon and Elden Ring and Xenoblade Chronicles and Grounded, you know, where it's just like, the world is cool and good and fun to
Right, but I
explore.
can't, like, stand in a spot and look across, you know, like, I can't, I don't know.
I mean, it's just it's a different kind of game, but like, but what I'm saying is like, the world design, the level design, the thought into it is also part of playing it.
Yeah.
And that's true of Rogue and Neon more than some of these other ones.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's just such
tough.
a weird
I will say one
category.
A big knock for me with Rogue Legacy 2 is a lot of levels have hidden lore, but that stuff runs out pretty quick.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you get
Oh,
that,
Yeah,
you get
I've
that
played
shit.
a ton of it and I've noticed it.
You get it quick, and then like
The tower,
That-
the stagnant tower is just pointless then.
I
Yeah,
also
that
haven't
reduces a
found
little
it
bit.
that alluring to me personally.
sure,
I just
the
reached it and was like,
overall
okay,
lore,
sure,
fair,
whatever.
100%
Yeah.
fair. Yep.
Yeah.
But then it ties into just like going through the world.
Right.
Is just so
Yeah, it's obviously like that's
damn-
the explanation for everything. I just haven't like found a lot of it to be that intriguing to me.
yeah.
Yeah, and like Neon White has like like some of the best level designs of the year. The overworld kind of area with the little world map, and then it's basically just a visual novel that's part of the world, you know. So like those, I think would be knocks against, but I think that the care that goes into the layouts of those levels is really something special. So to me, that puts it above, like, Grounded or Horizon or whatever. Like, a game that's kind of just doing the open world thing.
It sounds like we
Well-
can cut Grounded,
I think we can cut Grounded.
and then it's either Rogue Legacy 2 or Neon White for the final spot. Seems
To me, Horizon
correct.
isn't a lot because it's just a good open world. And, like, what's great about, like...
It's
That's super bored for that game.
Yeah.
Because it's the
Yeah.
whole driving force of
Yeah.
you wanting to even go through the world. If the
Yeah.
world sucks, you're not going to want to go through
Yeah,
it.
I'm definitely more.
so many open world games.
I'm
and
more
it's like-
sold on Rogue Legacy 2 than Neon White, but they're both a little weird to me. But yeah,
Well, I mean, it's...
Damn it!
Because
Why?
Tunic seems similar to
Oh.
Rogue or Neon. Like,
Tunic.
I know they're very different games, but,
Yeah.
like, the reasons for it being there is just cool secrets, or...
Yeah, Tunic, really cool secret. You're gonna say something?
I think it just, Tunic kind of connects in an interesting way.
yeah.
Of like each of the areas and going through them in different ways. I think they go a little overboard with the perspective puzzles of like around the corner kind of thing. I think they do that a little too much though. I was just like,
yep.
okay. But like going through that world was super sick and like piecing together thing. And I think the manual aspect to it really brings everything together, and that's what makes that game stand out. Is like you getting these pieces of an instruction manual that look like an NES manual, which are awesome. And just putting it's like your guide almost of going through this game, and it's you piecing this piece together while simultaneously piecing together your journey through the world. That's your guide through the world in a lot of ways.
I unironically say you need the highest gamer IQ to play Tunic. I'm not even kidding.
To get that
to me,
ending,
the world is like you need to know how to play video games. You can't just pick up Tunic and play. I feel like.
So like that to me,
Yeah.
that to me is what this category is about.
Yeah, the way
It's
this
like,
whole comes together, that's what's crazy. Like Tunic is definitely one of those games. It's like it's hard to really explain if you haven't gotten to the true ending because
yeah, I played it, but I didn't get the
right
secret
because
ending.
at first it just feels like it's another Zelda game,
yeah,
you know, and then like Brad was saying, is you like get to more of the later areas, it starts doing different things. And then when you start to like really put the instruction booklet together and see what it's for, then it's like, holy crap.
sick. So to
and then
me,
there's a bunch of
that's
optional
this
stuff
category.
beyond that you pretty much should look
Which
up.
I truly, I looked it up. Like, no,
Oh, yeah,
there's
just
no
look that
shame.
shit up.
Yeah, some of that shit is insane.
Yeah, the stuff beyond the golden path is just like, what? Yeah.
10-digit codes, like up, down, yeah.
So like to me that sense of discovery and that the world is more than it seems is what this category is about. Like to me, Elden Ring, Xenoblade, Horizon just being cool open worlds isn't like they're great world design, yeah, but like
They have great
is it
design
something
all the way.
special
Yeah.
on top of it?
Elden Ring has all of that.
Yeah.
And it does it better than every other game.
I also
agree,
feel
I
like this
agree,
is
I
like a
agree.
personal thing, like what you're seeking out of world design. Like you.
Well,
like,
that's what I'm saying is like what
I-
do we want this category to be?
Yeah,
Because
like-
if it's just great world design, give it to Elden Ring and let's be done with it.
Elden Ring has all of that. And it has great
Yeah.
level design,
Yeah.
great enemy design fitting in that, great mechanical design fitting in all that.
Oh,
it has
yeah.
everything.
Yeah, like
on
I
this
keep,
list.
I don't disagree.
even though I said like it has some like copy paste attributes, so
Yeah.
like the more unique fortresses like
There's a lot of those,
What's
too.
the storm? What not Stormwinds? Freaking first
Stormveil
castle.
Castle.
Stormveil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
The latest
like
dungeons.
its layout is unique, and
my
it feels like
favorite-
a good individual like level design right there.
That's so there's so much freedom in those.
What's the multi-layered one near the end, near the tree, that castle area?
the Haley
Haley
tree
tree?
or whatever? Where you go down further?
No, but there's like it's
Or-
like the city around it.
Oh yeah, that whole city.
Yeah.
The capital,
Oh,
dude.
the capital.
The capital,
Oh,
dude.
yeah, the capital
End it.
is
It's
like-
Not near the Hell Tree, but
culmination.
yeah.
The capital.
The capital.
is
That's like
insane.
capital.
That's
The
It's the
like,
best.
fucking nut. And then
the best.
the subterranean goddamn fucking
Yeah,
crazy
that game blows the
What?
fuck
Yeah,
out.
why?
capital,
yeah,
dude,
okay,
the capital.
This is addressing a little bit like you know the answer to this because you played Elden Ring, but
Yeah.
like I think it has some of those elements as well. Same thing with like Xenoblade, but I would give like why I'd give the nod to like Elden Ring is because the intricacy of like individual parts. I don't think there's any individual like small focused area in Xenoblade that comes close to what
Yeah.
Elden Ring is doing.
Yeah.
And by like kind of like surgically transplanting like the FromSoft like things into such a larger seamless
Yeah.
I was gonna
environment
say,
is pretty impressive.
What was
and
the worry
secrets,
everyone
and the
had
secrets.
about that game, including me, is it's just an open world Dark Souls game.
Right.
How are they going to pull it off and
Right.
make it interesting?
It would be
and they
bland.
still
It'd
did.
be- yeah.
They still made it an
I
incredible
like
journey.
how each cave there'd be like a different gimmick to each
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Even though like
Bear cave, dude.
another cave. Oh no, this one's all dark. Oh shit, what do I do in here? There's what's this cave? Yeah, there's just a giant
Bears,
fucking
dude.
bear walking around.
So
you just gotta get a
intense.
narrow, close quarters. You gotta get around it and shit, or try fighting it. Good luck. That was
Shit, dude.
there was like a story behind your own personal story behind everything. For me, in open world games, it's about like the intrigue of the journey of just like, are you inviting me to do this? But do I feel like a narrative connection, whether it's guided by you or me? Like I'm having these adventures and it feels
Right,
good.
yeah.
And
Like a video game.
yeah, and like I didn't play enough of Horizon, but like Xenoblade was doing that in spades. But like I didn't go back to Xenoblade. It's my second pick for this. But yeah, like Elden Ring, it was like it just consumed me, and it was like not just like it was like it had all the hallmarks of FromSoft, but it was a freaking world, man. Because I was like, I still didn't see over here. I still didn't see over here. I was like,
Yeah.
I want to see all this shit because not only is like it feels like each area can be intriguing. I was like, what cool reward am I getting?
That's what I was
'Cause, like,
gonna say,
They give you
is
such
you're
meaningful
rewarded
rewards.
constantly
Might not be
with good stuff.
Might not be economy, but it's like here's some. Oh my god, what's the effects of this thing? Yo, I need this. I need to have this.
So to me, like, for this list, because Elden Ring obviously wins, but like, to me, Rogue Legacy and Neon White are doing more interesting things than Horizon.
I
Because
want
Horizon
to
is
give another
just a
shout out.
worse
I'm giving
version of
another
Elden
shout out
Ring.
to Horizon. Another big shout out. You'll
Okay.
appreciate this.
Sure.
Is the world design, the context of that world,
Oh,
of
yeah.
being this like futuristic,
Sure, yeah.
but in the past, the way everything is so thought out in
Yeah,
that
it
game.
is.
The way everything works, the way mechanism works, the way like ancient buildings are, or like new. The new tribes, like their buildings compared to like things from the past, or like all the weapons are fully functioning, like with parts from creatures and stuff.
Yeah,
The way
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff comes together, like, really makes Horizon.
All right, bounce neon white. Elden Ring wins.
Okay.
Yay!
Yeah. I was gonna say about the Xenoblade, just to add a little bit more, so
Yeah.
it's not just that. It's literally taking two existing games' worlds and fusing them together,
Oh,
but it's
okay.
still new.
That's
but like
cool.
you see familiar landmarks
Oh,
from
shit.
1 and 2.
That's cool.
That's
And you're like,
cool.
wait a
That is cool.
second.
That's
Oh.
cool.
Yeah, like they're like
Spoilers,
Sorry,
Blood's
it's-
upset.
Yeah, Blood's
I
upset.
mean,
Blood's upset.
Blood.
No,
We got him.
no.
We
the
got
beginning
him.
of the game.
We rattled him.
I'm just curious.
Blood. The
Yeah.
premise of the game at the very beginning is that the Xenoblade 1
Oh,
and 2's
yo, the
worlds
camera got his
collide.
face. He goes,
fuse to
okay,
make a new world. That's what's going on. That's literally the premise of the game. It's not a spoiler. 2, there is one region of the game that literally is the entirety of the Wind Waker done better than the Wind Waker. You have a fucking boat and you're sailing.
Your
a giant-
vendetta
you have
against
an
the Wind
ocean.
Waker is not out long enough.
You continue. You have a whole ocean with islands and shit. Kaiju Island is there, the one I showed you with the giant monsters.
I love the
This
Kaiju
is like
Island.
one
Yeah.
small island
love
of
the
a
Kaiju
giant fucking region.
Oh, shout out to Wandering Village. That's a
Can't
good-
go
good one
underwater
for this
though.
character.
That would be
Do
the
they
biggest
actually
knock. Is
release
no
or is that
underwater.
early access?
Yeah, unclear. I don't fucking
Need
know.
underwater.
All right.
All right.
So our
Elden
nominees for Best World Design: Elden Ring, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Tunic, Horizon Forbidden West, and Rogue Legacy 2.
Blood's not happy about that.
I'm just not 100% sure, but that's fine.
Awards, baby.
If everyone else is cool with it, it's cool.
Yeah.
So
We'll see.
I'm not completely against it.
So the sweep continues.
But Elden Ring is
Yeah,
that
I don't-
winner.
I don't see a
I
compelling
don't
argument
see how you
against
can beat it.
Yeah, I don't see how you can beat it.
Congratulations.
And now, one of our favorite categories here at Easy Allies, Best 7. So, for a game to qualify for Best 7,
Yeah.
we had to give it a 7 or a 7.5.
We did.
Easy Allies.
Incorrect.
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 Sort
Incorrect?
of.
Incorrect.
In the past, that's been-
Addendum.
we have an
In the
addendum.
past,
Here we
that's
go.
how we
Here
did
we
it.
go. I'm already confused.
Partly because we have fewer reviews this year and we have fewer reviewers.
True, okay.
We've sort of added on to that a game that we didn't do a formal review.
Oh, right.
But we probably would have given a 7.
Yes. right.
Yeah, Bastard lose. Bastard lose.
I forgot about that addendum.
Talked about this the entire year.
But the important point remains that it's games that we either did or would give
Yes.
a 7
Yeah, it's
or
not a
a
Metacritic
7.5.
7.
It's not
an
Metacritic,
open critic
it's
7.
not open
The
critic.
spirit
not
of
Rotten
seven.
Tomatoes
baby.
Spirit of sevens. Sing in the spirit of sevens.
Yes.
Okay, important addendum, thank you, Bloodworth.
Great.
Alright, so of those games,
Great.
Yeah,
we got?
so, alright, let me start with the ones that we actually gave 7s to.
Great.
The Callisto Protocol,
7.5.
Somerville, Sonic Frontiers,
These are great.
Thymesia,
Oh.
Trek to Yomi, Weird West, and Dying Light 2. Some ones that I thought, well, we put on there originally when we came up with this new idea. Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins.
Yeah.
That's one of them. Yep, that's
Oh,
the whole
yeah.
reason we made this whole fucking thing about
whole
what we
addendum.
would have given. Yes.
Soul Hackers 2, I think I might have given
Okay.
a 7. I think I was
Okay.
pretty deep into that game. I think that's a fair 7. Gotham Knights, ended up not reviewing it.
That's a big strike against it, dude.
7 easily.
7.
Would it be 6.5?
7.5, 7, yeah.
And there's Gran Turismo 7.
I would have probably
I
given
give
That
it
game's better than a 7.
That is
Stop it.
ridiculous.
It's an 8.5, but it's Gran Turismo 7.
It's called
Not that I think I would.
Okay.
He's making a joke.
Not that I think I would discourage.
Cheeky blood. Pretty sneaky, sis.
Stars and Divine Force is probably
I was wondering about that
it's
one.
probably streaking towards a 7 as well.
Oh, okay.
But
Dawn's close.
don't think it's gonna.
Okay.
work.
But I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you would have given that like a 6.
It was between a 6 and a 7.
Yeah.
so.
All right. To me, Stranger Paradise, obviously a lock.
Oh
Lock
yeah,
it in.
baby.
Lock it. Callisto to me is a lock. I love
Okay.
Sonic
Callisto Protocol.
Frontiers.
Yeah.
Sonic
I
is
think
Sonic is
also.
I like Sonic.
I love
like
Sonic
Sonic in there.
Frontiers.
Yo, you can cut Weird West, I would
Yeah,
say.
and Trek to Yoshi.
hang on.
Slow down.
Callisto
Callisto to me is a lock. Yeah.
And Sonic
and Sonic.
is already up there.
yeah.
Okay, so those are our 3 locks.
Yeah. So
I loved Thymesia.
Oh yeah.
I loved this game so much. It is like it is a 7,
Yep.
but it
I
is
gave it.
it was so nice to just like.
It was breezy.
It's so breezy, dude. You can just go in and
short.
get that little.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah, you get that little soul's itch without it being like ridiculously punishing or really long or complex. Like it's pretty simple, but that to me is its strength, is its simplicity.
I'd say it's got the 7.0 jank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
nailed
Oh, yeah.
down.
Levels pretty limiting, you know.
Yeah.
That's the spirit of 7.
Yeah,
Where it's
it-
like fun
Yeah.
despite itself. Like
I
Stranger
loved it.
Paradise. Yeah. So our 5th one, what would it be? Gotham?
I
Dying Light 2?
really like Dying Light
those.
2.
Dying
Yeah,
Light
you were
2.
saying something about
A
Dying
lot.
Light
Yeah, do you like Dying Light more than...
Yeah, you got to play it quite a bit the
Yeah,
last
you
couple
played
weeks.
more of it.
Like it more than Gotham? Gotham's
probably
like
do.
fine, dude.
Gotham seems whatever.
Whatever, you can cut that.
And
game.
Gotham was just such a letdown.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think
Feels
that's
good
one of
to
the things
be
I'm
a
always on the
7,
fence
yeah.
on. It's like
Cut it.
if it's
Yeah.
if it's in there because it's a letdown, it's not as
No,
fun.
that's
Yeah.
not. That's not the spirit of 7.
Although I
don't
guess
want
Dying
it.
Light 2 is sort of a letdown and ended up being in 7s, but respected
It
a little bit
bummed
more
me
than that.
out.
It bummed me out. Yeah.
Bummed me out.
It bummed me out.
Still lower expectations for
Dying Light.
for Dying Light to be anything more than a 7 or an 8 in my mind. You
Yeah.
know, it's just a
Yeah.
really solid game.
I played a couple hours. It was cool.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, it's swimming.
I've seen some YouTube
Yeah.
videos of some really cool chase sequences.
For
that
Yeah.
sure.
really fun.
I
Hardcore
love
stuff,
that
yeah.
series. Like it's like pretty can get pretty hardcore, which I really like, but it's also like a big open world zombie game, but it like still like pushes back. I love the night mechanic.
So is
Like I
it
really like that game.
Stranger Paradise or Sonic?
Oh, dude, it's Stranger Paradise.
Classic
Without a doubt in my mind.
Yeah, it's
That game is tight. Like, it's sick. It is like the most low budget
Yup.
jank, but awesome game.
And it was
around.
like their anniversary
Jack
game.
is like the best
Yeah.
fucking character ever, dude.
All he ever says is,
Yeah.
"I want to kill chaos." I don't care.
People are like trying to
someone talk
explain
him for,
shit
like,
to him.
10 minutes of dialogue.
Yeah,
No, I
they're
want
trying
to
to
kill
explain
chaos.
their motives, and he's like, "I don't care." Shut
game
up.
is like-
He's like literally like,
Literally
I don't
said
give a
It
shit.
that.
exists to make fun of like
Yeah.
Final
Yeah,
Fantasy.
yeah.
Also, aside from, you know,
Should I go through the nominees
MMOs.
first? We're just kind of just jumping right through.
aside from
Yeah.
MMOs, really awesome to play Final Fantasy co-op
Yeah.
with y'all. You know,
Yeah.
felt like a
Combat's
celebration.
fun in that game.
Yeah,
The jump
yeah,
system's-
combat is
it
fun.
could-
The jump system's cool.
We had to redo missions
Stupid
for
game.
progress, though, didn't we? We had to alternate, remember? Or no? Was that not true?
There was something.
Didn't we have to like yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Some of those the story missions,
But-
some of them were like single player, right?
Yeah, but it was still nice to get carried by
Yeah.
random people. too.
Yeah, so curious. Yep, carry.
All right, so yes, the nominees.
The nominees are Stranger Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin, The Callisto Protocol, Sonic Frontiers, Thymesia, and Dying Light 2, and which is pretty much just like right away since
Yeah.
Stranger Paradise wins that.
Can I at least
Yeah.
say something about Callisto? Because I
No.
don't think it'll be anywhere. I think this is it.
ain't
I think
gonna
this is
come up.
this is Callisto's one and only
All right.
moment.
Yeah, probably.
The game definitely has some jank, and it definitely launched, you know, with a little performance issues that they have sorted out. But I love survival horror in space. Obviously,
Hell
has
yeah.
been done before, you know, whatever.
There's good there for sure.
Yeah, I really liked the world they created. Like, I want to know more. I mean, anytime there's like bioweapons and sketch corporations,
Yeah.
you know, I'm a sucker for it. And the combat, I feel like the next one maybe could like perfect
Yeah.
the combat. Like
Yeah.
the building blocks are there, the baton and the dodging and stuff was so like visceral and intense.
Yeah.
But it had some jank.
Fix that block. What's the point of that?
Yeah, there was no. It was just dodge and attack. Why even have a block?
Why even block?
Why even block? Exactly. The useless mechanic.
So it wouldn't be
Yeah.
7s without a useless mechanic.
Yeah,
There
exactly.
you go.
And just visually, it looks
Yeah, it looks good.
amazing. Loved it.
Yeah.
So I hope we get more.
Me too. I definitely hope so.
Congrats to Stranger Paradise. And now, remaster, remake, best, comma.
Best comma.
Best remaster, remake.
So this is one where if you have others that I might have missed, definitely throw them at me. But ones I've got down, somebody put on Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster.
I love how he has to let us know that he didn't put it on the list.
I don't know if he did, or did you? It's okay if you put it on there.
Don't be ashamed, Blood.
Yeah, don't be ashamed.
Don't be ashamed to put Final Fantasy VI on
I
the
did,
list.
I did not. But anyways.
Some rogue Final Fantasy thing, all lowercase too. Someone just like get in there.
He hacked into the mainframe. Wait, your freak flag fly, bro.
We probably put it on when we first were
Yeah, I think we were during the meeting.
brainstorming. TMNT, the Cowabunga collection.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
The Atari 50
Atari High.
collection.
Atari 50.
That's a lock.
That's a lock.
Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII
Yeah,
Rebirth.
baby.
Don't
Live
confuse
Alive. The Witcher 3.
Cut it right now.
Cut it?
Oh, the punch. It's
Oh.
bugged. Still bugged.
Still back?
I'm not alone in my bug assessment. I promise you.
Oh, damn.
I
I love that
promise
you
you.
cut it right now.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, I don't even
Yeah,
want to
Hubert.
give
I
it.
love it.
Yep.
Tactics Ogre Reborn.
Hell yeah, dude.
And The Last of Us Part 1.
Good.
Is everyone okay with me pulling Pixel Remaster?
Yeah.
It's weird to me to just have 6 because the others came out last year.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then, is there anything else that you can think of? We had somehow not
What?
had Last of Us on here, and like, oh crap, we needed
What
that.
game
Does
is
Stanley
missing
Kirby-
from the Atari collection?
No,
Ultra Deluxe doesn't
Okay,
doesn't
yeah.
really count.
does not count. No.
Tactics Ogre's a lock.
Oh right.
I would say.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
Wouldn't you
I-
say?
I'm thinking. I'm like, looking at that list. I don't know.
Yeah. But Atari
Okay.
50 is a lock for
It's hard,
sure.
Atari
it's hard
50
not
is
to
a
lock.
lock.
It's hard not to lock Last of Us, even though
It's a remake of a remake.
personally I like the remaster. That's just personal preference. I know others like the remake. It's one of those
Okay,
types of things.
I like the remake more than the remaster from what I remember. But
Either way,
I
it's
know.
ridiculous.
I'm trying to think of the impact, I guess. Like, The Last of Us Part 1 is super good. It's
Yeah.
super good. But I'm trying to think about, like, the impact maybe of some of these other ones. Like, at least, like even Live Alive, just
Dude,
like
Live
the
Alive
first time
has to be on
here.
there.
What?
Live Life has to be on there.
I mean, I think Live Alive's really good. I don't know. I'm torn on the Last of Us. I
Yeah.
don't know what to do
Like
about it.
imagine a lot of people probably never played The Last
A
of Us
lot of
until
people have
this
not.
one.
Yes,
the
and
remake.
a lot of people are going to play it now because of that.
PC version like,
Coming, yeah.
Well, one thing to make this conversation a little bit easier is, unless you have more things to throw on here, we just have to cut one,
Yeah.
Okay.
basically.
Nothing else comes to mind.
Yeah, I had
This is
scanned
actually a
through
tough
last
cut.
night
This is
the
a
full
tough
list
cut.
of the year, and I didn't see anything
This is
else.
a tough cut.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know what I would get rid of.
We could just have 6 also.
I feel like it comes between, to me, in terms of like impact, it's between Last of Us and Crisis Core.
It's
Crisis Core is
Just
really good.
like looking on the outside, looking in. It's like if you look at these the uniqueness, it's like wow, 4 of those. Whoa, those, like that's the spirit of this. Last of Us so close, like in proximity,
ridiculous.
and then Crisis Core. I think we just need to like talk a little bit more about Crisis Core. I think it probably should get the nod. But
So
we just
I
need
would
to
say about
probably
Crisis
defend it a
Core
little
is
more.
it went really far in its like remaster attempts,
Totally.
and it actually improved the game. I love Tactics Ogre, and I think it's a really good remaster. And I want to root for Tactics Ogre just because it's an underdog and no one gives a shit about it except a few people.
Yeah.
But I think maybe like what Crisis Core did is more impressive than that.
Okay.
I mean, to me, like, Cowabunga
I would
is
cut.
a cool repackaging, but they didn't, like, what did they...
hold up.
Oh, there you
No,
go.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
what, like, tell me.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember. We played it, but,
So
like, what makes it a remaster remake, or a remake?
well, just the remastered. It's not really remake.
Really a remaster.
Yeah. Just for like bundling all those together, the same as Atari 50. It's a slice of history.
Yeah.
Turtles like is a defining property of like early video games.
Yeah.
So it's just really awesome to have all those there, all the versions, all the like collectibles for everything. Looking at the boxes and stuff. The fact that it's online and local.
They've got the old magazine ads and
Oh,
posters.
yeah, just a real-
the online putting online on some of that
Yeah.
stuff is crazy.
Just
And
it's
they're
a
still adding to that.
celebration.
Okay, what about Atari?
Same thing.
Atari is like the next level.
Atari
Yeah.
is
Okay.
that plus one.
Here's my
Yeah.
argument against Cowabunga.
Okay.
It came out really close to Shredder's Revenge, and Shredder's Revenge is like the best.
I don't think that's a knock against it though.
It's different.
yeah, it's just I think it.
I'll say when I was planning in Cowabunga Collection, then Shredder's Revenge came out, and I didn't want to get Cowabunga Collection anymore because I was done. I was
Wait, no,
good.
Shredder's came out first.
I know, that's what I said. Shredder came out first.
Oh, I see.
Then, like, once that came out, Cowabunga was far less appealing to me.
Interesting.
If we don't want to bounce Live Alive or Last
They
of Us,
they also
let's
did
just
the
have
thing.
6.
They also did the thing with the NES, like
Save states.
no, I mean
the
they're
rewind
obviously they're gonna do that, but I'm saying they like stuff like Manhattan Project, where like
Yeah.
it got all the slowdown and stuff. Like you can play it either the original way or you can play
Yeah.
it cleaned
So
up.
The
awesome.
emulation stuff was great.
Yeah.
I remember
So
that.
good.
Atari 50 is really cool because they have the like museum aspect where they like place it in context.
Yeah, they make you understand like why that stuff is so cool.
I want
Plus, they,
every
like,
single
emulated the
person to
crazy
do it.
Freaking
Yeah.
Jaguar
Truly.
controller.
It's very cool.
I want
And, like,
every
all
s-
the historical stuff, articles,
That's the dream.
pictures.
That's the
it's
dream.
great.
I want every company ever that made a video game to do an Atari 50. Like, it's,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Atari
Yeah.
50 is the top of my list on this.
yeah,
I
it is
really like
ridiculous.
Live Alive.
Live
is
Live's
it-
very good,
It is.
and it was the first time it came
Yeah,
over here in the
Graceland
West. Yes.
available.
Yeah. Okay.
Yoko Shimomura's
Yep,
first
that soundtrack
like
banging.
soundtrack effort.
That game's sick.
I didn't play it, but like going through the soundtrack and watching a lot of like the footage of it, that was like, okay, this is a pretty good piece of history to have.
hell yeah.
Like that we would have missed out on.
To me, I think all of these deserve a nod enough to just have 6.
I could see maybe losing Tactics Ogre the way Brad was saying, but
I
haven't
really
gotten
like.
into it.
I really like.
Yeah,
it.
Tactics Ogre-
Like,
I do really like Tactics Ogre.
I do wonder with Live
Aesthetically
Alive if
pleasing.
like how much of it is the fact that we just didn't get it before.
It's like a unique RPG to me, Blood.
Yeah.
That's what makes it stand out a lot.
Yeah.
Is those multiple campaigns.
Was it a good remake?
Yeah, it's like a pixel remaster one.
Okay.
It's got voice acting and all that stuff. It's a good game. It's cool.
And like
It's really unique.
Last of Us, like the proximity to the other remake of itself is weird, but otherwise,
Last of Us
like,
is weird, I know.
but it did so many cool things.
The Last of Us is
technically,
weird, but
and,
that
like,
game itself is
Right.
super fucking good.
So it's just
Yeah.
like it is a good remaster.
It is.
So it's
It's a
like
remake.
it feels
It
hard.
is.
Yeah, it's a good remake, and like all of these are good remakes and remasters, which is why I would advocate to just keeping all of them if they want Crisis Core on there. I didn't play it. I just cut the review. So and I didn't play
I'm
Live
not
Alive.
standing down on Crisis Core. I'm fine for that one.
Hell yeah.
Right. And I mean,
can
I would
say for
love
Zach.
Tactics to stay on there.
For Zach.
Just because it's not going to get any attention anywhere
All
else.
right. Well,
I
But
mean,
Blood hates having 6, so
me too, kind of. It's so weird cutting Last of Us, but like
they cut the multiplayer.
they
That
cut the
they
is
cut
multiplayer.
the multiplayer.
The audio is the same.
Same.
It's so weird. It's like the same but not. It's just like, but also the freaking production values and just like the quality, like the quality of Last of Us
Really good.
Remake
Yeah, it's really good.
is the best quality. Like, dude, the enemies, the AI, just like a little better.
Oh, it sounds like that we need to either
It's
cut
tough.
Live Alive or Tactics Ogre.
I
One
mean,
of those two.
tough.
To me, Tactics Ogre is just a very, very good game. The remaster is good, but
And
it
it's
didn't.
important.
But it didn't. It
Don't
didn't
the
like.
pixels kind of look weird? Didn't they do
Well,
that
let me-
blurry
let me
thing?
speak.
Yeah, sorry.
It didn't actually do anything like. It didn't go above and beyond. It just made a really good game accessible now.
Which
So
is
you
one of the
can-
most important possible things, straight up.
Okay.
Straight up. It'll just make every game as accessible
Right.
to play
Like,
as Tactics Ogre
I'm
Reborn.
thrilled
Thank
that
you.
I can just
Thank
play
you.
Tactics Ogre Reborn. And, like,
Exactly.
If they were to make when they remake Final Fantasy Tactics, the treatment they gave to Reborn is almost what I would want them to do to Tactics or Final Fantasy Tactics, because
Yeah.
it's like it ain't broke, so don't fix it. Like, don't do a fucking weird Vaseline on the lens, like Octopath like treatment to it. It doesn't need it. It's already beautiful. The pixels are already good. Don't mess with it. So like on that stance, I really like that they didn't overdo it.
They
Yeah.
kind of did mess with it though. The gameplay. They added those cards and stuff.
That's
that
true.
Really changed the game.
Yeah, they did.
And you can't like grind as much and that kind of thing. And they changed some things.
You can
Reborn.
grind a little, but yeah.
Yeah, you can grind to an extent, but you can't like, grind forever. It's like Tactics Ogre is a very hard game. I would
Yeah.
say as you get really far into it. It's a very demanding game,
Yeah.
and I think it's a game where you cannot like outgrind it. It's all brain power. You
Get
gotta
wrecked,
think about
Jones.
it. Yeah, you gotta think about it.
You gotta think about your items and your equipment.
But I still think it's really good. They added like voice acting, which is really good
Incredible.
in it too. The story in that game is really good,
Yeah.
really mature. It's tough. I don't know.
So like to me, it's like I forgot. I was taking for granted that they added voice acting to the entire fucking game. Like
Yeah.
that's huge.
Some people say The Last of Us Part 1 is phoned in. I hard disagree with that stance as well.
Yeah, I don't
you
think
know?
it's phoned
No, I don't
in.
think
Yeah.
so either.
It's
Yeah,
definitely
I've seen
it's
that.
strategic marketing that it came out just before the show.
Yeah, of
but
course it
like
is.
Of course.
you can't fault them for that.
It's hard because it's like it's a weird thing to think about, but like when I look at the list, like as well done as it is, like The Last of Us just doesn't feel like it is necessary.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's
Every
my
one of
biggest
these
thing.
games is lost to time right
When
now.
it comes out on PC,
Yeah.
Then it will be something
then it's like
I just don't
necessary.
I didn't get what the point of the Last of Us remake was.
Yeah.
to make money.
Besides that, like
Right.
in terms of like,
And it's like,
a
yeah, it's
stated
like
thing.
Tactics Ogre you couldn't
Because like
really
even
play.
for people that had
Live
never,
Alive we've never played.
Yeah.
Crisis Core has been stuck on the freaking PSP. Cowabunga Collection's been on Game Boy and NES.
exactly.
Like,
Because the
Yeah.
argument for
Yeah.
Last of Us, like, oh, if it was your first time playing, it was like, they were giving away remastered,
Right.
PS Plus, and
Yeah.
they were giving it away.
Yeah, they were.
Anyone
and the
could
loss
play
of factions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like cutting
Okay.
Last of Us.
Cut it.
That's not a slight against Last of Us
No.
itself, you know?
No.
Come
It's
on, you
just
know me.
the-
It's already a very
You know
highly
me.
decorated, rewarded
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
Incredible
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
So to me,
Shut up.
Let me do the
Yeah.
nominees.
oh
and then-
right. Oh, read the nominees. Yeah.
So the nominees for Best Remaster Remake:
These all feel
Atari 50.
necessary. Sorry.
TMNT The Cowabunga Collection,
Do it over, bud. I'm talked over you. I'm sorry.
Atari 50, TMNT The Cowabunga Collection, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Live Alive, and Tactics Ogre Reborn.
it's Final Fantasy VII Reunion, not Rebirth.
Reunion. Thank you.
Crisis Core Reunion.
It's easy to get confused
Yeah.
with.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Reunion,
reasons right now.
Intermission.
Yeah.
Square Enix titles.
Intergrade.
Yeah. Intermission, intergrade, reunion,
Yeah.
and rebirth. That is wild. Yeah.
To me, to me, like, obviously Tactics Ogre means a lot to me, and I'm really thrilled about it. To me, the most special two on here, because you reminded me of all the work that went into it, Atari 50 and Cowabunga just feel like they went above and beyond, and they
Yeah.
did the like collection thing. They feel like museums
Yeah.
of games. They're really cool.
I'm all about that celebration
Right.
and the what's the word I'm looking for? Curation.
Curation,
yeah.
I'm all about the celebration and curation of video games, especially when it comes to best remaster. Crisis Core, freaking going from PSP to this. What a jump!
Yeah, this game has like
Huge
remake
jump.
assets.
Totally.
Yeah.
But
mean,
it's
that-
still
that
just
is a-
one.
And they changed gameplay to make it way smoother.
Absolutely, absolutely.
New voice acting in it to line up with Remake.
but it's just
that is
one
something
game
like-
versus.
Atari 50
Yeah.
and Cowabunga Collection didn't like. I mean, they obviously they had to do a lot to make them work and stuff, but they didn't like remake them necessarily. Cowabunga did a lot more with like the emulation of slowdown and stuff.
Well, I don't think there's been a Jaguar emulator before.
I don't not
So,
that I'm aware of.
yeah.
No one bothered.
yeah.
Except
Why
Jones.
would you?
Yeah, so that's the thing to me. Like Atari 50
Yeah.
just feels like the next level.
I agree.
And it's like, and it's a funny collection to me because it's like, I don't know if there are any games on there that I actually personally care about that much.
Well, and
But
they do.
They go through and like show you why they matter.
Yeah.
You know, they the way that
It's a
presented.
historical document.
It's really
I get
cool.
that, but when you just said to me there's not like a lot of
that's
games you really
alarming.
care on there, I was
That's alarming.
like, what?
I'm alarmed.
Like,
They
what,
did-
why? Like, it's just like a fucking Wikipedia page or something? I don't understand.
Well,
No,
I
no,
forgot they did remake 6 of them. They have 6 modern
Oh,
remakes.
that's true too.
I
They
forgot
actually,
about
like,
that.
added
Yeah.
new games in there.
Which
Yeah.
are actually really fun.
I mean, like I'm overselling it. But I'm just saying it's like, you know, like I'm not buying that thing necessarily for
To play it?
the games themselves.
Oh.
You know, as much as the way that they've all put
how they
it
presented
together.
it, yes.
Yeah.
But the game part is alarming to me because it is a video. It's all about video.
But I'm
games.
saying is the reason though this is the next step though is because it's like you this is like a template for like how I want this stuff to
Yeah.
be done.
Yeah.
I agree.
It
You
feels
know,
like
it's
a
bigger
cozy,
than-
like a cozy documentary, like
Yeah.
on a
There's been
stormy
100
day.
Atari collections.
I think that's an
Yeah.
important piece, but to me, the games themselves are the most important piece of all of these. These are video games.
Thinking about that, then I think Cowabunga would have it because it does similar to what Atari
Sure,
did,
I would put Cowabunga over that probably then.
and it has the games.
But all that Jaguar stuff.
I know.
The
It's
It's a
Jaguar
tough call for me
Yeah.
because
It's hard, yeah.
It's a tough call because same with Atari. You know, I love like Missile Command and shit.
Adventure.
Because like it is hard to sell me on Atari. I jokingly say that NES is the birth of video games, right? Like
It is.
but this collection made me like really appreciate that, and it's like such a nice way to show that.
yeah.
You know, like
It's a love letter.
It is.
Did you buy it?
No.
Well, we all got codes.
Yeah.
for
Did you
it.
buy Crisis Core?
Yes.
Yeah,
I bought Crisis Core, but I haven't even played it yet.
I know.
But I bought
But
it.
you bought it.
I mean, that's
you dropped
what's
that's
Final
weird. That's
Fantasy.
weird.
I'm just saying
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
priorities.
Here's a maniac.
Yeah, his Final
priorities.
But, like, you know, I had Crisis Core on PSP, and it's like just the one game. So I it's like what we value more. Like the one game that is better and did more, or the celebration of two different generations. What do we value more there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
This
Well,
is
it's more
a
than
tough
two
one.
generations.
Well, I mean, Atari,
Atari,
like an Atari thing and a
oh,
Turtles
yeah.
thing. Yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I think it's the games, man. I'm not stoked to play Atari games.
Neither was I, but I'm stoked to learn.
Yeah,
And
but you
be
can do that
shown.
outside of the game.
Like, yeah.
But not this
I-
elegantly.
Yeah, but you can't
But you
play
can-
any of
you can
those
still
games
play the
outside
games,
of the
though.
games.
That's the thing.
But
Like-
forgive
like-
this if it's an ignorant question. I always, growing up and like whatever the narrative around Crisis Core was, it was like the ugly stepchild of the Final Fantasy VII world. It was
No,
like,
that's not true.
no.
Well, no, I'm just asking. Like,
Yeah.
It's not.
is what
I thought
is
it was
Crisis Core a 7 or an 8? Like what?
I give it an 8.
Eight.
It's an 8.
Yeah.
Crisis Core rules. And when it
Crisis
came out on
Core's good.
PSP,
Yeah.
also.
I guess the question
rules.
then is if we're judging it as a game, like is Tactics Ogre, Live Alive, or Crisis Core the better game?
For game. Tough question. Because those 3 games are very good.
Because I've never played Crisis Core.
Crisis
so,
Core's good.
Yeah.
Live Alive's also good.
Yeah.
Live
Yeah, I
Alive might
wouldn't
drag a little more at some parts if you do like the true ending and stuff.
Yeah.
And Tactics Ogres are also really good, but very demanding and can feel.
So long.
Yeah, it's a long game
Yeah.
and can feel brutal.
Like I love it, but I've just accepted I'm never.
Yeah,
I'm never
I've
gonna
played
beat
28
that.
hours of it.
Yeah, I've never beaten that thing.
I don't know.
It's tough. It's tough.
I don't know.
Because each of those games, yeah, like obviously, you know, Crisis Core, Live Alive, or Tactics Ogre. I mean, I'm kind of biased to like Hyperstone Heist, but I still think those 3 games are like probably better than, you know, everything on Atari. Most of the Turtles games for sure, but the remaster, dude, the spirit of the remaster is being able to access games easier, which all of these games do. But then also just like celebrating greatness.
Yeah.
And
Like, if
Atari,
we're-
love it or hate it, like it's old. You can't fault it for being old, really.
Right.
Like it's old as hell, but it's like still a valuable piece of
Right.
video game history.
Right, and that's the thing. It's like that's why I think it's the context of it is not just like a Wikipedia, because it's like,
Yeah.
because in you know, in the past, if you just got one of these collections, you just have these random old games you wouldn't understand, like
Right.
Yes.
why.
Yeah.
Right.
But where it's like now, it's like, okay, now I have the context to
Yeah.
appreciate this for when it come out and how it made the games that I love.
Yeah.
Like who it inspired. You know, just like
Yeah.
when we just played, you know,
Colossal
that
Cave.
Colossal Cave.
Yeah.
I have no connection to Colossal Cave whatsoever. You know,
Yeah.
it's like all text-based old school adventure game. You know, but like the way that they've done that, where you still hear like this narration, and it's like, oh, it's like okay, it's like I'm seeing something, but now I'm also kind of getting the context of what it must have been like when
Yeah.
I, you know, and like trying to put my head in that. You know,
Yeah.
Because even the Sega collections, you know, it's like, okay, the menu is like the room,
Which
you're in
is
the kids'
cool.
room, and they have the boxes.
I like that presentation.
It's cute.
For sure.
You
but
get to look at the box, but
it
yeah.
doesn't give you the historical context.
Yes.
It doesn't say like, hey, this was made by people who went on to make.
Well, sometimes they have interviews in Atari
Sure,
50 to
yeah.
like
Oh,
to
yeah, yeah, yeah.
actually
That's
tell
what I'm
you
saying,
about what
yeah.
they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like, are we rewarding best like individual remaster effort? Because Crisis Core obviously did a lot. Like just from cutting the review, I'm like,
Quite a
oh
bit.
shit, this looks great. But like, best package is obviously Atari or Cowabunga. Live Alive and Tactics Ogre like maybe did a little less as a remaster,
but are valuable.
because
Yeah.
they're hard to get.
Oh, Live Alive's
Yeah.
a remake. It's not a remaster.
Well, yeah, right. But,
Right.
and it also never came out
Yeah, I think that's the
here.
difference because like
So it's just like
you know, technically remastering is just like make sure the thing works on modern
Right, exactly.
systems. Yeah,
This is tough. This is a tough one. What do you think, Damiani? What do you think about this?
I don't think I'm moving from Atari, so that's just going to be my vote.
I'm not
So, like-
buying Atari at
Also,
all.
yeah.
Nope.
I'm also
No one's
I feel like
hyped
I'm a
on
little
those
bit more
games.
strict on like
Dude.
the remaster definition too, because like you've been arguing about like preservation and like being able to accessibility.
I think it's
A simple re-release,
Right.
it had to be remastered, could solve that. Like putting stuff digitally and that. So
like,
like
Atari 50 is a re-release with amazing packaging.
yeah,
Technically,
like remaster is like, did
but
you
it has
like
6 remakes
like
in it.
yeah, like did you make the game run at a better frame rate? Like what Nintendo 64 games running
Yeah.
at higher frame rates on Nintendo Switch Online? Like we criticize that, but at least it's doing that. The packaging, the presentation, shouldn't be dismissed. But
Yeah.
like I lean more towards like Brad, where I care about like the game content. That to me is like extras, bonus features.
That's, yeah.
And that could be in any game. It doesn't have to be like a remaster. It could be like you know, Last of Us 3 comes out, has all this behind the scenes stuff and like that. That would be like really awesome. That to
games
me-
rarely do that though.
I know, and I love
And
when
it's
they do that. So
annoying,
I
yeah.
do appreciate
Yeah.
them doing that. And the Atari 50's template looks awesome. I wish other like series would do that
Seriously,
as well.
it should be celebrated for that reason. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
But you can do that outside of the game. You can look that up anywhere.
I
It's
feel like
so different though.
It doesn't matter. You
I
can't.
feel like
it is
if you
different
want to
because
play
it's
the
way
game, you
interact
have to
through
play
it.
it at that spot.
Well, that-
I cannot go outside of the game.
this is where it gets weird to me now because like thinking about my own logic, like for me, I would like
They made a lot of
Crisis
stuff
Core and
for
Live
it,
Alive
too.
are what's like leading for me.
Yeah.
But my reasoning for it because what they've done to the game itself because
Absolutely,
I lean towards that. That now makes me think about well, in my rationale, Last of Us is like more like it would be more deserving than some of the other ones on here because like you argued what they did do it. But I mean, for me, it's between Crisis Core and Live Alive for me.
Okay.
But I'm okay with anything with this. I like all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I-
I'm really not like if the group has a consensus on one, I'm like not gonna fight against it.
Turtles-
I think they're all good.
Turtles is my childhood.
Yeah.
I don't even like Atari. I dismiss Atari.
Yeah.
Atari 50, I value more. The reason I'm not advocating for Cowabunga is because I feel like a little biased because like I grew up with Turtles and Pizza. Like,
But the
will
collection
everyone
did do
like
a
that?
lot
Like,
of
if you
stuff.
didn't grow up, I feel like if you didn't grow up with Turtles, will you get as much out of Cowabunga Collection as someone who didn't grow up with Atari and Atari 50? I think honestly, Atari is like maybe more important than Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
You'll probably get better
So now-
games out of
but now
Turtles.
you're
but you'll get better games,
But I
way
think-
better games.
I think
Which
you're
is what
making a
you're
different
playing.
argument though here now. Now you're arguing like historical context.
These
like,
are two
what's-
different arguments.
Yeah, I
and
don't
there's
think-
no.
I
The
don't-
problem is there's no right
it's
answer.
a good argument, yeah, but I don't know how much it lends to this.
Because like for Atari 50, to kind of counter that you can just look it all up on your own thing. They collected and created a lot of stuff just for this, which I think is cool. Which like yeah, a lot of it is information you could have found, but it's like packaged in
Presentation.
in unique.
Yeah, if you're willing to thumb through physical magazines.
Yeah.
Sure, like there's a lot of stuff that,
I like
you
it all
could
being in
not
one
get your
place.
hands on.
Yeah.
But it's also like stuff
Yeah.
that you couldn't have found online.
Yeah.
Put
Also,
here.
does Cowabunga gives you like Japanese versions? Some of them, like I love
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah,
stuff
they do.
like
And
that.
arcade
where you get, like,
versions.
that's another,
Yeah.
but that's also very valuable to me. Like giving people access to every, even if there's not any
Yeah.
gameplay differences, just
Right.
like seeing like locals. That's like a useful thing for some people who like to dive into localization.
Yeah.
In comparisons like that, and just makes it easier than having to like track down the ROMs or
So-
versions. Yeah.
So it sounds like Blood is on Atari 50. Damiani and Brad are on Crisis Core.
Or Live Alive, I think, are the best.
I think I'm on Cowabunga now.
I'm kind of between Atari, Cowabunga, or Crisis Core.
To
Personally.
me, I feel like, yeah,
So
To me,
Cowabunga, it's just a matter of, like, it's kind of the same thing, only they went, like, another step beyond with Atari. And so, like, the biggest differentiator then
That's
is just
fair.
going to be, like, the games, like you're saying.
but
the
then to
specific games
Brad's
that are in
point,
there.
the games are more fun.
Yeah.
than Cowabunga.
But then it's
But
like,
I don't know if
a
that's
lot of Cowabunga
fair...
collection is, like, you know, the Game Boy games and stuff like that.
Like, if I'm
guess-
lucky to have kids in the future, the only game I'm showing them off this list is Cowabunga Collection.
Sure.
Straight up. That's my
Well, it's probably the easiest
tiebreaker.
one for kids to play.
The question, I guess, is like, are we trying to discern which one is the best at being a remaster, remake, repackaging, or just the best like game on this list?
That's what we're trying to figure
and,
out.
and
yeah.
like, there's no right answer.
Yeah,
about
it's tough.
Like, so I just don't know. Because right now, if we did a vote, it's just split.
It is very split. It is very split.
Yeah, because I think that like the whole point of all of these is
I
to
think
make
Do we start
these games
voting
accessible.
I think the most against
Yeah.
thing. I think the person who is against something the most is Brad with Atari.
Yes.
So
But I don't.
does that
but-
eliminate it because he's the most passionate about
But I don't
not
know if
having
you.
it there? I don't know.
But you didn't look at it or see it or experience it at all,
No,
right?
but just when all of you said none of the games on there are sick or
I'm
you're
not
looking
saying
forward
none
to
of
play
it. I'm
them,
just saying it's.
Well, I mean, they're
that
Atari
you guys are
games.
praising it, didn't buy it,
I mean, I
not
gotta-
playing it really. You guys are looking at like the behind the scenes stuff, which is really cool. I think that's a really good part of that. But the games is such an important part of that. I feel like
I mean,
no
I
one's
did
putting it
a-
on as high as a pedestal as it should be. The games themselves.
I mean, I did a 3-hour stream of Atari 50, so I played it the same amount I played Cowabunga Collection, the same amount I played some of these. I do think like it is very cool, and it's a very cool like collection. Don got very excited about seeing like the render,
he's
like
been playing a lot.
the photographs of Jaguar. Yeah, he's been playing the shit out of it. The remakes are actually really cool. Like they did a remake of a game where I can't remember the name of it, but in the Atari, you're just like a little pair of eyes floating, and you're trying to avoid
I know
enemies.
what you're talking about.
And it's really exhilarating, actually. It's a really fun game. And they did a remake of it where it's 3D and you have items and stuff. And that actually is really cool, and it kind of gives you that. It gives you the feeling of. It makes it feel again like how it might have felt at the time.
Yeah, that's
Right.
so-
Which
I
I
think that's what I'm
think-
trying to get
So
at.
What I
It's
think
like,
is like what is a
without the
very
context,
cool
like I might
project.
not be excited about these, but it's
Yeah.
like because it's there, and it's like then I
Yeah,
can put
I
myself
mean,
back into how
It's just a
fun
very
I had.
special.
I think
that game,
okay,
yeah.
so I think the point all you're making is good, but it's just if you care about the game itself more or that stuff.
I'd never heard of that game.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
And
saying,
then
I know
it
it's a fun
introduced
little
me to
distraction. It's fine. You play it a couple times, but that's it. You're not going to think about it. It's not going to stay with you for a long time outside of this conversation.
I mean, that's true of every video game, but
For you,
yeah. But like Atari 50, I think it's doing something really unique and special.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these games are doing really unique stuff and special things.
Atari
Alright.
50 though stands above that in terms of unique and special.
Well,
feel.
I mean, if it's if 3 of you want it on there, then it's that.
No. I'm just saying like the remaster effort.
I think
is
yeah.
unique.
I mean, it sounds like the remaster effort's good.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing that with you. I'm saying the games. That's my whole argument this whole time.
They definitely.
Right, but I mean,
think
but
they
that's-
definitely
I
have the
think,
worst
Brad, that
games.
goes back to what we're saying.
It's
Putting
a-
it in
it's kind of a bad
context
faith
is because it's
argument.
like you're saying that like
Blood, you guys have said this to me a million times. I get it. I'm just saying it's the games.
Yeah, they are the worst games. Like,
But it's
but they're
it's
not
a
the worst
different
games
argument.
because it's like when they came out they were groundbreaking.
I get the
True,
context, Blood.
true.
I get the context.
true.
I
we
get
wouldn't
it.
have any of this other stuff if we
Blood,
didn't
I
have
understand that.
like
You've
Ultima
said
or
this to me
something,
many
you know?
times. I'm just saying. I think Crisis Core is a great game, and I think Live Alive is a great game that still play well
Hey.
today and are enjoyable to go through today.
Yeah.
I stayed up all night playing Arkanoid. I know it's not an RPG game.
We're getting like I feel like we're getting like personal values of like
Yeah.
for each game. Like maybe this gives some more context. I've always judged this category on improvements they make to the game. Like, do they increase,
That's
make
what I
anything
was
more
trying to say.
accessible?
It's like-
I care about like not quite what Brad is saying. I more lean towards Brad, but it's like, what are they doing to the games to improve them, to change them, to do anything to
Right.
them to improve or make them more appealing to play? Like whether it's modernizing them, like they do with some remasters or remakes, to addressing same thing, addressing issues. That's how I judge this category, along with like even like visual like updates on Crisis Core. That to me, that's like presentation, but it can also lead to accessibility. If a game was like a muddy mess, like today you can't see it, and younger generations try and play it, like what the hell? They're like, this is stupid. This looks like trash. But you give them modern visuals, like even like I credit like Last of Us Remake. I mean,
Yeah.
that it's more playable for some people, for younger people. Like
Sometimes
they'll
I
see
just
that-
want a normal port.
Yeah,
But like that's
Yeah.
that's what I was trying
That's
to
how
say.
I judge
like,
this.
Is this category just dopest game on this list, or is it best remaster remake?
Yeah, and to me, Crisis Core and Live Alive do the most in that. I wouldn't say they're the
Yeah.
best games, but they're doing the most in that regard to me, in what I feel is the spirit of this.
Because what
They're not the
Live
best
Alive get,
games
like a
to
7
me.
or something.
No, I gave it an 8.
Yeah, they're not the
Right.
maybe not be the best games, but like that's the one that's doing the most to the game
I
content.
mean, I guess, yeah, Live Alive has just never been available here, period.
Totally.
And that's a very American perspective, or outside Japan perspective. Someone in Japan would be like, we already had Live Alive, like, this is not that big of a deal.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, just vote for it then.
This
sounds like we're going in circles.
This one, yeah, it's because we're all split. We're all split on this one. So we do need to
Well, it sounded like 3 of you were for Atari. So if 3 of you are for Atari, that's fine. Just make it Atari then. No one's changing their mind really, so just vote.
Yeah, I want Cowabunga.
We just do the votes. Yeah, do the votes.
I mean, I'm split between the top
Well,
three.
Same, I'm split as well.
You gotta vote for something. Let's do a vote.
Well,
all right, let's vote. Yeah, do a vote. Do a vote.
Down between Atari, Cowabunga, or Crisis Core, who votes Atari?
I'm Atari.
Okay, who votes Cowabunga? And who votes Crisis Core?
Okay, so
Okay,
then
so it's Cowabunga or
Atari.
Crisis
Oh,
Core.
that hurts.
Oh gosh.
Oh, Blood Earth, I'm sorry.
All right,
Damn.
I
so
mean, you don't have to stick with your thing if you want to.
do you vote Cowabunga or Crisis Core, Huber?
Or Atari.
I feel like the reason my logic is
it'd have to be Blood the deal breaker.
my
probably,
logic
or tiebreaker.
here.
Well, there was only one vote for Atari, so.
So I'm saying, well, we had 2 for the other ones.
Let Huber
2 for
work it
Crisis
out.
Core.
Let Huber-
My logic for picking Cowabunga overall is that it's kind of the best of all worlds. It's great games, and it's a great remaster package as
Yeah.
well. It encompasses, I think, all of it the most. I'm gonna go Cowabunga.
So now between Cowabunga and Crisis Core, right?
Yeah.
You're saying?
Yeah.
So
I would vote Cowabunga.
yeah, exactly. 2.
Yeah.
yeah,
Dominic,
I guess it's
up to you,
Cowabunga for me then.
though. Okay, then
Yeah,
it's
so
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga, yeah.
Yeah,
There
it's
it is.
Cowabunga then.
We got there. We got
We
there.
got there.
Okay.
Those never feel good. Those never feel good when we're that split. It's like a win feels like a loss.
You gotta make calls. You gotta make calls.
All right, congrats
wins,
to
we lose.
Cowabunga. All right, next up is best additional content slash expansion slash DLC slash additional content.
Back around.
Yeah, it all is Ouroboros.
All right.
What do we got?
Yeah, what I've got on the list so far, the Cuphead DLC, Monster Hunter Rise, Sunbreak, Fortnite always doing new stuff, the Elden Ring Coliseum edition, Resident Evil Village Shadows of Rose, Mario Kart 8 Booster Course Pass,
Yeah.
and then I'm unsure how you thought about it, but Huber, Destiny 2, The Witch Queen was this
All
year
right,
too.
Axe Witch Queen.
Yeah. It's fun.
I feel pretty good about Mario Kart 8.
The booster
Oh.
pack seems good.
To me, come on.
Fortnite or Elden Ring could lose. We could lose.
The
one of
Coliseum's
those.
like fine.
Yeah, that's not enough.
whatever.
It's not
It's
enough.
not
Oh, you're
enough.
against it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Here's the deal. Like I talked about it earlier. I just want to say it's great. It was free.
Yeah.
But it's not a huge expansion.
Yeah, that's
It's
just like a
not
little
big-
bonus.
Yeah,
Come on,
it's-
From
it's
Software's the
literally-
real DLC.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume
I'm
they're
kidding.
working on it,
I'm
but
kidding.
like,
E3.
yeah, it's just a fun little.
That's like an
bonus.
advertiser.
So
That's
you can,
cool.
You can axe Elden Ring,
That's cool.
Axing Elden Ring.
and that's our fight.
Is it? So I want to make sure that
Oh,
like,
did we
we're not
forget hanging?
forgetting something.
Yeah.
Fortnite had
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure Fortnite
just-
actually belongs on
Fortnite
the list.
We
added
don't need 5 either.
motorcycles, which are fucking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And new maps and new map again.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
good. I don't know, it's like-
it's here by default unless we can come up with one better.
I'm just trying to remember.
We
It's-
don't have.
I'm
to
not
have
against
5.
it.
We could have.
Hey.
I'm not against it. I'm just confused.
Can I have
Dom
a
is
short
pitching 14. Here we go. What match?
Island Sanctuary! If you don't like these 5,
Yeah.
I mean, I can think of another
From what
one.
you showed us, it actually seems
Sanctuary's
pretty
kinda
sick.
Yeah, I mean, we could obviously, like,
I think just my problem with
Walker got a lot of
Fortnite
accolades.
is I just
we don't have to
get confused what they added this year and like.
Totally. It all blends.
Oh, for Fortnite?
Yeah,
Wasn't the big
They had
update wasn't last
motorcycles.
year? Or was that
I'm
the
not
year
sure.
before?
They had a huge update.
Horizon
this season.
5
I need
had
guidance.
Hot Wheels.
They had,
Did
they had a new chapter. It's a new
The
chapter.
engine update was last year.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
huge engine
Unreal.
update.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, that was
Okay.
huge.
Okay.
That's
Engine
huge.
update.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I love Fortnite. I'm just kind of trying to remember.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Dawn of Ragnarok, Ollie Ollie World.
I feel pretty comfy
You
with
get-
Cuphead.
You can absolutely move 14 off. It has good stuff, but like it's been rewarded enough. It doesn't. We don't need this. We
worry,
don't
Well,
have-
I'm just
next
trying to think about
expansion.
because
Yeah.
we might not even keep Fortnite, so that's why I'm making
I-
sure.
Oh, but we.
We can just have 4.
No, we can. I think Fortnite's good. I just couldn't remember all their
Sorry, I thought
But
we
I don't know. Like
gave us
you
some
were, how do you,
arguments there.
are you passionate about Fortnite this year or last year?
I mean, no. If we need to cut it,
Hubert said
feel
the
free.
good
Well, I don't think we
Yeah.
have anything quite yet.
I mean, it's just Fortnite again.
Valhalla,
Like, I'm not,
did
you
that
know,
have
it's
anything?
always great. I don't take it for granted. I know it can be easily washed away and dismissed as just the Fortnite juggernaut as it marches on. But I think
it's consistently good.
I think it being just so consistently excellent and always adding and changing and reinventing itself is as a free game as
There's-
well. It just blows my mind.
There's the Hot Wheels
you can
DLC.
cut it.
There's the Kaito Files, Last Judgment.
Was
I didn't play that. I don't know.
Cyberpunk was just patch fixes and get like new content and all this, right?
What game?
Cyberpunk has been being fixed.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, they haven't.
Just-
they haven't
no
put it out
expansion
yet.
There are big expansion
No
comes
expansion
out
yet.
later.
Okay.
Oh, Hot Wheels. Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah, the Ollie World Void Riders
did
and
you
shit.
play that?
Yeah, it's just more insane. Like,
Right.
by the time I got
Yeah,
there,
there's more
I'm
Dead
just like,
Cells
dude,
stuff
I'm
this year
good.
too, but I
Yeah,
don't think
Dead
any of us
Cells
dug
and-
into
No,
it.
Yeah.
no,
That's like everything on. I just looked at 4 lists, and those are the only other 2 that got mentioned.
No
so.
near collaboration.
Rainbow Six.
Do you think Fortnite has had a strong enough year to be represented this year, or do you?
I mean,
just-
Unreal Engine is pretty big deal.
Blood, I
mean,
think.
oh, that is true.
but-
That is true.
Yeah, Blood. I
But-
just can't think of anything quite off the top of my head that could replace it yet. The
think-
Hot Wheels thing was cool. I don't know. We played some of it. I don't.
I think we only played it on the stream, and then nobody else played
Yeah,
it.
I just don't
Yeah.
know how good it is. I have
It
no
was
idea.
fine.
It seemed
It was
cool.
kind of weird, actually. I don't know.
I mean, 14's good.
Dying
but-
Light 2 had an expansion, but I didn't get there. It's like
Oh
weird.
yeah. Did anything else have an expansion this year?
Yeah, that's why I was looking at all the other stuff.
I mean, yeah.
didn't really
I
see
mean, I
anything
just
else.
looked up a bunch of
I
lists.
can
and no
definitely
one else
argue
mentioned
for
anything.
what 14's done, but like I feel like we
Yeah, I mean,
should
14's done
give
good
lip
stuff,
service
but-
to other, like, you know, it has been heavily
To me, right now, the argument is: do we just cut Fortnite and have 4?
I think Fortnite or
I think
whatever
you're
we
gonna
put on
cut
there is good
one,
enough.
like, and you
I think
make
they're,
5,
they're
like-
good enough to be
I
on
would
there.
say the island thing is more
There's
interesting.
Island
than
Sanctuary.
Fortnite.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like
Go off,
put
Dominic.
shit
Go
on
off,
it.
go off, go
Yes,
off.
Island Sanctuary is good.
Yeah.
They once again reworked A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward.
Yep.
They redid the MSQ stuff to streamline it. They changed
The MSQ?
They changed
Main
some of
story.
the fights.
Oh.
I actually did the new final fight of Realm Reborn with Jones and Bossman on stream, and like Jones never got to experience the original version. Boss was
Where are
like,
the
"Wait,
invites?
they changed
I don't
this."
think
I was
so.
like,
What?
He
"Yeah,
invites me.
What are we, chopped liver?
what?"
No one cares about 14 except me, Damiani.
Okay, never mind.
Put
I'll
it-
talk about
I wish
14.
more people.
No,
The
I'd say
graphic, the
put it on there.
graphics engine
Yeah.
also
Put it
they've
on
been
there.
doing visual.
Do you value that
updates.
more than?
Dude, the visual updates for atmosphere. To the
So
older
that got
stuff
visuals
is
too.
Really like
Yo,
the
Blood
lighting.
as someone on the sidelines, do you value everything Damiani said or Fortnite doing Unreal Engine 5? As someone on the sidelines, what do you value more there?
Hold on. Before he answers that, can I
I
add
don't
one
know.
thing?
Yeah,
Dominic, please tell them about the solo dungeons in 14.
they added that too.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
you can solo them now, right?
There's like this dungeon that has like multiple paths,
Oh,
right?
variant dungeons.
Variant dungeons.
Oh yeah, they
Tell
had
me
it-
about
Variants
so
too. TVA. TVA.
Yeah.
They put in a new type of dungeon where it has you can do it solo, you can do it with up to 4 people, but like it scales, so you can
Nice.
do it. But it has branching paths. And so,
like
there's
roguelite
like
style or no?
15 different outcomes you
Oh,
can,
shit.
and even tracks it. It has a nice
Cool.
menu interface. Will
put a
show you.
Throw it in. Throw it in.
which
Throw it
ending
in.
you
Throw it
got.
in. Cut Fortnite. Just cut Fortnite.
Okay.
Just cut it. Just
Okay.
cut it. Just cut it. Unreal Engine 5, cool. Motorcycles, cool. Map, cool. Skins, cool. Whatever.
They're all
Everything's
cool,
cool.
but I
It's
can't get
fun.
them yet.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They like changed the whole map, right? Again.
Yeah, they always do. They
new,
do that.
a brand new chapter,
Yeah.
which
Okay.
is a big deal. That doesn't happen. You know, they do.
budget.
They do seasons every couple months, but a new chapter is like every
Yeah.
year or more.
Nice.
So.
All right, Blood. What are our noms?
Yeah.
All right. Nominees are Cuphead: The Delicious Last Course, Monster Hunter Rise: Sunbreak, Resident Evil Village: Shadows of Rose, Mario Kart 8.
I
Booster Core Pass.
just.
Fuck, dude.
Sorry.
No one can get through a single.
I just realized delicious last course
DLC.
I thought he was about to add like another nominee.
Yeah, I mean,
I was like,
that's
you
the
would have
highlight
thought
for
of a
the
game.
future.
Oh God, let
my
him speak. He
God.
probably thought of something. It's like, no.
Yeah, yes.
That's a YouTube short.
and Final Fantasy 14.
I feel pretty good about all of these, honestly.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I have a hard time picking one of these.
To me,
things.
Shadows of Rose
Let me down a little bit.
It let me down. It had
really?
it had
Okay.
high highs. I loved the mannequin thing, but on the whole, I
Okay.
think narratively, I was disappointed. I think the
Yeah.
being in your head thing always a little uninteresting to me. I actually wanted more from Shadows of Rose, and
agree.
it let me down.
Alright, fair
so to
break.
me, I think
You let me down.
Sunbreak is a front runner here. Cuphead I didn't do.
Dude, Cuphead's really good.
Cuphead is
Booster
really
Course
good.
passes are really good. To me, I think it's probably Cuphead or Sunbreak.
Sunbreak.
I think that's what I'm coming down to as well.
Yeah,
I like both, so I don't care. They're both excellent to me.
yeah.
I mean, I like all these things.
Praise the sun.
Praise the Sunbreak.
It's interesting because this is one of those. This is actually one of those situations where the DLC got me back into the game.
The Cuphead?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
yeah.
I had only
Sick.
played a little bit of Cuphead, and then I got knocked out of it, and it's like, oh, DLC's out now.
Knocked out.
Played through
dude.
all the Cuphead.
That's
and then
powerful,
Played through
bud.
all the DLC.
That's some good shit.
Yeah, that's good.
So, but
So-
the hard thing though is that then it makes it kind of blur in my head a little bit.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Got it.
Yeah.
But
Alright.
but I do think it was really well done.
Hell yeah.
That extra island over there.
Yeah, it's very well done.
and-
Those are really cool bosses.
Yeah.
It's kind of short, but I don't think that's maybe a knock against
I
it
don't
because it
think it's a
just
knock against
how
it.
long it takes to make that stuff is
Yeah.
probably insane.
Every one of those, like finding like a cool one of those bosses to put on the boss fight list was tricky
Oh my
because
god,
of like
yeah, those fights are really
the gnome,
good. Yeah,
the
those are some of the best
anteater
fights in the
guy,
game,
like-
I guess.
yeah.
So yeah.
I thought
Also-
the anime was okay.
What?
The cartoon.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
it's okay.
I
I was gonna say,
That's
it doesn't
Cuphead?
factor in, but that trailer for this DLC was really good.
Yes.
Yeah, the
Cuphead trailer.
Oh,
we did get
was
yeah.
very
that.
good. I think we gave it
We
best
did.
trailer, yeah.
Here.
Very good trailer.
I don't care. I like both of those. So whatever everyone else feels.
I
I'll
feel
go
like
either
you've
way.
got the best perspective
I'm
on
pulling-
Sunbreak
Yeah,
though.
They're
I
both
feel like-
super good at what they do. The only thing I think was cool about Sunbreak is it added. Well, I guess Cuphead does this kind of too, but Sunbreak added like a lot of new mechanics to you like fighting stuff that changed the way you played the game completely different. And
Well,
Cuphead like added like some
added
new
her.
weapons.
They added the
Oh,
playable
Chalice
character.
girl,
She
yeah.
had different
Chalice woman,
playstyle.
Chalice girl. Yeah, that's true.
Miss Chalice.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's what she's calling the show.
They're both so excellent at what they do. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's funny to me because it's like I love Monster Hunter with all my heart,
Mm-hmm.
and Cuphead is so fucking hard.
Yeah.
It's just like, so it's like I appreciate that Cuphead is great, but I was just like, oh boy, I'm not gonna do this to myself.
Yeah.
So I'm biased towards
Sunbreak-
Monster Hunter personally.
Yeah,
but
I love
so
like I love
kind of
Sunbreak.
abstained.
The only thing, it's maybe not even a knock, is like you have to get far to
Get
get
to
to
it.
that. Like in Cuphead, you can get to the DLC like really fast. But
Yeah, that's true. They made
This-
it
but
so
Sunbreak-
you can go on a
yeah.
fresh save file and you just like do just like the beginning of the game. You're like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
you can go do the DLC.
However,
I do like that.
Sunbreak is like a full new game.
right.
It's massive how much there's in that game and like all new levels, new hubs. It feels like a new game almost. to
Really
that
good
part.
ongoing support too for Monster
Yeah,
Hunter.
yeah.
Always.
and then the final boss in
Cuphead's
DLC too.
sick, dude.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
Cuphead's
good.
sick, dude. I don't know. I don't know what to do, man. I can flip a coin, honestly, and just be fine with either of those. Someone else speak up, for God's sake.
Joint
It's tough. Yeah,
winners.
it's tough because
Half points on all questions.
it's tough too because also the spirit of it, additional content, Sunbreak like throughout the year. How much did it
Yeah.
add?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
continuous.
Monsters, I don't know how many they've added.
Yeah.
But I mean, Monster Hunter is renowned for
Yeah, Monster
ongoing
Hunter's-
content,
yeah.
ongoing
Super
game.
good. Super
Yeah.
good.
Personally, I would say Sunbreak probably would take mine,
Okay.
but again,
Probably go with Sunbreak.
Okay.
Sunbreak.
I'm cool with Sunbreak.
Okay.
I love Sunbreak. I love
Sunbreak by a
Sunbreak.
hair.
by a hair.
Sunbreak by a
It's
hair.
a tie. It's a secret tie.
Great.
Mugman.
Sunbreak.
Man.
Congratulations, Sunbreak.
And now, a personal favorite of mine and Michael Huber's.
And mine.
And Blood loves this
one.
Yeah, Blood loves this
I only
game.
played
A
one
personal
game.
favorite of all of ours. Best game to play in one night. Honoring games that we find don't always fit into another category, but have a really good experience for playing in one sitting. And we do include some of the titles in this are a little longer because of the way we play them. For example, Devil and Me even though it's like an 8-hour game,
Yeah.
we stream it in one go, so we count it, and we think that's a
Yeah,
fun way.
that
I
is
think that's
part
a
of
lot
it
of
too,
what a lot of
because
people do.
sometimes
Yeah, I think so too.
sometimes there'll even be games that are shorter, but they're like
Yeah.
they're just like so like brain intensive. It's like
Yeah.
you don't want to do all that in one
Like before
shot.
Like,
your
uh,
eyes or whatever. A game is helped also by
Yeah.
doing it in one go because
Yeah.
of, like the emotional resonance. Yeah.
Infernax, a game I love, pretty short, but I wouldn't do it in one night.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So blood.
Yeah,
nominees.
no way.
No way. No
The
way.
list.
No
But
way.
it's short. It's like it took me like 5 hours, 5.5 hours.
We've got As Dusk Falls, as we mentioned, Hindsight, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, The Devil in Me, the latest Dark Pictures games, A Little to the Left, Shredder's Revenge, and A Little Gator Game.
Why don't you throw Save Room on there as well?
Oh, that's a fair one.
I'm just happy the Corey's not on here.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, no.
We got a shitty playthrough, like
Yeah.
straight up. I've watched a few other playthroughs. We borked a lot of stuff and didn't get like the entire end part of the game. So our playthrough of the Quarry is not
possible.
Yeah, is not reflective of.
Well, it's not that. It's like
Quarry
the prison
exact-
scene. It's like I got
prison
shot with a
scene is
tranquilizer
fucking
dart during
terrible.
that. It's like
It's fucking garbage. Yes.
We don't have to talk about the thing that's not.
sorry.
All right. So obviously, to me, Devil in Me and Dusk
Citizen-
Falls are locks.
I'm not a lock on Dusk Falls.
Dusk Falls is phenomenal. What are you talking about?
There you
Yeah,
go.
what? I love As Dusk Falls.
Citizen Sleeper gave me a migraine for trying to play it for too long.
For sure. That's,
I'm not a lock on As Dusk Falls, but
What?
I am.
me too. I'm a
Okay,
lock
that's
on
two,
it.
I guess.
let me
I think
put
it
Devil in
is-
Me up there.
I think it's a great single
I'm not
night
sure if I'm a lock on
playthrough.
Devil in Me either. I don't know.
I
Let's see.
think Stanley Parable is a weird call for this category. I love
Really?
Stanley Parable, but to me, playing it in one night doesn't really affect the gameplay experience at all. Like, it doesn't fit the category to me.
I feel like
Also, it's a little long to just kind of do it over and over for one playthrough. Because you play that one by yourself.
right.
Stray was short too, but I wouldn't do it in one night. It took me like a
That's
bunch
the
of
one that
nights.
has- Spoilers are allowed to be
Spoilers,
talked.
yeah, it's Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is Stanley Parable 2.
Right. But yeah, it's, I guess yeah.
But it's
to,
the entirety of Stanley Parable 1 also.
to me, it's like one of those things where it's like
That's
it's so narratively driven that it's like you don't want to forget too much of it. Like,
It's such a pastiche to me that it's like you get the idea and then you go through and like you can stop after a certain ending and then go back in and
right? Yeah, that's
do
the
a
thing. It's like
different
it's not
thing.
it's not 100% completionist in one night. You
Yeah.
know, so that's the thing. It could.
Well, that's the thing is like where do you choose to stop? Because like you're unsure. I'm unsure if I've beaten that game or not. Like, you know?
I think that you get an idea that you've beaten it, and then there's
I just think it.
other things.
I love it. I just don't think it fits the category.
Norco, another one, very short, but not in one night. Like some of these games are just a little taxing.
Similarly,
Okay.
Little to the Left and Save Room are puzzle games.
I haven't played that, but it looks cool. A little to the left.
Yeah.
But like, does it have the momentum to keep you going like in one session?
Yeah, I mean, I think A Little Left is one I could probably because it is a game that you can
Take breaks.
play it all at once, or you can get through a couple of puzzles and then just like
Yeah.
do it like 30 minutes a day and and kind of do your thing. So yeah, I can see that. I did want to have it like mentioned at least.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
for sure.
Same is true of Save Room. Like literally, this thing. It's 40 puzzles.
Yeah.
It's Resident Evil 4 item.
Yep.
And like same kind of like rules, like knowing to combine like certain ammos. They even bring. It's not even an RE4. I might be in Remake, but they have like the combining the green red powders or whatever to make ammo.
Oh,
yeah.
They even
Yeah,
throw
yeah,
that
yeah,
in
yeah,
there,
yeah,
so it's
gunpowder.
like even like some
Yeah.
RE like
Hell yeah.
legacy stuff.
Hell yeah, Remake 3.
To me,
But-
Save Room,
Yeah.
similarly, I really liked it, but to me, it doesn't gain anything from sitting through it all in one.
No,
go.
no.
So I think we can axe Save Room proud.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
I just wanted to.
Shredder's
I'm just seeing like what's
Shredder's
left, and like
Revenge?
I'm wondering.
Save Room
That's a
doesn't.
hell of a game
It doesn't
plan.
gain anything.
Shredder's
from
Revenge?
like,
Yeah.
from
Yeah, it's
doing it
almost a
in one night.
little too long.
What do you mean? It's like 3
Shredder's
hours.
Revenge is like, I feel like it's like a couple stages.
Wasn't it like 2.5
It's
hours,
like-
3 hours?
It was like only like 3 hours or
That's
so.
not that long.
Yeah,
Didn't we beat it in a single?
we did.
Yeah.
We did.
What is Little
Just-
Gator Game? I've never even.
Dude,
The little-
I played
okay.
the demo of this game.
Blood
and it
loves
was cute.
this.
This, yeah, I
Yeah,
just
it was
played
a
through
Dark
this
Horse.
weekend.
Blood like talked about it like 2 days ago, and I
Yeah,
was like, what?
so it came out like in the late half of December.
Okay.
Imagine like if you had a game that's like Breath of the Wild, but you can do it all in 4 hours. So like the same as like, oh, what's over there? Let me check this thing out. Let me go over this direction. See what and
Let me just look at a trailer because.
And you're a
Is this
gator.
the thing I'm
and
thinking
yeah,
of?
so yeah, you're a little gator, and the whole premise is that you and your sister when you're kids. Well, you're still a kid, but your
I played a
sister's
little
growing
bit.
up. a
Yeah, we
little
played
bit.
this, Damiani.
But like you're looking through magazines, you're waiting for the next game to come out, and it's taking forever, and so your sister starts
Oh, you're so cute.
This
making
was
like
cool.
paper swords and shields and
Yeah.
stuff for you, and putting up paper enemies in the woods and all of that. And then it kind of time skips a little bit, and your sister's home from college, and the whole game is just trying to get your sister to play with you again while she's like busy on her laptop trying to
Yeah,
get her
that was
studies done.
Dude, I mean, it sounds
Also, the
like it
demo
gets
was
an
post
emotionally
timeskip.
resonant
Yeah,
It is
story.
super good emotionally.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds
Super good
great.
payoffs and like also like character growth as well.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Lock it in.
Throw
Lock
it
it
in
in.
there,
That sounds great.
bonds.
And
Yeah, lock it
and
in.
Huber, like so like you kind of have like because the demo is like this preliminary island where you just kind of get introduced to the concept. Then you go to the big island.
Nice.
And the big island, one of your friends, he mistook where you wanted to be, and so he's on the playground. And so you get this idea to turn the playground into a town.
Oh.
So you go through the whole island, finding kids, convincing them to go to the playground and help you build a town.
So sick. Dude, I want to play this right now, Blood.
Yeah, you get a link hat, don't you, in this
That's
game?
one of the first hats.
Lock
There's
it
like
in.
tons of hats,
Sounds like it's the
tons
winner.
of weapons.
It was very jolly.
It is, has a surprising amount of rewards and
lock
like
it in, Blood.
differences
Lock it
in
in.
gear
Blood, you're
for a
shoving
4-hour
just
game.
delicious
Yeah.
food down
Yeah.
my
We've
mouth.
already got 5. Lock it in. Lock
I'm
them in.
stuffed.
Hindsight, did any of us?
Blood played that.
Yeah, so that's why I was a little bit on the fence because I'm like I might like a little to the left more than hindsight, even if hindsight is something that you would still more easily play through in one sitting. Because hindsight it's basically it's kind of like a narrative adventure game, about 2.5 hours, and you're playing as somebody who's like packing up their mom's place, and so like every like little like some objects will like kind of be glinting, and then when you turn the camera on the object, it'll like become a window essentially into another scene.
Perspective.
Right.
And you'll like
You go
get to
back
see
in
the memories
time
and stuff. And I
and
just
see
talked
the
myself into keeping it there, so I guess I think it could work.
What's up, Damiani?
Stray is only a 5-hour game.
Dude, Stray took me so many nights.
But
That game
Stray,
taxed the hell out of me for some reason. I don't
I
know
would say
why.
it's not good to play in
Yeah, that game made me tired.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say it was a short game.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Throwing it out there.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Just looking at like how long to beat the shortest games of 2022. Just seeing if we missed anything.
This is tough for me because
Yeah. I
your
might
description
I don't know.
of Little Gator games sounds really cool, but to me, like, the experience we had playing As
As
Dusk
Dusk Falls is the winner to me.
is the winner, yeah. Like,
Oh,
Oh,
that's
interesting.
fun.
I was thinking
And, like,
shredders would be the thing.
Over Shredder's
No.
Revenge for you?
Yeah, like Shredder. The
override
only reason,
mechanic, dude?
the only reason I say As Dusk Falls over Shredder is because like Shredder to me is just like a couple stages too long.
Wow.
Like where I'm just kind of like,
too much of a good
Wow.
yeah, it's just.
How long is Dust Falls?
Dusk Falls is like
We
probably
didn't
technically
Yeah, it was like 6 or
longer.
7, yeah.
Dusk
I think
Falls is
we-
technically longer, but because it's like a movie,
The way we do it.
the
yeah.
way it
A long
is,
ass movie.
the way it is consumed.
It's like watching 3 or 4 episodes of it.
But didn't you consume Shredder's Revenge with us the same way?
Yeah, but like when I play it solo,
Oh,
when I
okay.
play Shredder solo, I do not do it in one go. I do it in 2 or 3 goes,
Okay.
personally.
To me, the point of As Dusk Falls is to play it in one go. with
yeah.
four. Like, that's the
of it.
point of it.
There's
Yeah,
also that.
I like Shredder's Revenge way more as a game, but in one go, I think As Dusk Falls plays better that way.
What's up, Gab?
There's also that like audience voting thing where you can
Audience
like
voting thing is-
override
yeah,
other
everyone's
people. That's what I mean. The
involved.
override.
The overriding...
Make your
It
popcorn.
was so fun.
Well, like, yeah, the audience having
Yeah.
a say, and then, like, the override, because I think Jason and Sophia were with us too. Blood, you were playing as Dust Falls, right? With us?
Yeah, I was with us. But
The
my
overriding
brain
was
is hazy on it for some reason.
hilarious. It's the one with the 2D art that. Like,
2D
GTA
art.
art.
But, I remember what it looks like with a lot
Style
of
that
the story
takes
beats
getting
and
used
stuff.
to.
I forget-
Hostage
yeah.
situation
Yeah.
in the market or whatever.
Like, I'll say this, like, it was an interesting experience playing this game because I was, like, as we started, I didn't like the visual style.
Right.
I didn't like any of the characters. I wasn't, like, invested at all. I was just like, let them all die. Like, I don't care. I think I even said that.
Yeah, of course you did.
And then by the end of it, I was so invested
Yeah.
and so
I getcha.
in that, like, that to me is, like, the experience of
and
playing that in
the one
one
kid like
go.
ran off to the woods and was like, the girl was covering for him and stuff. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I cared about what happened, and I really, really wanted it to be there. Whereas, like, and Devil in Me, like, a similar vibe, but I feel like it just didn't quite get there. Like, House of Ashes still, for me, is the best Dark Pictures,
Yeah.
and Until Dawn is maybe
Yeah.
tied, but
yeah.
different. Like,
Yeah,
As Dust Falls, for me, of this year, is my favorite of these that we did.
I agree.
Yeah. Let me go through the nominees too.
And just and to
Let 'em go
like
through.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we got down to nominees: As Dusk Falls, Dark Pictures, Devil in Me, Little Gator Game, Hindsight, and Shredder's Revenge. Trying to pick this winner.
Yeah.
just like what Gabby was saying about the override.
Override is
just
hilarious.
that helping
Yes.
that directly giving like speaking for myself here, it gave me energy
Yes.
to continue playing it in one night. Every time those moments happen,
Yeah.
it's like this surge of energy.
Yeah.
Of like, what's everyone gonna do here? You know,
Yeah.
using your picks to decide.
The stakes felt always high.
Yeah, yeah.
Throughout As Dust Falls, and
Yeah.
like, I was really tense and really invested. Like, to me, it like there's kind of no competition
Yeah.
in this category.
I agree. Even if the runtime is longer than some of the other games, it
Yeah.
kept that energy throughout.
Yeah, and we
So-
literally played it in one go.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's where it's at. I probably would.
I would vote
Have
for
Little Gator
Shredder's
Game?
Revenge over that any day. I didn't play it, but I don't like games like that, so that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right, you weren't here.
Yeah, I would do that or Little Gator Game. From what I played of the demo, was super jolly.
I think
the
just
trailer
the-
looks really nice for Little Gator Game.
Like the world map and stuff of Shredder's Revenge too. It just like
That felt a little underbaked.
no, it's a little underbaked, but it just puts me in the mindset of just like not in one go. You know, again when
A world map?
when I play Shredder's Revenge, like I've played through it like 3 total times, 3.5. I like to go through maybe like 5 or 6 stages, and then all right, I'm good for a bit
yeah.
and come back to it.
We'll just vote. Then let's all vote.
Yeah.
So you two are Dust Falls. What about you?
Yep.
I think I'm Little Gator Game.
Okay, and Damiani?
I didn't play as Dust Falls.
Well, neither did I.
picked Shredder's Revenge, but I mean, I would not be opposed as Dust Falls. So I'm between those two.
Looks like Blood's the tiebreaker then, because it'd be 2-on-2.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it'd be 2.
It's 2 for Dust Falls, 2 for Shredders.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
What do you say, Blood?
Now!
No rush, no rush, no rush.
Can't think at all.
Take your time.
Oh man.
It's a
It's a tough
weird one
one.
to me, though, because it's like, Huber and I also both really love Shredder's Revenge.
I love it more than
Yeah,
Dust
that's the
Falls,
thing.
technically.
But like
Technically,
Brad
yeah.
hates games like As Dust
do.
Falls.
Yeah,
He, like,
I do.
hates them.
Two,
And I'm honest
played
about it.
both. So,
So
I
like,
feel like
to me, it's like, and we've both played both.
I feel like if especially if Huber's saying it and they're the two, I think it carries this situation context. It carries more weight. I think it's as Dust Falls.
But what do you say, Blood?
Unless Blood has something.
I mean, I lean a little bit more to Shredders. I feel like overall, like more people would probably play through that in one go. Get a group of buddies together and play through
Yeah.
that game
Sure.
rather than I don't like. It's weird because it's like I do think that As Dusk Falls and Devil in Me like are best served by playing in one sitting. It's just so crazy how long it is. It's like how do you do that if you don't work as easy eyes?
To me, like,
Sure. Hey, great. Sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
The spirit of it, though,
Yeah.
like you were saying, like there's a drive to continue with As
Yeah.
Dusk Falls. Like,
Yeah.
you want to keep going, you want to see it through, you want to get to the end of that story.
Yeah.
And like the emotional impact is helped by playing it in one go because you're
Yeah.
invested.
Yeah.
And whereas Shredder's Revenge is great if you play it in one night, if you play it in 6 nights.
Yeah,
like,
you can pause, you can like take
Yeah.
a break. You're
So
not
to me, it's
missing
like-
anything by taking a break.
Like, well, it's technically possible and a lot of fun and awesome, and I had a great time playing Shredder's Revenge in one go. the spirit of the category to me makes me lean more towards As Dusk Falls because there's that impetus to continue and to get there, and I think the game is actually helped by playing it in one go. Like that to me is why I would heavily weight As Dusk Falls
And-
over Shredders,
yeah.
even though I did enjoy playing Shredders in one night.
Complete opposite of Brad. You know, I love these games.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
these like interactive, you know, movies. Basically, essentially, that's like we get to play and watch something together, which is like so valuable and meaningful to me.
Yeah.
I always like really savor those experiences. We're seeing more of them now, but like it's still kind of rare to get that.
We're getting like 3.
Now we
4
get a lot of
year.
them. Yeah, now we get a ton of
As
them.
many as
Yeah.
Marvel films.
Yeah.
It used to
Seriously.
be one a year,
Yeah.
maybe, you know, like, and it was Dark Pictures.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So to me, it's As Dusk Falls till the cows come home. But
But
But blood has to pick.
Blood picked Shredder, so
Yeah,
we're
no,
going to too.
I think, yeah. No, I think As Dusk Falls is fine. I think it's good.
Lock it in then.
all right,
I think all of you should play Little Gator King.
it
Yeah.
looks great. It
I
looks
really
great.
want to, dude.
yeah.
Like,
It looks great. That one I feel bad. It just late in the year.
Same.
I missed it.
I want to like play it the most
Right
out of everything
now.
we've talked
Yeah,
about.
yeah,
I want to
yeah.
go home and play that.
Yeah,
Blood.
yeah.
Seriously.
As Dusk Falls. All right, character is next.
Yeah.
Best character.
Best character, one that I'm hoping we'll find some more, because
Because he's not satisfied, you guys.
Not
I think we've just thrown a couple of things at the wall and
Blood is pissed.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Who? Let's start at the top.
what we
Let
got
me-
right
let me
now.
read
Oh,
what
yep.
we have.
Yep.
Yeah, right now we
That's
got
starting at the top.
Neovend, which may have a different name from Citizen Sleeper.
Navigator also, but spoilers.
Okay. So
Neovend
Neovend
is-
is the name we should go by?
It's how it's introduced.
Okay. Fang from Citizen Sleeper, the One from Immortality, Marissa Marcel from Immortality. I had to put Thor on.
I
God
hate
of War.
it. What the fuck?
Love
I
Thor.
hate it.
Love Thor.
Love.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
Thor.
Love Thor.
Thor and Odin speak so modern, it's so weird.
Love.
Thor is
Oh,
so...
Odin drove me up the wall.
I loved Odin too.
Hey, Kratos! What the fuck are you doing here? We're gonna make a fucking deal here!
Was he Joe Pesci?
Hey, you fucking sounded like Joe fucking Pesci!
Mob boss. Mob
You
boss.
sounded
Odin.
like Joe fucking Pesci,
He
dude!
had Mafia
The guy
energy.
from Bayonetta.
Yeah, it was
That's
ridiculous.
Joe Pesci's clone.
Cartoon character.
I grabbed Savathun from Destiny 2 because Huber had
Great character.
included that in the earlier
They
super
definitely
discussions.
say that word a lot in Destiny 2.
Super great.
Is that the boss, the
the
villain?
main witch?
Yeah.
And then I had to throw in Alexander Potboy from Elden Ring as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
Ronnie,
say,
dude.
who are we throwing in for
Ronnie.
Ronnie's good.
There's too
Ronnie.
many, right? So we need to like. I think we should just start at who we're nominating from Elden Ring for characters. Who's it gonna be?
Two
Who's the
ends.
snake girl you liked?
2 ends, I think.
What was her name?
I'll have to look him up, make sure
From the
got him right.
Volcano Man?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
she was amazing.
She's like
She was incredible.
Yes.
The one in the little side room.
Wait,
Yeah.
You
can find her
in the water.
Yep,
First, like
yep.
the
Yeah.
dude, like
She can recruit you.
Oh, I
Yeah.
loved her, dude. I
Different
loved
way.
her.
But if you don't remember her name, she doesn't make
Oh,
the list.
I don't remember a lot of names. That's not fair.
It's fair.
I needed Brad to remember Potboy's name.
Dude, what about
Sir Alexander, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
some people at the round table? Who's
The main dude who like
The all-knowing
freaking
dude?
turns on you at the end is an
God.
Is his name Gideon?
I think his name is Gideon.
Jeff?
incredible character.
Starts with a G. Too many G names.
Yeah.
The
Also,
blacksmith is great.
Haralu's daughter or whatever. The one.
Horalu.
Horalu. Remember they finished her quest line.
yeah, the
Oh,
one that
yeah.
can make the
What was
king
her
of the
Yeah.
Southern Realms.
Yeah.
yeah.
What is that?
So many
There's so many characters. That's what I mean. It's like Melania. I mean, she had the impact. Like
I would say the blacksmith is really good. He's a good character. Ronnie though is goat, I would say.
Ronnie's
Oh,
pretty good.
Blythe? What about Blythe?
Oh fuck, Blythe, dude! Blythe is great.
Which one is that again?
The
Wolf
guy.
Man.
The Wolf Man.
Oh,
It's
Wolfman
spelled
was
like
sick.
Blyde.
Yeah.
Wolfman was sick. I know, dude. That game's so cool because like I got a lot of side quests, missed a few, but like when you got them going, I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
felt so special. I got that
The
one.
blowhard guy who helps with the Horalu quest is pretty funny too.
Oh, the former servant dude who kicks her on the head.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that guy you can't trust because he's like
Awesome.
He's
Also,
the first
the
man
bloody mask
date or
guy.
go around. Yeah.
Oh, him, yeah. From
Rom,
the
or,
beginning.
yeah.
What?
Who's the mask guy that's kind of a
You
psycho?
are maidenless.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah.
guy. Yeah,
That
he's a
guy
psycho.
rules.
The like PvP cult guy. Yeah.
They
I
all
can't remember his
rule.
name.
Everyone's so good.
Obviously, I love Ronnie though.
Best character, Elden Ring.
Best characters, Elden Ring.
Are we doing one per thing, Blood, again?
I mean, I would like to
don't-
kind of
I don't think we have
aimed
to.
for that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if
not a
we
hard-
need to
hard
do
roll.
2 or more, I mean,
Yeah,
what's stopping us?
We'll see
Well,
what happens.
having
Also
5,
get,
if we have more than 2, is a little
Refresh
silly,
my
but yeah.
refresh my memory where all knowing is from the majority of the game. Is he
He's
at the home base?
He's in the round table hole to
Yeah.
the left.
Exact dude.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
the payoff there really elevates him in my book for the characters of the game. I might specifically like people's vibes more, but like the fact that he's there
I mean, his storyline
and the
is
storyline and
his storyline is mostly though just being a dick to his daughter or his adoptive daughter, telling you stuff and
Yeah.
then betraying you.
yeah.
Like that's his whole story.
Sure.
Classic.
I guess it's just like the long con, you know? It's like the long-term payoff with
Ronnie's
it.
story. Did you do Ronnie's storyline? It's
I did a
fucking
lot of it.
crazy.
Ronnie's is really good.
Ronnie.
Ronnie's super good.
Lesbian moon wedding.
Ronnie's really hype.
Yeah.
But Guilt. What's his
And
name?
she looks the coolest.
Oh, she absolutely looks.
I have a nominee. Can we do one?
Yeah.
Bathraz from Chained Echoes, dude.
But
Let me explain this
Hell
guy
yeah.
real
Let me-
quick.
how about you spell it first? And
BA''THRAZ.
Love a character with an apostrophe in their
Let
name.
me explain his backstory real quick, okay?
do it.
Lizard Man. Okay?
Love Lizard Man.
Bonus right
Nice.
points right off the bat.
Yeah.
One
immediate.
time, lived in a village with his son. Lizard boy. They get attacked.
Yeah. This is Huber bait.
And they're getting
This is
attacked. There's this
Deliberations.
mystic force that comes out. This character, not really explained in the game, just some mystical guy. When you're in a dire time situation, you can make a deal to get something done.
Yeah.
His son was dying, got stabbed by bandits. His son got angry to protect his dad and turned himself into armor like Full Metal Alchemist. Okay,
Whoa.
Sick.
Shit.
the armor gets destroyed and dies. The kid's dead.
Fuck.
The dad about to die makes
Yeah.
a deal with this other person. Also gets rid of all of his limbs in order to get power to kill the guys, but he gets his limbs become the armor pieces of his son.
Sick.
So he's a bounty hunter that walks around with armor pieces of his son, dude,
So
for
dope.
vengeance.
10 out of 10. 10
to
out of 10.
kill an evil god.
Dude, this game
Perfect.
looks sick. When did
Perfect.
this come out?
December.
December.
Fuck.
Everyone skip.
Best game no one played.
December really did me one over, man. There's some good stuff in there.
Get wrecked other outlets.
But
It's tight.
Lock him in.
I loved
That's
it.
probably
Lock
just
him
one of
in.
the new games. can't be remasters, remakes.
Yeah.
probably not the
fair.
spirit of the.
Yeah.
Spirit of the
Yeah.
category.
Just gonna want to give a shout out to Zach Fair.
Hell yeah, dude. Zach,
Give a
always.
shout out.
Oh,
Shout out. Shout out to the dad in Arcade Paradise as well. Just a shout out.
I don't even know if I should
Shout out.
write him on the list, but the
Great
Salt
face.
Baker guy.
which guy?
Salt Baker from.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to the cat from Stray.
Cat was
Anyone?
good. Cat was good.
Quality cat. That little backpack robot.
Cat was
Backpack
good.
robot.
Backpack Robot was
That's
good.
good.
Other characters
That turns out
in
to be
Stray
the-
were also
the
good.
father
ro-
son robot thing.
Yep,
Yeah.
good robot characters in Stray for
Forget their names,
sure.
That like
but they
depressed
were
scientist
good.
robot. was
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yep. Yep.
Also, Goat.
From Goat Simulator?
No. That's yeah. Well, what about Xenoblade? Do we have any specific big call outs from
Yeah,
Xenoblade?
come on, Damiani. Tell me there's someone cool in that game.
And the characters are all good. I mean,
Oh boy.
I'm trying to think who I would pick
Right.
from them as
Okay.
like the representative because like there's like
Yeah, no, this is why I'm having a hard time. I'm trying to like think
I'm
about
going
stuff
through
that I
I'm going through
played
a list
and
of
like.
heroes.
I've got some.
There's a pirate
Good.
dude in
I've
there.
got
It's
some.
pretty cool.
Okay.
Uh,
Shoot him out.
Andreas from Pentiment
Oh, yeah.
is
Andres.
green guy?
he's so
Yeah, he's
good.
great.
Yeah.
He's so good. This game
A little long.
This game goes there, dude. At the end, it's like the third act is not what you expect. Kind of, it's good. Andreas is hype.
Nice.
Great
He was
character.
great from what I saw. Though.
Yeah, that game's just so well written. You know,
It is.
it's so dense. It's so historical, but
Yeah.
it still manages to be like just engaging and really well written for like the subject matter you're dealing with. Really, really good. And he's great.
Rose is cool, but I don't know if she makes the cut.
Rose!
Rose,
My goddamn child.
Rose, mine.
How many do we have?
Should have had
I can't
another
see.
one. What was
Fucking
it? I lost
Specs
it.
from, or whatever, from Ground.
What's that?
Rogue Legacy 2 has some good characters.
Yeah,
I used to know his
Number
name.
3, Tyon. I was looking at the list. He's the glasses guy. He's like the Shikamaru of the group.
Oh,
Huber.
big brains.
Yeah,
Tactics.
he's the tact that's always cool,
Shikamaru.
calm. But his backstory, you find out he wasn't always like that.
Oh.
Yeah, he has
How do you
to
spell
do
his
his
name?
hero quest.
How you spell his name?
That's Taion. Tyon.
This is from what? Oh,
Xenoblade
Xenoblade?
3 of the main cast of characters, because there's spoiler characters in there, but like
Right.
I think that's kind of
I like
Unfair.
Elster from Signalis, but she's kind of just a...
Is that the main character? Is that who
Yeah.
plays?
Blade. No.
Blade.
From Midnight Suns?
Yeah.
Oh, what's your character called in it?
The Hunter.
Hunter.
The Hunter. Yeah, that's right.
The Hunter.
With a the. Your name has a
The
the in
Hunter.
it.
She went to the school to earn it.
Huber's looking.
Yeah, I'm
Give him
getting
a
the
minute.
name. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. they
Because
can be
Horizon,
male
Horizon's got some good characters.
Oh, sure. Who's the guy you like with the arm?
Katalo
Katalo?
is a really awesome character. So is Lance Reddick's character. I thought he was really strong in the sequel.
I love Lance
Silence. The reason I don't pick
Let me find this.
Aloy for this category is because she's got the hero trait, you know, which can be a detriment sometimes. Like, just like,
Yeah, they kind of.
just
She talks a lot, but just still.
she's
like,
all,
like,
you know,
kind of-
she's
yeah.
leading the charge. She's got everyone's back. She's getting shit done. Like, she handles business, but like, she's always that mode the whole game, you know?
Yeah.
Of like, just, I
can do this?
I can do this the whole game.
Well, and her
What-
character was kind of one note from what I understood from
Yeah.
like Jones's complaint.
What's,
Yeah.
Did you like Trinity?
She was really good too, dude. Yeah, there were some good characters in there.
It's like one of those things where, like,
Nor-
man, I feel like there should be more things somehow, but I
Norco's-
keep looking at the list of games and not coming up with them.
Norco's got some good characters, but it's very like ensemble. You know
Narrator
what
from
Right.
Stanley Parable.
That is
Ooh.
one I was actually thinking about. Yep.
Cool.
I mean? I really like LeBlanc from Norco. He was really good. He was a really good character.
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc from
Yeah.
Norco.
Yeah.
Is Neovend your favorite character from Citizen Sleeper? Or who would you...
Can we put what do you put Ghost on there from Modern Warfare 2? Good old Ghost.
Okay.
It's very surprising, I know, but
Not Price?
not Price this time. This is Ghost's game, dude, and Ghost was great. Really, really good energy for the very always hyper serious Call of Duty game. Ghost is a serious character, but he also plays it like, dude, we're playing Call of Duty here. You know, he's got good.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Is he like drinking Mountain Dew and
No,
shit?
no, like
He throws Doritos
he's just like he's got. I don't want to say he's got quips. You know, it's not like Marvel and shit, but he just like brings levity to it. He makes
Okay.
it like high stakes, but not
fun?
super serious. Yeah, he just makes it fun. He's a really fun character.
Cool.
Yeah. You know, you watch action movies sometimes that are like intense and there's just like fun characters in there.
Yeah.
That's what Ghost is. He's just a fun character. Gives people really like the side eye all the time, dude. Really good looks.
Cool.
Super good. Really memorable, has impact, and looks awesome. Yeah. That meme, you've seen the meme.
Everyone's seen the meme.
Right,
I want to
yeah.
give a shout out to Rabid Rosalina.
Oh, Rabbit Rosalina.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I just keep thinking of Fire Emblem Engage characters.
They're not eligible
Not
yet.
eligible. that's next year.
Is there anything
Yo.
from Kirby?
What about the
I don't think
the
there's anyone
freaking
specifically.
coffee shop owner
Luigi's are
in
great.
Gran Turismo, dude? Like, yo, what up?
That's okay.
Going over the menu.
Wait, did they even talk? Is it just text?
It's just
It's just a photograph of somebody
That's right. I was like,
with text.
yeah, it's all just like photos. Yeah. I
It does have a
I love
name.
the cafe.
Yeah, I love that.
But
All right. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. I think we got
That's
a
a
lot.
shitload.
I think we got a lot.
Get cut.
Yeah.
Fuck! Jack!
Jack Garland.
Jack
Garland. Jack almost snubbed him.
That's my number one.
Almost snubbed him.
We
But-
saved
This
it!
just became a meme category.
Jack Garland.
They always were.
Oh man.
Fuck.
oh goodness,
Who do we got from God of War?
we've got Thor.
Fucking God,
Thor,
terrible
right now.
Thor
fucking
is
Thor.
Thor rules. Thor is a lock. I'm
Does he
sorry.
get better or something?
He's amazing. Yes.
The intro sucked
Yes.
of him.
He's so amazing.
But I love the intro with him,
Same.
but also gets better.
Way
Wow,
better.
okay.
Oh my god, I love Thor.
Just not my game, I guess. That's alright.
I also love Heimdall. Shout out. Heimdall,
Oh, yeah.
Heimdall like gripped me more than anyone in that entire
Yeah,
game.
he was
Even
good.
though Thor is more slow burn, Heimdall is just like electric. I
He's
felt the
aggressive.
electricity.
He's aggressive.
Yeah, he's so good.
Just the evil eye, I guess. He didn't hit me as hard, but yeah.
Damn.
Any characters from Plague Tale? Raccoon?
The only reason I wouldn't put Hugo and Amicia on there is because it is a continuation, another chapter in their journey.
Well, I mean,
They did grow,
Yeah, I
of
was gonna
course.
say,
They
they
both
grew
grew.
enough.
They were both great, but I don't know if it hit me as hard as maybe the first time.
Right.
You know, it didn't
Right.
have that like sequel big like growth yet. Maybe in the next one, but they were still really good. Good shout out there.
Who would you put from Citizen Sleeper? Neovan, Celine,
I like
Fang?
Noodle Shop person. Is that? Yeah, Noodle
Memphis!
Shop. Yeah.
Oh, Memphis,
Love-
dude. Put
love
Memphis from Citizen
them.
Sleeper.
How do you spell
Love
that?
them.
EMPHIS, I think?
Great character.
Oh, Memphis. Yeah, you can take the other two off. Just do Memphis.
Sifu, the only reason is because they're so archetype.
Okay.
You know, they like they have nice backstories, but it's basic, which
Right.
is
Yeah.
fine for me. But like,
yeah,
you
cool
know,
characters, but
great characters.
Yeah,
I
they're-
love them.
so
Dude, how can
Yeah,
you forget
exactly.
about Memphis? He's like my favorite for sure.
So good.
Memphis rules.
Memphis hype.
Is he the first guy you meet?
He's the
One of.
mushroom cafe
Yeah.
guy. Yeah.
There's some side quests there. You got to do some side
Yeah,
quests. Each side quest is like,
But just like bonds, dude. Maximum.
oh my god.
Maximum bonds.
Probably one of my favorite times of the entire year gaming is just like
Chilling with Memphis.
chilling and listening to his stories. I was just like in another world. I was
Yeah,
just like,
dude.
yes.
Memphis. For me, since I don't think anyone else played Immortality,
I've started it, but
I would do the one over Marissa Marcel probably.
really, wow. I'm not far enough in to know why. So that's like, wow.
Neo.
The one.
Marissa Marcel's also awesome.
Mm-hmm.
The one is just really interesting and weird. I hesitate to say more because it'll like spoil
True.
everything.
Yeah, no, I'm just scratching the surface of what other crap's going
Yeah,
on.
I meant
Yeah.
to play it, but I streamed shit.
It's
I meant to. I was supposed to be the game.
every year there's a game that I'm like, this is my favorite game, and no one plays it, so it's fine. That's just how it goes. That's my lot in life. But the one is very, very cool. Marissa Marcel's also really good. Immortality like rides or dies on its characters. So to me,
Yeah.
one or the other I would lock one or the other personally, as well as Emphas, but as well as Ronnie. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I just from what I played, it's a crazy, very out of the box game.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Have you seen the one yet? Do you even know who I'm talking about?
I think I know who you're talking about.
The girl.
But I have not
the
been
girl
given a
one.
name.
See, the Neo is the one and
She
only.
never has a name in the game.
She
so-
wears
okay, got it.
sunglasses.
yeah.
Trench coat, sunglasses.
No.
Damn.
She's wearing like
Dodging bullets.
Yeah, sometimes.
Kung Fu?
Actually, I think in one scene she maybe does. She shoots somebody, maybe, but kind of.
But you would put her over Marissa.
It's a tricky one. It's
Okay.
weird, because the one is more of like. It's like trying to claim that something from a Cormac McCarthy book is a character and not just like an archetype, right? Like the judge from Blood Meridian is not a character; he's like a force of nature, right? And the one is kind of like that more than a person.
It's still like Shakespearean.
Yeah,
epic.
yeah. I mean, it's very.
epic.
Shakespeare.
She's kind of like a muse, sort of.
Cool.
It's like the easiest way. She's like a creative artistic force instead of a destructive creative force is like the way to kind of think of it. Sorry, Blood. But,
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure out how to show this on video, so.
oh, I can get her easily.
Okay.
But, yeah. But Marissa Marcel also totally dank, so.
Totally dank.
Yeah, whichever one
Totally
would be
dang.
cool.
I just think it's, yeah. I think
Marissa's
it's,
more of a character. The one is like.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
It's
it's
more of a
cool to see
force
this, like,
of
even from the
creative
beginning,
nature.
just her being all of these different characters because you're watching this behind the scenes,
Yeah.
you know, and then her to, like, flip from the character in the movie to herself.
Yeah, and her character
Yeah.
development as the thing goes on is
Yeah.
interesting too. Like taking more control of the projects and stuff is cool.
Whereas, like, as I was saying, like, I haven't seen enough of the one to, like, understand where you're coming from, which
He
is
can
annoying.
dodge bullets, but
Yeah.
It's a girl, but yeah, sort of.
I'm just thinking about Neo.
I think it's probably a genderless entity, but
It's goes or it could be whatever you want to be.
yeah, it can be whatever it wants to be.
There is no
And
spoon.
there's some pretty obvious gender there, but okay.
Oh, I mean, it's played by a woman, and she'd be fucking. So,
Is it AO game?
No.
no, but there's like full nudity in it.
Yeah.
It's an artistic adult R-rated
Yeah.
film movie or game.
Gives me like Brian De Palma vibes.
This is the shitty thing. This is the shitty thing, Hubert. You would have loved
I know,
Immortality.
I know.
Like you would have been in your.
I was gonna
like,
play it last night and I just,
It would have been one. I think it'll be one of your favorites of the year. Once you if you ever play it.
We'll have a epilogue easy update.
Yeah. Hubert was wrong.
No, I'm sorry. Can we do that?
Sure.
Cool.
All right.
All right, so I should vote the one.
If you want to do Marissa, that's fine too.
Okay.
The one is to me a more interesting choice, I guess. To metagame our own award.
People be like, what?
Thor is a lock for me.
What's that?
It's got to be a lock for me.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm really into Thor too.
Thor's cool.
That's
I
so
really
weird.
like Thor.
Isla really likes Ronnie.
Ronnie's a lot to me from.
Yeah.
Ronnie's a lock.
Ronnie.
I really, really like the dumb pop boy, but that's fine.
I like so many
There's
characters.
not much
but
of a-
it's- yeah.
He's
to his
fine,
character.
but it's like
Yeah.
he's more.
Fine.
I mean, he's great.
Fine.
He's
more like
great,
a
but
character design.
Come on.
yeah, he's just
Then-
kind
He's
of
a fucking pot.
He's
Yeah.
fun.
And
I
he's
love it.
charming.
True.
Legendary.
Okay, who gets the last slot?
Jack Garland.
Probably Jack Garland.
Jack. You
haven't played, you don't know.
Jack. I did play, so
It's probably Jack Garland.
or narrator.
Oh, narrator's pretty good, but if
The
you guys
game
haven't played
wants
it, you're not
Jack.
gonna get
The
it.
game wants
Jack
Jack.
Garland. Give us one fun character.
The narrator is super fun.
Give us Jack.
Also, it's like-
Honestly,
It's mostly old hat though for the narrator.
No, it's
Jack?
not. It's like the existential breakdown.
Yeah.
Jack Garland
Jack is a joke of a
is
character.
the sole reason that Stranger of Paradise rises to a 7 in my mind.
He helps.
He does a lot of heavy lifting on that game. Yes, the fights are fun, multiplayer is fun, okay, yes, but Jack Garland gives that game an identity and a life.
That game.
He breathes a life into that
I
game.
don't care what
The
you
game
think.
makes no sense.
Kill chaos.
Yeah.
We jump all over the place.
is
At every
ridiculous.
point, he's just like, "This is stupid." I
Yeah,
don't care.
dude, the fucking headphones part. Do you remember
And
when
it
he puts
should
on
be so
headphones?
lame. It should be so lame. But he just has that vibe. He just has
that energy.
He's got the good energy.
And he embraces it.
He does. He embraces it.
Yeah, I'm not memeing, by the way.
Yeah,
I
same,
love Jack.
Same. I love Jack. I love Jack. He is ridiculous.
He was
and it
delightful.
works. Yeah.
Blood, the more I think of it, I think we should switch the one in for Marissa. Because the one is
Okay.
kind of the whole point of the game.
Okay.
Also, the edit will be really fun.
Sick.
I could do something really
Forward, I love it.
I could do something
Thinking
really
of that already.
Yeah, I could
It's
do something really cool.
Okay. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I'd
you,
love to get the
can you-
narrator in there, but like I can't remember specifically because it's just so much about like how
I mean, it's
well
like,
it's written.
It's like 10 hours of incredible writing. It's,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out of control.
Well, can you scroll up just so I can see the other games for just a sec, just in case?
It's not 10 hours though.
Don't want to
Oh,
forget.
Oh well, I guess it could be because there's
Yeah,
a lot that
X
you can just
number of
skip
hours.
over. Yeah.
Sonic Frontiers, dude. Sonic.
Knuckles.
Put him in. Sonic.
The color
I'm stuck.
gray from Sonic Frontiers.
All right, cool. Blood things. Cool.
So yeah.
It's hard not. It's hard to kind of cut Andreas, but I get it. It's pretty crowded up there.
Yeah,
it's pretty
It's pretty
crowded.
nuts. This
Yeah.
category's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think that's our nominees. So we have Emphis from Citizen Sleeper, The One from Immortality, Thor from God of War Ragnarok, Ronnie from Elden Ring, and Jack Carlin. Don't laugh.
Can you make Thor not bold?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's bold.
I think it was just
Emphasis.
we were reusing
Don't worry, I thought it was a bold
spreadsheet
person.
and the cell was already bold.
Copy paste, yeah.
It was that.
This
It
is
wasn't
tough
even
one.
copy paste. It was just like
I don't like this
formatting.
category. I don't like this. This one's tough. No, this one's tough. I mean, I this is hard. I can
For
see all
me,
these.
my front runners are Emphis and Ronnie, just because I don't think I could convince the group on the one.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hey, the one's just happy to be there.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy to be in the mix, you know?
Yeah.
I love the
Brad
nominees.
was-
Yes.
I'll
I
just-
care more
I'll
about
just say
nominees
this.
and winners.
Once you start to like start making progress in an immortality, it really starts messing with your head.
It,
Yeah.
like, I got, the first time I saw the one, I legitimately got, like, whole body
Shivers.
chills.
Love
Like,
that
I was,
shit.
like, terrified the
love
first
that.
time I saw her. Because it was just, like, because it was, like, a fleeting second. I was just like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Just unsettling.
And then,
shit.
like, I figured out
I
how to
should tell you when the first
get
one I
into
saw because it was a little bit
Mine was in, like, the warehouse, like, art, like, Andy Warhol
Okay,
kind of.
mine was the one of the later talk shows.
Oh, yeah, that one is really creepy. Yeah, for sure. There's some
gives me
fucked
shades
up,
of like immortality or not immortality.
big immortality
What's
shades.
the inscription? Inscription. Just
Yeah.
the witness
yeah,
is
yeah,
with you.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
weird
Because
shit.
it's like
Yeah.
you don't quite know what's going on, but you kind of
Yeah,
think
yeah,
you know
yeah,
how
yeah.
to play the game, and then all of a sudden something happens,
Yeah.
and you're like,
Love that.
that
It-
breaks the rules.
It
Yeah.
breaks the
Right,
rules
yeah.
of the game, but while adhering to it's really like when the first time you find the one in Immortality, it changes everything. Like it makes you realize, like, oh, the thing I thought this game was doing is not the thing I thought this game was doing. Like what it's doing is this whole other crazy thing.
Nice.
Yeah, the game gets fucking weird, dark. Yeah. So I love the one.
Okay.
Emphis, some of the best damn bonds of this
Yeah,
side
honestly,
of this whole
honestly,
year.
had a huge impact on me. I always say a lot of my gaming is mood based. You know, where I am, what I'm doing, what's going on, and for whatever reason, the conversations with Emphis were some of the most memorable and impactful
Yeah.
for the entire year of games for me.
Well, tell me
Just
about
the
the
mood.
conversation you had with him.
So he's the noodle shop.
I know who he is.
Yeah, he's the noodle shop
got
owner.
Well, it's more of a
And
mushroom stew.
Mushroom, yeah, and it's basically just like life philosophy, just talking about like how we ended up there, how like what you want to do. Obviously, there's a couple ways you can take your character. And then it's tied into, which I really liked, the side quests, because you have to go, everything is time based in Citizen Sleeper, so it's like anytime you want to do something, it takes time.
Got it.
So it's like, do you want to sit and just talk to this character? It like makes each thing you do matter more.
Well, and also, like, in a harsh world where
Yeah.
you are not considered human by some people,
Yeah.
Emphis is
Treats you
a
like
friendly
a human.
face, treats you like a
Yeah.
person,
Yes.
is one of the earlier characters to do that, doesn't judge you at all.
No.
And then like opens up more and more the closer you get with him.
Talks about just the love of food because he's
Yeah.
a chef, and it's like in this world, like food is a delicacy.
But
So-
he's like making good do with the best he can because he's not like a high end guy. Like
Yeah.
he's not cooking like with the best materials, you know. But he loves what he's doing, even though he's just using like the shittiest of
Yeah.
mushrooms that you can grow on this thing.
So anytime I got ingredients
Right,
for him, I was
right.
just so pumped.
Even when I had other avenues for finding
Yeah,
food,
yeah.
I would drop the 12 credits with him
Yeah, hell yeah.
every time.
Yeah.
Once you get the discount, 15 base. But yeah,
And just really moody, like just talks about
his backstory is awesome.
just talks about life, and
Yeah.
you get sucked in. You just get sucked in.
He's this big jacked guy, and you notice he's got like these scars on him, and like when he tells you how he got those, that he basically was like, I mean, I don't need to get into spoilers if you want to just play it, but like I think it's a cool backstory if you want to hear. Basically, like he came from a station or a little planetoid or whatever that was being used by this corporation as like miners. But the way they would do it is they would like basically weld these mechs to their bones so that they could become like heavy lifting machinery themselves. But like it was quickly outpaced technology. It didn't work very well. So he lives in like constant pain.
Yeah.
And yet he's just this generous, lovely person.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Yeah. And
He's
it's
so good.
And it's not even like a long time, too. And again, like Citizen Sleeper is just so minimal, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
It does so much with so little. Like you talk to this character seriously for a total of like 15 minutes, really.
Probably, yeah.
You know? 15, 20 minutes. And it's just like, wow. Impact for like so little.
And I mean, like, RP-wise, like, you'll be eating at his stall every day,
Yeah.
and you talk to him anytime there's, like, you gain the new ingredients or whatever. So, like, it feels like he's a presence there all the time.
Throughout. They space it
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
They
yeah.
and you gotta like earn the ingredients and all that.
Yeah, so it's like,
Yeah.
the 15 minutes is maybe, like,
Yeah.
all told, but,
Yeah.
like, it's spread out, and it feels like he's a constant
Yeah,
companion.
it's
Yeah.
like the Persona 5 coffee shop, right?
Basic, kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
So
To a degree, yeah.
So, yeah, he's dope.
Yeah.
Obviously, we all know Ronnie is amazing. Her full storyline is incredible. Best
Thor.
ending.
Oh, Ronnie, for sure.
Yeah, Ronnie is my favorite ending.
A lot of endings. And how many endings? 6 of them?
I like the other ending. Ronnie's second favorite.
What's your favorite ending?
The
frenzy ending?
The frenzy ending.
Yeah, that one's funny.
Thor. Should we talk about Thor? Or Jack Garland?
Yeah.
Sell me on Thor, because like
So-
Thor.
he makes a bad first impression, dude.
Well, for
at least on
one,
me.
love the voice. Love
Oh,
the voice.
Kurt Ryan Hurst, incredible.
But yeah, I think it's you get this back and forth struggle of like where he is in this, you know, this family dynamic.
The dad bonds.
Yeah,
For sure.
with with him, basically, having to do what his father tells him while his father berates him and treats him like an imbecile the whole time. And then you see him wanting to take care of his own daughter and
Yeah, it's really
his own regrets
nuanced,
and everything like
dude.
that. Yeah, there's
it
just-
is really
Having to
nuanced.
work with
Atreus and
Atreus,
stuff,
dude.
yeah. When
so good.
when you're traveling with him as Atreus, yeah, it's really like you get those back and forths where it's like you get a little bit under the surface and he's like, all right, man, you're the enemy.
Yeah.
He puts the wall back up.
It's like a little marshmallow in there. You
Yeah.
know? He's
Yeah.
got like a tough exterior.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know you
and
liked
for-
the bar,
yeah. What's
the
that?
bar scene. I know you liked the bar scene a lot.
Overall, is so good.
Well, after that, where his daughter was like yelling at him.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, for
Him and
drinking,
his,
yeah.
that dynamic as well. Yeah, it's just top tier. It's top tier.
But he grows, I guess.
He does. He
does,
gets
yeah.
a lot of growth for
Very
sure.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not
Especially-
into the big spoiler at the
Yeah.
end. But
Yeah. And just like what, I guess it doesn't really matter. But there's like I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of expectations with Thor, given like Thor the character, the MCU comparisons, the fact of the last one ending on the cliffhanger.
Right.
Like there were just such expectations and hype around Thor, and I think they just played it like subtly and differently than
Yeah.
a lot of us were expecting.
And his character design, like
yeah,
you know, like he
More accurate to
so
actual,
awesome.
actual, yeah.
Yeah.
Lore.
Plus, he is still like he's huge. He has a presence. He
Yeah,
stands out.
yeah, just
Yeah, he
a
does.
big bruiser. Love it.
Yeah, and yeah, for me, it just there's that personal kind of connection to all of that just from my own childhood. So with my dad and
Yeah.
people, his friends, there's like a lot of that wound up in Thor there. A lot of people I grew up around. And then, so yeah, picking one on this is hard for me. Like I'm probably between Thor and Ronnie.
Ronnie is so cool because like you have some input there.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
Yeah.
like you have to work at it to do it. I always appreciate that.
She
Hidden
spends
beneath.
part of the game as a doll.
Yeah, beneath the surface.
Yeah.
And then another corpse doll later. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and just the fact that like there are little bits of that story that you really only.
Yeah, that doll's like her master or someone who taught her before, like that. Like her body's up on that tower, her
Yeah.
actual body.
And then
Yeah,
she
but
put
that's
her,
the crazy
based
thing
off-
though is when you
Yeah.
you
She
find
put
some of
her-
the spots.
She's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
her teacher or something like
she
that.
put her spirit into the doll, and then her real
escape
spirit is
the
in the like
thing.
cave on the moon cave or whatever. Ronnie also has a really cool cadre of supporting characters like Blythe.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, Rakowski
The-
crew.
Her little
blacksmith
crew,
guy.
Fighting them and like
Yeah, the
reveal
giant-
The blacksmith
who
giant is
called
so
them.
good. Yeah.
EG, I think his name is something like that.
Yeah.
EG, yeah.
What was the Freako's name, the Orochimaru guy?
Yeah.
The pervert
Oh,
guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Service or
Yeah, he has the
Sev?
puppets of
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, something like that.
little hidden room.
Oh
that
yeah,
dude's
the
a
other.
freako.
Yeah, the other witch guy.
Fucking perv, dude. Yep. Gnarly.
This is a tough one. This is a really tough one. I don't like it.
I mean, to me, it's Emphas the one or Ronnie.
Quick sell on Jack.
Okay.
Quick sell.
Okay, yeah, quick sell. I'm here for it.
I can't give it a
Out of
joke.
all these games, of all these characters, super dramatic, dude,
Yeah.
all that good stuff. Jack is the one person who's like, fuck you, fuck everybody, I'm doing what the fuck I want, I'm killing this chaos bitch, but he's a tortured soul.
He is a tortured soul.
He's got issues.
Sounds like he's got
Yeah.
anger
He's got
issues.
issues big time.
Yeah, he needs a hug.
Yeah.
Give him a hug.
Like, dude, when people are talking to him, he just puts on headphones and you hear like rap rock, dude, and he just leaves. It's like, when are you gonna get this again in a game? When? Dude, never. Not even in Borderlands. Well, maybe Borderlands, but not as good.
In Doom, the Doom guy punches the thing giving him the opening like cutscene,
Yeah,
and he's just like,
it's
fuck
Doom
it.
guy energy, but he talks.
Does it all for or princess
Nookie?
or whatever.
Oh,
Jack Garland.
Yeah, you end at
But that's
the
right.
opening scene.
that's all
Said my
right.
piece.
Brad, my fingers are crossed that one day Jack and Sora cross paths.
Oh my god.
That
Hey,
is my.
And Jack just
They
flicks him
will-
off and walks
they will
away.
be
Sora's
oil
like,
and
If Zora can
Oil
beat
and-
Sora, then Jack can
Yeah,
beat
Zora-
Sora.
Sora's just like, what was wrong with that guy? He needs a hug. Wait, Sora gives him a hug, and then it's like the
Yeah,
scene in
dude.
Ratatouille when he has the Ratatouille. It's just like, oh.
Jack's.
Or Brendan Gleeson in the Paddington 2, and he has the marmalade. He just like lights up, and he's like, "Oh my god!" All right,
So, is it Ronnie? Everyone kind of seems like they like Ronnie.
Ronnie or Emphas, maybe.
Okay.
Ronnie over Thorblood.
I'm probably leaning more to Thor, but I'm fine with Ronnie.
Same. I'm right there with you. Slight Thor, great with Ronnie.
What of those two? I'm hard Ronnie.
Yeah. Brad and Damiani, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm cool with Ronnie.
Yeah.
Ronnie?
I like Ronnie a lot.
Cool.
He's great.
Yeah.
The
Do it.
sweep continues.
Lock it
In
in.
a game with great characters, she stands out.
She really does.
Yeah. And again, it's one of the things I always pay attention to is just like the design of her.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, her
Like-
character design's incredible.
Horalu's my number one, but there's just not enough there. I'm always about that, dude. That like the first champion shit.
Yeah, yeah.
So
The
rad.
Elden Lord.
So sick.
Very from so.
so sick. God.
Barely explained.
Yeah.
All right, congrats to Ronnie of Elden Ring. right, next up, narrative. Best narrative.
Woo!
Blood, what have we got on the list so far?
So far, we have Citizen Sleeper, Immortality, Signalis, God of War Ragnarok, Elden Ring, and the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. If there's anything else you want to throw in there.
Sounds like, no, I'm just saying, it sounds like Citizen Sleeper is like a front runner on this big time.
Citizen Sleeper is my pick.
That was a huge class.
I really like it. I really like that narrative.
All right.
Citizen Sleeper is my pick for this category.
I don't know
Love
if I
it.
would make it in against them, but like Xenoblade Chronicles 3,
Yeah.
but obviously.
Good to, because I might get on my list. We'll see.
Yeah, but.
I really liked the story in Signalis, but like you guys didn't. You seemed lukewarm on
Yeah,
Signalis.
I think the game was cool, but I didn't like it as much as everyone else.
Yeah,
I really liked it. The story I thought was good,
Kick it.
but it was also one of those where it's just like
It's a bare bones.
it's just like this much too cryptic. Like just
Pentiment. Is
this.
that?
Oh, yeah, what about Pentiment, dude?
Pentiment
Oh.
Pentiment should be discussed for sure. Pentiment should be
Okay.
discussed.
From what I played, I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah. Yes.
I liked how cryptic Signalis was.
I haven't.
For sure,
I
for sure.
haven't.
But-
I've heard good things about where
And, like,
Midnight
all
Suns
the-
goes, but I haven't seen it in the beginning
what?
parts of it. Yeah,
Can only do so
Midnight
much.
Suns.
Oh,
all the different planets and like the overarching like
yeah.
It-
The world building.
the
is
world
cool,
and
yeah.
like the different classes of robots I really liked.
loved that
that stuff.
Do you want As Dusk Falls? Okay.
This is gonna be pretty packed, so we gotta make some
so
hard
far
cuts.
it's not.
I mean, it is. It's just not as packed as the last one.
What do we think about God of? Oh, it's already there. Okay, I didn't
It's
see
on
that.
there.
Yeah.
I think your assessment and your review was pretty on point.
To me, I mean, it didn't grab me. I stopped playing after like 10 hours or whatever.
Yeah, God of War's gonna be one of my top ones. For
I
sure.
like
That's
it a
the
lot.
one I would
There's some moments
definitely
I
want to
like,
make sure is still on
especially
there.
like the very end
That's funny.
is my favorite like moment, I guess, of that game.
I think
Post
too,
game.
like even beyond like the plot itself, the character
Yeah.
arcs and interactions and everything, like top tier.
Character arcs. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
the
You're absolutely right.
top tier.
Character arcs.
Just
Okay.
the way that
Rock.
everyone like you feel what they're going through.
Dude, best character.
Yeah.
Rock.
Can I get a Stray on that list?
Oh, kitty cat?
Story was good.
It was alright. It was pretty predictable, but yeah.
It was. I like the storytelling in it. I guess.
You can drop
Oh,
Signalis.
Yeah, it seems like Signalis is out.
To me, my locks would be Citizen Sleeper, Immortality, and Elden Ring,
Right.
personally.
Fair.
Pentiment. Pentiment.
Pentiment.
Pentiment. So
Thesis statement.
yeah, Pentiment is very religious,
Yep.
steeped in religion, densely written. Yet I found myself very involved and absorbed and addicted to the events of what was going down.
Yeah.
And that's narrative. Like it is so freaking well written. Like for what that game is about. They obviously throw in some like simple mysteries, you know, to spice it up. Like
Yeah, of
okay,
course.
murder mystery. But there's just like a lot of characters. A lot of characters, and a lot of them feel fleshed out and real, and a lot of it is optional. Like you can go throughout the whole town and just like talk to so many people if you want to, or you can just like try to crit path that.
Yeah, so
It's just really well done. It's just really well done.
I played like 2.5 hours with you here,
Yeah.
and I thought it was super good.
Yeah.
And how deep some of the characters were, just random people, and how interesting they were to talk to. Does that consistency like last through the whole thing?
It really does. It really does. It might be a little long.
Yeah.
That was my. That
It's
was
like
my
a
question,
smidgen
'cause,
too long.
Every time you talk about Pentiment,
Yeah.
you were like, "It's too long."
It's a little too long, but like maybe like it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you're going through it. It might be a little long. You kind of feel it, but then when you're done, it stays with you.
Right.
You know, I keep thinking about
Death
it.
Stranding's you.
Yeah. So
Very cool.
it's really strong. It's really strong. If we don't have another contender for 5, I'd be comfortable putting it in there. But also, if we don't want to,
Blood,
as well.
I feel like you're pretty partial to Stanley Parable.
Yeah. It's
Sell it.
it's hard because it's like, as we were saying, it's a short game that I played like 6 months ago.
It's also like, it's a short game and a long game. It's
Right.
weird.
Yeah.
There's nothing quite else like Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
Okay.
Yeah, because it's like.
except I guess Stanley Parable.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, so I mean, the kind of, obviously, like, the kind of gimmick of it is, you know, that as you're going through the game, this narrator is saying everything that you're going to do, and then sometimes you realize it's like, oh, I don't have to do what the narrator just said,
would you kindly?
you know, and so
Yeah,
then
okay.
you go the other way, and he starts, you
But
know,
you have to when he does that.
adapting, and so it's like every step of the way, like, you know, like you're getting this feedback, and then in 2, like it just starts going in like all kinds of other crazy directions.
Yeah.
And so they start sort of making fun of the industry by like having basically like a virtual E3 showcase.
Wow.
With a bunch, but like all these different features that they'll
Yeah.
add to the game, but every one of them is clearly terrible.
Yeah.
You know, and
They're like telling you the features that Stanley Parable 2 will have while you're playing Stanley Parable 2.
That's
fun.
Right.
Which is secretly contained within just a remastered re-release of Stanley Parable 1.
Yeah, because basically you play through like parts of the original game, and then all of a sudden there's like an extra door, sort of, you know,
Yeah.
to like see the new content, but then the new content kind of sucks, and then like other things happen.
And then they're like, oh, what you really want, I guess you did, what you wanted was not an expansion, what you wanted was Stanley Parable 2. Hang on, and then they like, you go through another thing, and it's like,
Yeah.
Stanley Parable 2!
That's so awesome.
I mean,
He reads off like whole like reviews and Steam reviews.
Actual reviews.
That's so
and,
cool.
and then
that's funny.
you get to reviews where they complain about how much the narrator talks, and so he's telling his own review.
The indie sequel curse. See,
He
that game
reviews-
kind of came and
He reviews
slid
the
on the radar.
reviews.
Yeah,
That's really good.
And then
I remember
there's-
the part where you get trapped in that room
You get
and
tra-
you go
you get-
forward through time in like hundreds of years
Yeah, hundreds of years go by as he keeps talking.
as he keeps
So
talking.
you can skip ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you have a skip. He gives you a skip button as a feature.
That's it.
because-
Yeah, they complain.
Because they complain
added
about
a
the
skip button.
narration, so they
That's
add a skip
hilarious.
button. But then the way they troll that is, he's just talking for hundreds of years and you're stuck in a room. And as you skip, the only way to get out is to use the skip button a bunch, and then the room decays and collapses,
Yeah,
and
the
you
whole
go out through the
appears in the
ceiling.
ceiling.
Perfect.
It's really funny.
That's
Um,
perfect.
Damiani, I want to hear you talk about Xenoblade.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are these JRPG narratives, dude? Hook me up.
Alright, so Xenoblade 3, premise of this is the worlds from the first 2 games. Too Long Didn't Read. The original world, beginning of everything, was split into 2. That's how you got Xenoblade 1 and 2.
Got it.
Now those worlds are remerging, and it's going to threaten to destroy everything.
Oh,
And they're like
Shit.
big
Multiverse.
dinosaur creature, like land creatures, right? The
Oh, that's
I think she's talking
Xenoblade.
about- yeah, that's
they're
one.
called Titans. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
that's part of it, but it's not really in this one.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, so the worlds are getting ready to remerge, and 2 of the heroes from each of the first 2 games talk to each other and work out a plan. They're gonna build an ark called Origin, which is going to house both their cultures and the souls of everyone, so that when the planets recollide, the worlds recollide, and it reforms a new world, Origin will then activate and redisseminate everything, so that they both can live together in harmony.
Whoa.
So that's all you sort of know. What I say from here on in is like the ending spoilers. So,
Yeah.
what
Someone like takes control of that
no,
shit or some
okay,
shit.
so what
goes
happens
down?
is the collective. So some people think this is dumb.
Yeah.
Some people like this.
Yeah.
But the
Divisive
main, the
ending.
main
Yeah.
villain Zed is created out of the consciousness of those souls because they have a perceived threat of fear of dying that they don't think Origin's gonna work. So instead, they
it's their
manifest Zed. It's the fear of this not working.
That's cool. That's cool.
And the personification of it happens. That's what he is. He hijacks the whole system and creates a brand new world, which is stuck in time.
Dude, that's
you
sick.
never move forward. So the world you live in is in an endless state of war between two factions because Zed manifested these clones that when they fight, their life force feeds him energy to keep him alive. And that is the whole purpose of existence because he's like, this is what people truly want. And so you are exposed to
Madara. He's Madara
You're exposed to a slither of this truth. You're exposed to a slither of this truth, and that's what starts you on your adventure because now the system marks you as like, oh, you need to be eliminated. So like
Variant.
Both like so when you get together with you're hunted by both sides, even though you become allies. Like, oh, we like each other. Let's go tell everyone like there's nothing to be afraid of. They're like all their friends and allies are like they're hunting them. And like why? And like because they're jacked into the system, like Matrix style. Like they see them as enemies. They don't even look like they're friends and shit like that.
Whoa.
So you're going across
White Christmas, Black Mirror.
Yeah, Black Mirror.
Yeah. So as you go across the world, you get this. It becomes like Final Fantasy 15 style, like about the journey. They all get these two groups of enemies. Now have to get together. They're forced to work together.
Uneasy Alliance.
So yes, the Uneasy Alliance, Huber, and you get it's anime, but like it's more down to earth.
Sick.
They take time to get over their differences, actually trust each other because they don't trust each other for a while. And then you start to get some of their backstory, and a lot of it is optional if you go do those hero quests.
I like that.
And those give more character story, but some of them are actually integral.
And you like the whole cast?
Yeah, I
that's
actually
huge,
no
that's
one
huge,
no
yeah.
one was a turnoff this time.
Nice.
That was like the biggest deal that no one was a turnoff, and a lot of the supporting cast were really good this time.
Nice.
There's a lot of supporting characters. Not all of them are great, but they all are solid.
Nice.
And I really like that. And yeah, the villain, you find out the Mobius you're fighting against, these mech things or whatever. They're basically like when the souls get recycled to become the clones, Zed identifies people who subconsciously express the same desire as him. And so he offers them a choice. You can have immortality and power from this system.
Yeah, I love that
and
shit.
you basically can keep your stream of consciousness. You won't have to be reset every time you die, and you'll be like in charge of stuff. Like you have like your own thing.
Sick.
And you find out when they reveal some of these, they're people you knew because you sort of still have your past memories. It's like a little like jarring and like a little bit like broken up.
Yeah.
But as you remember,
Probably said remake.
yeah. So like, you come across people who should be dead and they're back alive, and like people have to deal with like, wait, they died. Why are they back? And it's like you have to make like
Reanimation jutsu.
Yeah, like you have to like make decisions. Like, is it okay for these people who believe like they're still jacked in the system? If they are made aware that like these people are alive, you're gonna fuck with them, and you're like things are gonna go to shit. So like you had to like keep some of it a secret. So like you're like you can't just reveal all of this either once you find out.
Tell me how you've sold me hard. You've sold me hard.
And that
I'm very sold on this.
The real thing. I'm sorry. The last thing to say. There's a villain called M and N, who they look like
sounds like Pokemon.
They look
villains.
like the two main characters when you find them. And you're like, why do they look like us? Yeah, and there's a big reveal and you find out that the main Noah, who the main character's name's Noah, but N is his original version.
Nobodies.
Noah's the clone
In the programming?
So what happened is Noah didn't want Mio to his wife to die. He had a choice.
Dude, dead wife.
He had a choice.
Damn.
Zed gave him a choice. You could either keep her alive with you forever and keep and save her, or you let her be lost. Like she was gonna be like perma-lost.
Dude,
Shit.
don't let her get lost.
Let her get lost, but like that's the natural order of things. He's like, do you believe in my shit, or do you think the world should go back to the way it was? He chose her, but like it like she doesn't like that. Like the thing, like she like sides
to
with
die.
you, and like you find
Dude,
out.
Nora freeze.
You find out.
Nora.
Like no, like this guy N is like all pissed off at you and stuff. He's like, I'm gonna get my revenge on you because like you like your way is wrong, and he thinks he executes your partner, your NP.
But it
your
was your
character,
nobody.
But his wife took her place.
Oh,
because she wanted to die and to prove that like this needs to end. Like you will never believe what I say. So like I'm dying in her place, and he goes fucking berserk at that point.
His rules,
Yeah.
dude.
That is insane.
Lock it in.
Yeah.
Sure.
I guess that answers the question: is can you kiss your clone? But probably not.
Do you want to lock it in, Tommy? Or are you?
I mean,
big on it?
it's good, but I think the problem.
After all that, he's like, no, it's not
Let me say this: I don't like Zed as the main villain though.
Okay.
Like I like its culmination. Like I think it was a little like weird in its execution.
Dude, even after replaying Dragon Quest VIII,
Yeah.
I've realized final bosses of JRPGs, hard thing to get right.
Yeah.
It's always some
It
godlike
was-
being or
it's
some
tough.
shit.
It was,
Yeah.
it
They
was a
always
little.
become a
yeah.
It was a
mass
little bit of a
or
miss
God.
because they keep it
Or
a
your
secret.
mom.
They keep
till
it a
the very
secret,
end.
always.
So like
yeah.
you don't know the dude's motivation till the end, and then they say it, and it feels so like unearned.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
a little
Yeah.
weird, a little weird. Like the
Kang.
all like the
He remains,
these like
dude.
general people
He remains.
felt a little bit more believable, and they had better stories.
Got it.
So it's like the individual character stories are really good in this game.
Yeah.
It's just the main villain story sucks.
Okay.
So is that a no?
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, you liked
I don't know,
all
that
the
was quite a
characters.
sell, though.
Yeah, that was quite a sell, Damiani.
Hardcore set.
I mean, I liked it the most of any of the 3 games storylines, but
Yeah.
I mean, I
And
know
honestly-
people
That's saying a
disagree.
lot after
There are
one.
people who like 2 more.
Yeah.
I mean,
it had
so
less
be it.
pervy weird shit.
2 I think 2 had a better villain, for sure, and a stronger like villain motivation. But I think also fan service. Sorry, the payoff. With the characters from 1 and 2, there's the you get to have them.
Shulk?
No, not Shulk.
It's the only name I know.
Nia and Melia. They're 2 of the characters from that one.
Nice.
One's from Future Connected,
Yeah.
the DLC. You get more story about them and what happened in the time between.
It's not
And
some like
so-
pre-order shit. They're like
so-
actually
so
in the game. It's not like DLC or anything.
They fight with you.
They're in the game. That
Yeah,
sounds
they're
cool.
absolutely
That's
in the
sick,
game.
sick.
Yeah,
So they
yeah.
actually tie it in.
Yeah, and it's,
Cool.
okay. So
That's
the last thing that I did like about this is at the end of the game, the worlds have to split again. Like the world they have is going to end, and it's going to go back to the point before all of this, so they can try
Okay.
again. And supposedly that wipes out everything that happened. So it's like Link's Awakening style. Like you're not going to remember
Eternal
anything.
Sunshine.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Link's Awakening, but like you're gonna forget all of this. You're
Yeah.
supposed to forget all of this, and these friendships, all these bonds, they're going away. You have to
Dude.
give it up. That's the cost of restarting the world. It's like if you want the world to go back to normal, you lose all of this. It's gone.
What did it cost?
Yeah. And
Everything.
and at the end, you see them trying to run towards each other. The realities are being pulled back apart, and like they no longer see each other.
Damn.
But I mean, maybe the DLC answer it. Like I thought it was.
That reminds me of a certain Netflix show that I want.
Damn, Downey, that was well.
Really well said, Damiani.
Good
I
recap.
think it's how badly you want it or Blood wants
Well, what-
Stanley Parable. Because I'll give up Pentiment for
And I don't think
for
Stray
these.
makes it.
I just wanted to like say
Yeah.
nice things
Yeah.
about Stray. It's
Yeah.
not as like complicated. I like the how robots showed more humanity than a lot of
Absolutely.
human characters.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
like it was just a really good commentary
Yeah.
on like
Absolutely.
what makes a human a human.
We
Like,
can't
I liked how, like,
have 6 also.
I liked how like scared some of the robots were too.
yeah,
Just about the current
emotions
state.
and fears. Like
Yeah.
even being scared of you when you show up. I was like,
Yeah.
why are
Because
robots
they don't know what you
scared
are.
of me?
Yeah.
You're a
Like,
biological
oh.
entity. They're like, what the hell is this?
Super cool.
Yeah, for sure. So wait, it's down to Stanley and Xenoblade, or just
Stanley
Pentiment?
Zero.
Pentiment we can cut. It's fine. The main strength is how accessible that narrative is for what it is in my mind. Like that to me is its strength. It's like, why am I so invested
Yeah,
in this?
right.
It's like makes it just so human, dealing with human emotions. People are, manipulative or
I know some other people that put time into Pentiment.
people are
right?
innocent
We
or
played it on a stream.
people are mysterious. Lot of good
Like-
characters. The way you
Yeah.
interact.
I remember.
Yeah, just the way you interact with all these characters, and
Rather remember
Really
Brad
well
playing.
written.
Yeah.
Poor Brad having to pay attention while we were
Trying to
talking.
read.
yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's
a lot.
you're reading like the whole
Yeah.
game. You're just reading. You know, whereas something like Citizen Sleeper, you're reading, but like that is I like it way more than Pentiment.
Yeah, like
The
Citizen
onboard
Sleeper.
is you
Interesting.
gotta read a lot to get going, but then
Yeah.
once the game gets going, it's really really good.
Yeah.
On Citizen Sleeper, but
Yeah.
Is that the one that had to see with like who's bringing out like Martin Luther or something? They're like, we're not talking about that. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, they're
Yeah.
talking about Martin.
Yeah,
Luther.
A lot
like
of
the
religious arguing.
First murder.
It's like
Yeah.
right around that the 99 Theses, like Martin Luther, like that's when it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just seemed pretty cool.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
tricky because like Stanley is all about humor and like witty
Yeah.
writing and playing around with expectations and stuff, and so it's like it's really hard to compare that to
Totally.
like, a gigantic multicast
Yeah.
RPG.
Yeah.
Or and Pentiment as well. That is,
Yeah.
these are so
dense.
different. They're so
Yeah.
different.
And Stanley Parable is very like deconstructive, like. Yeah.
I mean, you've played Stanley Parable and
Oh,
Little
yeah, a lot of
Pentiment, so I'm wondering
I've played them both.
where you would side on that.
I mean, Stanley Parable is like a legendary game to me.
Yeah. Throw it in.
It's funny because it's weird. Like, part of me wants to say Stanley Parable got its time in the sun, but on the other hand, like, this is Stanley Parable too. They just did it in a funny, very Stanley Parable way.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
so-
kind of sucks to have to say that,
It
but
kinda
it's like
sucks.
there's no way to make you
Yeah.
understand what the heck we're talking
But it also,
about.
like,
Honestly,
I
it's
wonder,
awesome.
I wonder
I'd
how
love
much it
hearing
hurt
that.
their sales that it, like, people didn't know it's actually Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah.
Right.
Because, like, it fully is. In a very it way. So, yeah, I mean, I think Stanley Parable, it's definitely doing something pretty outside the box.
Yeah.
It's going outside of the box that Stanley Parable was already outside of,
Yeah.
you know?
Sure.
One,
Which I
one of
think is
my one of my
impressive.
favorite things they did too, because basically it's like basically everything that's in the original game is still also in here, including something that was whether you classify it as a bug or an oversight. They actually turned it into an official
Yeah, they
recognized.
Nice. It just
Put it
sounds
into
so
the game.
smart. Yeah.
Dashing.
Throw it in.
They're
Sounds
hilarious.
smart.
Because again, I have a criticism with Pentiment. My criticism was it was just a little
jumper, bunny
too
hop.
long, just a bit,
Too long.
just a little
Bit
bit.
too long.
It got to a point, maybe near the 90% range, where I was just like, all right, I'm ready for it to end, kind of thing.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think it's fair.
Oh, okay.
It's a, yeah.
So
But you guys would all put Ragnarok over Xenoblade? Those are the two, like, traditional
It's hard for me to say
linear
because I haven't played
narratives.
Xenoblade.
same.
Dominic did a
Because I bounced
very good recap.
off God of War, like, hard, but I know
Yes.
none of you guys did, so...
I liked God of War a lot.
Same.
It's not my favorite game of the year, but I think the narrative was pretty good. Like, it was good,
Okay.
you know?
really good characters, like Bloodworth was alluding to earlier. Just the character arcs.
Sure.
The Brock and Sindri
Yeah.
Brock,
is
yeah.
so strong. Thor
sure.
is so strong.
Their house is incredible, too.
Oh my god, yeah, all
shit.
those moments.
The only thing I don't like is, like, the squirrel guy sometimes.
Oh,
yeah.
sure.
Little
Yeah.
hammy.
He's
Yeah.
supposed to be just
He didn't
like
feel
a
like he
little
was in part of that
comic
game
relief.
almost.
Yeah.
Sure.
I was like, you're in the wrong game sometimes.
I mean, that's like, and I'm not trying to shit on God of War, it just wasn't my cup of tea. I loved God of War 1, so I'm kind
Yeah.
of bummed. I want to give it another chance, like, I don't know, maybe sometime, but, like, that was kind of my thing, is, like, Odin felt out of place to me, like...
I think once you
Warm
really
up to him.
weird.
I think
He
once
gets
you see
there.
more of Odin,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it'll
maybe.
click more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And that's one of the
The
things.
first scene is a little jarring.
because I don't
It was weird.
I don't think you got to see Odin later in the game, right?
Yeah.
Because you finished so soon.
Yeah, I think I bounced
Like
up.
in
'Cause
Asgard,
that's the
Odin
thing.
in
I don't know-
Asgard.
I don't
Because
remember how many
I
hours
can
I
understand
played,
like
but
that
it was-
first initial reaction to like his voice.
Yeah.
And like
Well,
just
and I
doesn't
guess
feel
I
like
had
it
for-
belongs in the world,
West
right?
Wing,
I had forgotten how modern everyone except Kratos talks
Sure.
in the first one, or they upped that in this one.
But
It
what I
was
wanted,
just very, like, I don't know.
yeah.
Dude, Angrboda and
Well-
Atreus arc, like there's
Yeah.
so many arcs.
But what I wanted to say about Odin is he does such
I wanted to get into that.
Yeah.
'cause I
he
know
does
the
such
lore
a
of
good
that.
job both as an actor and in like how well his character is written.
Who did? Sorry.
Odin.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like, you know, not just from the things that you've heard in the first God of War, but from all of you know, Norse mythology. You know how bad of a guy this guy is. And he starts getting in your head as a player, as like,
but I was gonna
maybe
say
he's
that.
not so bad.
I was gonna say
maybe
that.
he
like
is just
gaslights
misunderstood.
Kratos?
Dude, yeah, I felt conflicted on
Like
a
when
lot
you're
of stuff,
Atreus
yeah.
and he like acts like your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wants to help you. He's like, hey man, you can do whatever you want. You can go back to your dad. It's totally cool. Just
You're not a
continue
prisoner
whatever.
here,
Yeah,
you know.
you guys are so right. Like the villain of the game, but also just like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
is he?
But then he gets you later, and you're
Is
like,
he?
fuck you, Odin.
But even after after that, I still had my doubts, dude. Like,
I know why you, because
The
you liked,
tear
you
and
liked his
stuff.
goal.
yeah, the goal. It's like, dude, is his motivation actually for the good? Like,
It's just his, the
like
way he goes
Killmonger.
about it is not
yeah,
good.
yeah.
It's like
Killmonger
Killmonger.
vibes. Killmonger vibes for sure a little bit. Yeah.
All right. Gabby.
Gabby.
I loved Odin and Thor, especially like in the beginning when Thor shows up and he's like 3 feet taller than Kratos.
Yeah.
And then Odin shows up and he's this tiny old man and he's like 10 times scarier than Thor is. Because you're like, why is this guy so chill? Why is he talking like that? Like, and then, you know, when you see him in Asgard and he's like, you know, he's talking to Atreus, whatever, leading him around. And then every so often he'll be like, oh yeah, make sure I'll see you at lunch or whatever. Like just a random people like doing jobs around Asgard and stuff. Like, oh, it's so scary. I loved him.
Love that.
Cool.
I also love the way he used his like relics and items and powers in the final fight. I think it's really sick.
Maybe I just gotta get past the first hump, I guess.
Maybe.
Dude,
We're
still
locked
like
in on nominees.
I still like the narrative of the previous game more than Ragnarok.
Sure.
That isn't like, does that hinder?
It's just a different type of story.
Yeah, it's just a different
smaller.
type. It's just a different type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we get on where we're at on nominees. I'll read those off and then we can figure out how we're going to pick a winner.
Cool.
Nominees for Best Narrative are God of War Ragnarok, Citizen Sleeper, Immortality, Elden Ring, and The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
This is hard.
Yeah, I don't know what the crap to do here.
It's tough because it's like we've got like 3 or 4 of these games. Like God of War Ragnarok is telling like a pretty like traditional narrative in a video game. Immortality is unlike any other thing that's ever been done, really.
Right.
Stanley Parable, kind of similar. Elden Ring is telling a FromSoft style lore-based narrative, which, you know, I love in a game. Personally, it's like one of my favorite ways of telling a story. And Citizen Sleeper is like a mix of a text-based narrative game with
Tabletop.
with like
Imagination.
RPG imagination, yeah, like, and it's just like incredibly well written, like
Really, like,
phenomenally well written.
I always want to know video game budgets. I want to know the budget of Citizen Sleeper because
Yeah.
there is so little in that game and it had such a lasting, big impact on me. It was so big. I just always think about it. I always think about that game. I always want to just jump back in and go through that narrative again. And there's multiple paths, which is cool. The replay value is
incredible,
there.
yeah. Well, and like the world of Citizen Sleeper, for being a game with limited graphics, mostly text, the world of Citizen Sleeper feels as big to me as
Really
Elden
does.
Ring.
I don't understand how
it's
they
like
did it,
crazy. Like the way they wrote it, the way they built it out, the little hints to like other things going on off station.
Yeah, I'm thinking of planets in other galaxies.
You have a
like,
whole idea of this whole world that takes place on all these different places, and they're still adding little story episodes now, still, which are pretty cool. I think the first one, you bring mushrooms to it's like blockade on this ship called the Briar.
Yeah.
I don't know if you did that at all, but like
I saw there's like 2 new characters that come.
So like they're adding stuff to it, and like that to me is a testament of a really good narrative, like a really well written narrative, because it's evocative of all of this other stuff that's not shown, because I assume they didn't have this huge budget to make this giant space game. So to me, and that's all down to the writing.
Yep, I agree.
Cool.
It's tough. This one's tough. This one's so tough. 'Cause-
Immortality. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, and then immortality is just such a unique experience. Like the match cutting system is so cool. The way that it kind of just lets you discover what's going on and like draw your own conclusions through like interactions with these characters and like seeing, because you're like a video editor. You're just going through all this footage. It's a game of someone who like dumped a box full of like old film reels in front of you that are also haunted.
Hell yeah.
And you just have to like figure out what the fuck happened to this woman. And like the way you do it is so cool and so immediate and so quick and interesting. Like a game where you predominantly just watch clips
Yeah.
could get so boring, and yet you feel so hands-on and so interactive the whole time. And like to the point where like if you do sit and just watch a whole clip all the way through, which sometimes you do, that's your own choice because you're so curious that you're like, okay, wow, what happens in this weird table read? Because like I saw the end of this and there's blood all over that thing later. Like what? So you like scrub back and you're like, oh shit, she beats him to death with that microphone. Like that's fucking crazy. Was that real or in the movie? Like what just happened?
Yeah.
Because this is a rehearsal.
Yeah, I love the part where he like grabs the knife and just starts stabbing the painting, but the knife is bending, and he's like at the end, he's like, I need a real knife.
You're selling me on immortality just because you said there's nothing like it in a narrative sense.
Well, I think
That's
there's nothing like
pretty-
it, like in a game, and that's the thing where I actually have a little bit of a pause
pretty
because, like, at least in the first few hours that I've done, it's like, okay, I'm stitching together this puzzle, but I've got no idea where the threads connect. It's just sort of like I feel kind of all over the place.
It was her story, and
So it's
what
like
was the other one?
Telling Lies was the second
which
one
I never
missed it.
played.
That's right. Shades of those, obviously.
Yeah, I mean it's similar, most similar I would say to his other games,
Oh.
but this one is to me like infinitely more interesting. Yeah, it's really weird too because, pardon me, like what you match cut on. Like I played this game for like 6 hours and never saw any nudity. I streamed it for like an hour and a half, no nudity. Sophia, like, first scene she got to was like hardcore sex scene, and she was just like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "There's nudity," and she's like, "I'm like, I've seen a butt, maybe like a dude's butt," and she's like, "Yeah, there's like full nudity in this," and I was like, "What?" And like I've heard of other people who like found what they thought anyway to be like a huge story thing, like immediately because they just happened to match cut on something that was important.
Yeah.
And like obviously they wouldn't get the whole picture, but it's such an interesting game because it's fully non-linear. You can find like I'm not even sure how it exactly works. I assume that you get, because like you do eventually get credits for the game, and I assume it's like a percentage of seeing enough scenes of the one and probably finding 2 or 3 like character endings, because you can figure out what happened to most or all of the characters
Nice.
in the game, and I assume that like the game just kind of decides that you're done once you've seen enough of
That's funny.
those.
Yeah, there you go.
So it's like
You know, what's
really
weird to me is like it doesn't have like a notepad to like keep
Yeah.
track of something that like, okay, this important thing happened. It's just like,
it kind of does.
Yeah.
There's a way of tracking stuff,
okay.
sorta, but it doesn't work probably.
Yeah,
the
even
way
some of
you
the
want it
control
to.
things on the side, I'm like, what is this button actually doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it sounds like Citizen Sleeper, Immortality, and Stanley Parable are the top 3. It seems like.
Yeah.
I
I feel like it.
mean, I don't think Stanley Parable necessarily would be, but
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
Stanley
Then
Parable.
do you want God of War Blood?
yeah, I mean, from the stuff that I've played, I'm thinking probably God of War.
Okay.
Of course, like Elden Ring is really strong too.
I can't remember,
And
did
Citizen
you-
Sleeper sounds amazing.
Citizen Sleeper is amazing. You would love it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you finish Elden Ring or no? You did.
Not finished, no.
Oh, okay.
Very
Not that
very
you have
deep
to,
in, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
not
yeah.
finished.
Like, I like the story a lot in Elden Ring Blood. There is shades of familiarity in it, for sure.
Yeah.
But, like, just the way everyone else is talking about these narratives for these other games, it sounds like, that's the draw of the game.
Right. Yeah,
That
that's
is
for
the
sure.
game.
Yeah.
The way everyone's talked, I feel like it's between Citizen Sleeper and Immortality.
That's what it seems like the most.
To me, having beaten both and played the hell out of both of them, I would give it to Citizen Sleeper of those
Okay, that's like Huber's. That's like
I think
Huber's
Huber's-
favorite.
two. Yeah.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure.
I mean, Citizen Sleeper is far and away my favorite narrative of the year.
Yeah, Huber was like
Head and shoulders.
I
above.
played a little bit of it. It seemed
begging me to play.
cool.
it.
The writing seemed
just
cool.
for the story, because he's
Yeah.
like thought it was gonna.
I started Citizen Sleeper like 4 times and was like too tired. My eyes. I was
Aw.
like, there's too
That's how I
much fucking
felt
writing,
when I played it.
and
I
like
was
the
like,
white
not a
on
good time.
black is so hard to read, and like. I even checked in the settings. I'm like, can I turn this off of dark mode?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's hurting my eyes. Then I started playing handheld with the red filter on my Steam Deck, and that helped a lot. But even despite like false starting on Citizen Sleeper like 4 times, once I got into it, it like almost immediately became my favorite game of the year.
So, I mean, I'm cool with that. Blood. What do you think, Blood?
Well, I'm
You're the
wondering
other-
what
you're the
Huber
other one
thinks
that
with
hung up.
Citizen Sleeper and God of War and where you landing, Huber?
Citizen Sleeper is my personal favorite, but I could also see Elden Ring
Okay,
or
so it's sounding like
Immortality
Citizen
or any of
Sleeper's got
these.
the weight.
I guess the same criticism I have with God of War I kind of do with Elden Ring, where it's like, yo, the previous narratives I liked more. That's not really fair. It is fair and not fair, because it's like, yo, these games this year, not what's come before, but also
Right.
like you kind of have that baggage as a sequel or a follow up to games. You know,
They're not
Elden Ring
making
is
that
obviously
new.
new IP, yeah,
Yeah.
but like, I still
There's familiarity to it.
yeah, I still
It's
feel like I connected more
yeah.
to like Bloodborne and
Well,
Dark
yeah.
Souls,
Yeah,
and
Bloodborne
even
for me.
Sekiro the narrative.
That's interesting because I feel to me that like Elden Ring is definitely a lot more approachable and it has a lot more like
for sure.
this is clearly
I think it's easier to like, get a
character
grasp
and-
on
yeah.
Yeah.
some of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's a lot of
Elden,
deep stuff there.
Elden
For
Ring
sure.
has like the closest thing to a FromSoft quest giver in Gideon, where he's just like, go over there next. You know, it's
Right.
just like no FromSoft game's ever had that before, really.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I like Elden Ring, but it sounds like the
Yeah,
one we're
you're
talking about,
both
Citizen
very-
Sleeper. It's like
Yeah.
that seems like the winner to me.
I really love it
me too.
so much. But yeah, I mean, if you want to do it, that's cool for me. I love that narrative.
Advocate, man.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice.
There it is. Lock it in.
Congrats to Citizen Sleeper.
Next up is one of my personal favorites. Best weapon. Woo! We're doing best weapon. We're going through the games, and we're deciding as a group the best weapons. Right now, Blood, lock it in. No hesitation. Heavy brick hammer.
Heavy
Brick hammer.
Oh.
From what?
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring. One of
Okay.
my all-time favorite weapons. The backstory of this thing: some blue-collar worker that like led a rebellion.
Whoa.
Yeah, dude. So epic. Heavy brick hammer. Also
Moonveil
love.
Katana is
Also Elden Ring.
Isla's pick, right? Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
I was just trying to remember if that's exactly the right name, but
Do it.
sounds right.
A returning champion has revealed itself, and that's the shotgun from Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the Bryson 800. The audio visual, just like last time, the audio visual impact of it, the fact that it's multiplayer, so you're going against other people, just getting a clean kill on this thing. Dude, we streamed it one time. The clip, dude, it's out there. If you want proof of how nice this weapon is, dude, watch when we streamed it. We just go around in circles the whole map, just walking. Like the key, dude, you can tune your weapons now in Call of Duty. So like, I would just make this thing as big and slow and powerful as possible. I'm just walking, dude. Everyone's running around SMGs, and I'm just like walking with this thing. So satisfying. Bloodworth, that's your edition. What do you got to say about that right there?
What, the baton?
No.
Oh, I missed the baton. Yeah. The baton on Callisto. Again, these are not hard locks just yet, but I liked what was there. I don't know if it's a lock yet, but I did like the.
Sure. I like some of the impact of it. The
Yeah.
sound it made was
Yeah.
fun. And when you upgrade it to like break their arms off.
Loved breaking the
Yeah.
arms off, because that stuff, yeah, they would always like block it or whatever. Just breaking the arms, really cool. And then Splatoon, Blood, what's up?
Yeah, I wanted to put something in there, but I just, I was thinking you're just gonna bring a list and we would figure out from there. But I thought Splatoon 3 should have some representation of what came to my head, just because I wanted to say it. Blah blobber.
Blobber.
The blah blah blah.
The blah blobber though is kind of a menace at times, because imagine if like
Blobber.
rather than shooting ink or shooting bullets, you're basically kind of shooting like what are essentially like water balloons,
Sick.
and so they bounce and
So
it's
you're
kind of
lobbing blobs.
yes, they bounce in this kind of like weird pattern. Sometimes it kind of you see it coming, but you can't always get away from it. You can kind of like ricochet it around walls sometimes and that kind of thing.
That's
and
fun.
so it's kind of it's like a fun like just different, like I said, like they just differentiate in so many different ways, and there's not a lot of blobbers out there.
Yeah.
That rules. That gives me Ratchet and Clank vibes. Like,
Yeah.
In Splatoon.
Question, Hubert. Ghostwire.
Yeah.
Would you consider that a weapon?
I was gonna say, dude, the wind is so hype.
The
I
wind?
love
I like
the
all of
wind.
them.
Wind?
The fire was sick.
I like the water too. Is the,
The
shotgun
water, dude. The water was cool. And
spread?
yeah, it would spread and go through them. Mm-hmm. But there's just something about the wind.
It's the pistol.
The pistol, dude. The precision.
pistol of it.
Charging it up
Yeah.
and just like the rapid, like pop, pop,
Yeah,
pop,
it looked
pop,
awesome.
pop, pop, pop.
Yeah, it looked awesome. I liked
Love
it.
that shit.
The
Love it.
the laser gun from Darktide, which is the sharpshooter, like basically it's like a carbine scout rifle.
Hell yeah.
There are a bunch
Always
of different
down.
kinds, so it's like I think we could just say laser gun.
Yeah.
But like the auto design on the Darktide guns, the feel of that gun, really good. I really liked it.
Does the Buster Sword count again?
Of course it does.
Oh,
Always. Always.
OG Buster Sword.
Also, I looked up if fists are deadly weapons. Because
Depends
if,
who's wielding them.
yeah, because if Sifu's fists count,
Sure, dude.
Well, there's some weapons in that.
there
game,
are
too.
some weapons, but I still prefer the fists. But we
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
have to
me
put
too.
that.
I think so too. The fish are the best.
Do you think it's a weapon?
and what?
You have to register those
blood.
hands as a lethal
Up to blood.
weapon.
yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
let blood pick.
Blood, what do you say?
Like in Con
Does
Air.
Sifu's fists,
Sifu's
do they
fist.
count as a weapon?
In Con Air, Nicolas Cage is classified as assault with a deadly weapon due to his training.
Yeah.
So I think Sifu's fists count.
That's what I'm
Damn,
thinking.
alright.
But you also have palm strikes.
The
you have
Nicolas
leg
Cage
sweeps,
effect.
you have-
Yeah, are we bringing Street Fighter characters
True,
next year?
true. And there's leg,
Yeah.
there's sweeps too.
And then like,
that gets
dude, just a
complicated.
pipe. Just picking up a pipe.
Oh,
and
there's the
pipe
pipe.
is
Why don't you
sick.
just do the pipe?
I do love the pipe, the ping, ping, ping. It's so sick.
Say the pipe then.
Was that your favorite weapon in Sifu?
But I still just
Fists. Okay.
I dropped my water.
We're just trying to let you represent Sifu in
yeah.
some
Put
way.
the pipe in there. Put the pipe in.
the first
Yeah,
one
in
you
fact, the best too. The pipe. I mean, it goes all the way back to Streets of Rage.
Yeah,
dude. It goes
it's a
all the way back
classic.
to those origins.
Easy bait.
It's a
Yeah.
standby.
Yeah.
I said stand foo.
Two from potential from Bayonetta 3.
Oh.
The yo-yo
Okay.
thing,
The yo-yo?
whatever it's called. I'm trying to look it up here.
Sick.
And then the train.
train.
The train.
You have a train.
The
Yeah.
train, baby.
Yo,
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts 4, dude?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Kingdom Hearts 3,
That's a
the
good
train.
one.
That's a
You
great one,
control,
man.
yeah.
That's a really good one.
Good pull,
Nice.
I was
Nice,
trying to remember what the
Tommy.
crap because I got some crazy
Nice.
weapons in Darktide too.
Oh,
but it's like each class they're
Each
like
class
so
you'll have your
different.
favorite
Chainsaw
weapon,
sword, dude.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
totally.
Oh crap! Yeah, chainsaw swords.
Neon White has some good cards, but like,
Same with Horizon, dude. There's too many like different types of bows.
Yeah, there's a lot
you
of bows,
know?
there's like the traps
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, all
There's
that's-
stake.
all that stuff's cool, but nothing is like defined
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, yeah, I get it.
I'm so glad you got that train though. That's a
Good one.
Good one.
Great one, Damian.
is it literally just a train?
You can like
Yeah,
summon
you
a train
draw,
attack.
the track and you can elevate it and
Yeah.
stuff, and then when you let it go, it just goes
awesome.
That's so
everything
funny.
it hits. It
Yeah,
does
it's
like
cool.
yeah.
What do you think about God of War?
I really like
spear?
the spear,
Yeah.
but I still prefer the Leviathan axe and the Blades of Chaos.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, I guess we could put them on again.
Both?
It just feels or like one of them, maybe.
Okay. I
But,
like the Leviathan axe the
Leviathan
most.
axe.
But they got rid of the Charizard too,
Oh,
so you know,
Oh yeah.
might have to. They might have to
you're
pay the
upset
price
about
because of that. Yeah,
It's interesting
Yeah.
because it's like I don't like the feel of the spear as much,
Executioner's Cleave.
but like the DPS on the spear like really got me through some tight spots.
Yeah, throwing them into that and like that's
Yeah.
so
I like,
satisfying.
absorbing their element or whatever.
That
with
was
it.
so
Yeah.
cool too.
Which
Yeah,
Vampire
that's
Survivor's weapon
what I
are
was
we
gonna
putting
say.
on this list?
Garlic?
Which one?
It's probably garlic.
Oh, garlic.
Garlic's it's so hype.
The Bible, maybe.
The Bible is the best, but
Really?
it's like,
I mean, I haven't
Bible's
upgraded
good.
it enough, I guess.
dude, the
whatever
fully
they call-
upgraded
whatever they
Bible,
call it.
yeah,
Yeah.
is insane. But also just the garlic for like
Garlic is OP.
the vibes.
Yeah,
how
garlic
useful
is
it is in the
hella-
early game. Like it's so impactful.
It makes level 2 like doable. Like Dairy Factory, you're like, oh shit, okay, I can live now.
Loved the scythes coming out.
Oh, when you upgrade the axe? Yep.
Upgrade that,
Yep.
yeah.
Obviously, the pentagram is hilarious.
Yeah, but
Especially
it
when it-
sucks until you get it to like level 8.
Oh, when you max
So
it though, and all the
it
gems are.
is so
yeah.
good.
It's almost
Alright, so
like it almost kind of breaks the game for me because I was like, dude,
It's
every
too
time you
prevalent.
need to get it.
It's a you're playing a different game when you have
Yeah.
You got whip,
Yeah.
magic wand, knife, axe, cross, king Bible, fire
King
wand,
Bible,
garlic, Santa water, rune tracer, lightning ring, pentagram, the peach one, the bird, the ebony
Yeah.
wings, the other bird, the
Pichon.
the
The
two
garlic is the
bayoneted
most
guns,
impactful,
Yeah.
honestly.
the cat. You have the cat.
I really like
the song
upgraded
of
knives, too, when
mana.
they're just
Yeah.
like machine gunning.
I really like the garlic
The late game
because
stuff is kind of fun.
because when you
Bone,
get
the cherry bomb.
when you get the garlic in Vampire Survivor,
Upgrade
you
the
just become
yeah.
the absorber.
Yeah.
I will absorb you.
Yeah, you're like the blob.
I will absorb you all. Yeah, you just like press up against everyone. You're like,
Yeah,
it's so
All right,
awesome.
garlic.
It's so
Lock
awesome.
it in. Lock
garlic,
garlic.
garlic is
Lock
garlic's a good
garlic.
one.
So
Okay.
hype.
So funny.
Then you upgrade it, like you get the upgraded one, and then it's the
Garlic.
life leech.
Yeah.
You start sucking life
Fuck
in.
yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, garlic is intrinsic to an unkillable build.
Hear me on the Buster Sword against it, okay? Love the Buster Sword.
Ooh.
I love it.
Against it.
But
Wait, you're talking against the
talking
Buster Sword?
against-
let me explain why.
Out,
talking against-
demon!
Yeah.
Who are you?
It gets more powerful once wielded by
Release our
Cloud.
Brad!
More powerful with Cloud.
Yeah.
And it's going to be back very soon.
It'll be.
That's true.
I feel the same way about the Leviathan.
Delayed
Axe
to
kinda-
2024.
I feel
It's
like
like we just had it kind of.
yeah, the Buster
Yeah.
Sword's like just taking a year off. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
taking the season off.
My God.
It's too easy.
Who
like,
are
it's
you?
too OP, man.
Yeah.
It's too
It's on
good.
cool- it should be on
it's too
cooldown.
powerful. It's too iconic. It's like, yeah,
Put it on cooldown.
give someone a chance for pity's sake, man. Like, dude, I really want to keep.
We
the
gotta
train.
put this train
I
in,
want to
right?
keep the train.
Keep the train.
I love the train. The
Train's
train
got
is
a lot.
so
Come and
sick.
ride
Keep it in there.
Give him the
train.
heavy brick hammer instead of Moonveil. Moonveil's
the
too
brick
meta.
hammer.
Heavy brick hammer is my number one weapon
Hold
of
on.
the year. I'm sorry.
Did it come with that Ash of War on it, the flip one?
No, I put that on
What
myself.
Ash of War did it come with?
I don't know if it came with.
I don't know if it
Okay.
comes with
I don't think it comes with one. Yeah,
Okay.
I never
it
even
doesn't.
glanced at this fucking.
I put,
Yeah, it's just a
Heavy
freaking
weapon-
brick in the
I
freaking
know,
tower.
I've seen it, but no, heavy weapons, I just don't even look at them.
I put the lion somersault on
Yes.
it, and I just
You put the
started.
perfect weapon.
I started flipping with the giant
yeah.
hammer,
Yeah, it was
and
great.
it was
good.
so
That is
awesome.
so
when we call off the
funny,
boss, I remember.
It was so.
You were just
so
doing that
fun.
nonstop.
That is so funny.
I like the heavy brick hammer. It's so crude,
Yeah.
but
I mean,
It's
I was
lore
definitely doing
behind it.
Moonveil before
when you
I knew
said
it was
blue
cool.
collar, I sold me on
So
it.
like rising up to lead a rebellion. It's flavor
Yeah, I
text.
I had the Moonveil before it was in the meta,
Yeah.
despite what everyone accuses me of.
Yeah,
It was in the
we're all
middle.
cool.
So it's hard for me to like say not Moonveil.
I mean, it's the best dex int weapon, like,
Yeah.
one of. And
Hey, this is
Yeah.
weapons. We can have 2 Elden Rings for this category.
Rivers of blood,
Straight up.
That
No
cheese
quarrel.
build destroyed millennia.
Blaze Gun's real hype. Oh, Hubert, you're not gonna let the Bryson get out, are you?
Similar to the Leviathan Axe and the Buster Sword, they've had their time in the sun.
All right.
Okay.
That's the only reason I'll
So
go
Bryson
there.
can go.
That was
Okay.
like
Can
the
go.
first thing you said when
Yeah.
you walked in today.
I know.
800!
It's alright.
We were all like, what?
Yeah.
It'll shine again.
Yeah, it'll shine again.
It's gonna blow you away.
I'd buy that for $1.
I'm trying to think if I've played with the laser gun or not. I definitely played with
Is
the
it
just
laser
one of the laser
pistol or
rifles?
Something.
It's basically it's just a scout rifle.
Yeah.
They're all like lasers or whatever, but it's a scout rifle. It's like the sharpshooter base weapon.
Does not
There's a bunch
feeling
of different
quite
kinds
as.
of them.
Nothing quite
Hard
in
on it.
Signalis as well. I liked the defensive taser because it
taser's
reminded me
cool.
of Remake 1.
Oh, of course.
With the thermite
blood.
charges.
Yeah, that's cool. Flare gun.
Kirby
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, Kirby abilities, right?
Yeah, would you count
The
those?
The Meta Knight suit.
yeah. There's
The
another
fire
one
one's
beyond
sick
that
where you
too.
shoot like magma out.
Crap.
What was his
Liquid
ultimate
hot.
one?
The roly-
There-
roly
right.
boy? The Katamari one?
Pull up the
Pipe and Sifu though,
There's
dude. It's gonna be hard to
definitely
top
something I
here,
would
chat.
The fists
Everyone.
are off limits.
ice.
See, I'm
Where's
just,
that?
Ice is pretty
Yeah.
powerful in Kirby.
just like always in that chat mode.
The way you said pipe and Sifu made me think of Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, and they're like,
I think it might
pipe
be.
in a little
Well,
music.
look at the other ones, but I think ice is very, very powerful in
sounds
Kirby.
like
Another-
Pipe's getting it.
Another mark for the pipe in the pipe's favor is getting weapons early on in Sifu can help carry you because obviously that game is insanely hard. So like you feel the weight of the pipe early and of weapons. You're like, yo, I have a chance now. Like before you get comfortable with your fists and get all nuts in Sifu, you really lean on those
Dude,
weapons.
by the end of the game, I felt stronger with just my fists.
Same, but by the
Yeah,
end, of
yeah,
course,
it's
by
crazy.
the end.
Morpho
yeah.
Knight
yeah.
sword?
Absolutely.
I was just
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
Morpho Knight.
Yeah,
They're like,
fist
right
only.
before I just throw it
there's a
at
mask
him.
hammer
Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
Morpho
quick
Knight
hit
with,
or
like,
the
the very
stab him with the
in-game
knife.
one.
Right.
Dude, the like
charge.
Yes, dude.
On the big boy or some shit.
Yes.
Evolutions.
Love that
They
shit.
have the ice.
Shame I have to throw you
Yeah.
back through it.
And they have.
Do you remember the
if they
big
keep
one that jumped
scrolling
through the
up
window
at
the first
bottom,
level?
onto the
Yes,
Oh, okay.
dude.
bottom. And if you keep showing up, they'll
I
show
have to throw you back through.
Are you looking at weapons, Damiani?
the
Kirby.
copy
Kirby
abilities
weapons,
and their
yeah.
evolutions. And, yeah.
Kakashi? It's a nod.
Copy
Copycat
Ninja. The
Ninja.
copycat.
Yeah,
Bingo.
love the bingo book. The bingo book is in Boruto often. Damiani.
Time Crash is pretty cool.
Oh,
Always
yeah.
watched One Piece, dude. Bounties.
So try to use it in some of those challenge levels. Is pretty
Catch up
cool.
on One Piece, you scrub.
Yeah.
And by that I mean start One Piece.
I also just want to continue
1,000
to
to
give
go.
another shout out to Ghostwire while we can.
Yeah,
Because
it's not gonna last.
No, dude, the
Homing
wind.
bomb's weird.
Dude, and the
Fucking
charged
weird.
fireball
Big
just like
explosion.
boom!
I love
New
a
weapon
charge
Sunbreak?
up for a fireball.
It looked
No, I don't
Ghostwire
think there's new weapons.
charged
There's new
fireball
weapons,
showpiece.
And I only use the
Charged
long sword,
fireball
so I don't
showpiece.
know.
Would you
What?
agree?
What?
Ghostwire Tokyo charged fireball showpiece.
Showpiece?
As far as charging up a fireball,
It was cool. Yeah.
It is
was cool.
S tier.
It's like actual fire.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's like a grenade launcher.
Yeah.
Showpiece. So I'm hearing pipe.
Yeah.
That's probably the
Pipe?
From one
Unless-
person.
Pipe.
Bloodworth loves.
category.
Let's wait till blood.
Bloodworth loves Kirby. You can easily talk me down from the pipe if you back something on Kirby. I know you love
Well,
it.
the thing that I was loving with the ice is so the thing with it, and it's really helped me through like some of the like boss rush stuff or like kill this boss without getting hit.
Yeah.
Is that like when you're using the ice, if you can avoid getting hit back or whatever, it'll like start building up on the boss to the point that it just like completely freezes.
Love when you can actually freeze a boss.
freezing a boss. Yeah.
Freezing a boss.
And then-
or poisoning a
And then
boss.
Oh.
like after and then you can keep doing damage while
That's a
it's
cell.
frozen.
That's
Like
a big
Chain Deck.
But
cell.
then when it breaks, it just does this huge like it takes off like half their health or more. Like it just
Yeah, it's cool.
And you get
like-
rewarded for not getting hit. That's how you trigger that.
yeah. So if you get hit,
you
then
just
like
hit 'em
it
from-
won't build up as much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dude.
You want to keep the ice
Yeah.
blowing.
Does
on
it make
'em.
little snowmen too?
One of them does. Yeah.
I think
it depends
I
on the
had
evolution.
Tier 2,
Yeah.
I think. And
So
you,
I
like,
think tier
it would
2
just
does
make
the snowman.
snowmen come out and shoot them.
Lock it in.
That's
Lock
great.
it in. Again, because the fists I prefer and the pipe and the bat are very similar.
Sure.
There's multiple weapons, even like the wooden plank thing.
Yeah.
Similar.
That's cool.
Dank. So
Okay.
those are our noms.
So that's our 5.
Heavy Brick Hammer is my number one. I know I'm the only one. I know.
I mean, I believe you.
Dude, I gotta fight for the train, man.
The train, the garlic also is.
Garlic
is
is good.
Let him read the,
iconic.
let him
is
read the
good.
noms
Yeah.
here.
All right. So best weapon, garlic in Vampire Survivors. The train in Bayonetta 3. The heavy brick hammer in Elden Ring, which only Huber will remember. The Moonveil Katana, which the rest of us
Which
will
everyone
remember.
remembers.
And ice in Kirby.
Nice. Ice is nice.
So with the train though, quick
Call
Damiani,
me
clarification.
Ice now.
Clarification with the train Damiani. When you use it, it's like the chainsaw weapon almost. You can like charge it up and hit guys, but then you know each weapon has like 2 forms.
Yeah.
That's the first form, right?
Yeah, it's I had it.
And you could like ride it like a motorcycle or a train throughout. Then you could summon the train to hit guys.
Yeah,
Actually,
because they had like a summon thing.
Yes.
Yeah, like that's the thing. You have like the summon.
The summon is the
and then you have
train.
the base weapon,
Yeah,
which is
like
what you do
the
like your
big
actual combos
swinging
with.
it. It's like yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Does any
This
music
sounds
play?
insane.
Yeah, there's battle music.
But you can also
But,
use
like,
it to
train music or no?
use it to like when you're talking about ride.
Does it go
you
choo-choo
get
when
on
it
the
Yeah,
comes
there's
in?
train sounds.
You get on the
Hell
train
yes.
to like go through stages faster too. Like it's
Oh,
like a
okay.
mount almost.
Yeah.
This sounds great.
It is
really
great.
great.
It's great. It's awesome.
So train?
Train's
But-
hype. Garlic, though.
The garlic's
Garlic is hella good.
Yeah, I'm between
is
train,
really
garlic, and
iconic.
Moonveil.
I mean,
I'm
Moonveil's like the
instantly
greatest
iconic.
katana of all time, but like,
There's something about just sucking up enemies with that garlic.
Yeah.
That's what it turns
Yeah.
into. It's
Swarm
not,
of bats comes at you?
yeah.
Take
Running.
me.
You're
Yeah,
Just try.
running. Yeah, instead of running away, you're running at the enemy.
Exactly.
Blood saying take me.
Yeah, dude.
we gotta give it to Garlic. dude. We gotta give it to Garlic.
Garlic is really hype. And it's universal. Like Heavy Brick Hammer, it's so personal to me. It's
Yeah.
my favorite. But as a group, like Garlic, dude, that's a lot of memories.
Can the winning entry just
Yeah.
involve Bloodworth saying take me?
Yeah,
me,
like
Garlic.
you go on the offensive with the garlic. So good.
All right, Garlic gets it. Congratulations.
Did not see that coming.
I like
All right, time for the most subjective category. Best music.
Yeah, what we have so far on here, which Damiani will add to, but what I've jotted in. Somebody else, I think the last meeting we put trombone
I
champ.
did not even
That was
do
a
that.
joke.
I think that's a joke.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Okay.
was about to say. Wait,
I mean,
what?
it's good. It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It just probably not gonna. It's fun though.
No, yeah.
It's fun to acknowledge the game exists.
Exactly.
That's why I didn't
Trombone champ
delete
is
it.
Acknowledgement.
Yeah, trombone
Yes.
champ rule.
Yeah.
Dark Tide,
Crazy.
Hell, lock that.
heck yes.
Lock
Crazy.
that.
Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Elden Ring,
Yeah.
Dying Light 2, God of War Ragnarok, Splatoon 3, Tunic, and Metal Hellsinger.
Singer, yeah.
I really am
Which we
only
may end up
passionate-
losing Metal Hellsingers because I don't know how much of us have checked it out, but
Yeah.
we'll see.
Oh, I.
Dumbass checked it out.
I'm really, really, really,
do you
really
want me
passionate
to-
about one game, and that's Rogue Legacy 2.
Right.
Oh my God, Rogue Legacy 2's music is amazing.
I'm really obsessed
Damiani
with that
hates it for some
soundtrack. You don't like
Well,
it? I
don't
love
know
it.
if you want me to get my like notes and things, or do you
Oh,
want to,
he's
like,
got notes.
Yeah, Damiani's been doing work.
Well, we have to like.
Damiani's got
switch
more work on this
over.
than I do.
Dude,
Damiani's got
Can you
it.
just
have to go-
access it on your phone or?
No, it's complicated. I have 2 documents that are already up on there. I have notes
You're
and a
fucked.
spreadsheet.
Yeah, we're
You're
done.
done.
Rogue Legacy's out. Take us on a ride, Damiani. I'm sitting back and relaxing. Penultimate category. What do you got for us?
All right, so.
But go as fast as possible.
All right, well, okay, try to go as fast as possible. Oh, sorry, this is like activating. Let's put this.
Just move it. Yep, no worries.
Thank you. All right, so all these were submissions by the patrons or things I would have covered anyway. What this means, highlighting green means I was convinced it would probably be worthy, just to me, would be worthy to be considered for our nominee list. Red meant I didn't think it was strong enough, and unless any other ally wants to back that game, I think we could move on from it. Yellow is I have some questions probably, or I need additional ally input before we I would be convinced. So
Somehow I still eat like it. Rogue Legacy 2 is so far off the grid, it's not even X'd out. It's nowhere.
It's right there.
green.
It's down.
It's green.
Yeah, it's green.
It's green. Damiani.
I don't know why
What?
he had that weird reaction.
what?
I love you.
What? Okay. The only one I kind of forget is Harvestella. Like, why it's green. I mean, I must at the moment I did, but like, I have a list. The left is a list of songs. If you need to hear something, if you want to hear something, these are the things. Are like, okay, let's pull up one of these damn tracks. This is what's good. All right.
I would love to not hear anything.
Well, okay.
I would love to log.
problem is we have
If
way
we
more
could
to-
agree on some of the greens, I think that'd
all
be
we
the
have to do-
fastest.
Okay, so
all
let's
we
go
have to
through.
do is
Yeah,
get 5
let's just go
greens
through the
and we're
greens.
cool.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
problem is we have way more than 5 greens.
Right.
Rogue Legacy 2 is green. I
let's
swear it's the
stop.
only one I like.
Listen to Damian.
Let's go through the reds
Okay.
first, and does anyone have an objection to them not being on here? So first up is Jitsu Squad.
That's a song.
No. It's the game is
It
Jitsu
says song.
It
Squad.
Full
says song
soundtrack.
or full
No.
soundtrack.
That
That's
was
a
their
song
type of
for me.
submission. It was the submission for.
Oh,
did they
okay.
submit a full sound? Ignore the song or full soundtrack.
okay.
Sorry,
Okay,
I don't need
okay.
to see that. Yeah, I'll just do this so you don't have to
Tunic
see
is
that.
in red and.
All right, so
Shovel Knight didn't-
Aiden Chronicles Rising, I said no. Trails from Zero, I said no. Triangle Strategy, I said no. Trips Voyage, which is a thing in Dreams.
Why do we
Apex.
have Pokemon Scarlet and Violet as a green and a red?
Oh, if anything, any dupes afterwards, I just put in red for my own sanity.
Because I was gonna say Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is a front runner.
How do you have
Oh,
two?
yeah. Like, only the first instance is in green.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Apex Legends, new season, no. Tunic is a yes, so it's not. It was right up there. Shovel Knight Dig, I said no to. Genshin Impact was already mentioned earlier. It's, update 3.0. So, and Neon White was so okay. That's not red. I'm looking for real reds. Stray I didn't think was strong enough. Cuphead to Delicious Last Course had some good music. I think it's like not enough.
Yeah.
So I said no.
Yeah, it's good, but I'm not really gunning for it.
Yeah.
Plague Tale was already green. I was gonna say. High in Life I said no to. Ollie Will no. Tinykin no. Since I've already said yes to.
Oh, yeah.
Monster Hunter Rise I said no to. Ultra Kill 2 no. Norco I said no to.
I agree.
Sonic Frontiers I also said no to. Live I did say yes. Okay. Anything. Okay, I think that's good. Yellows. Let's go through yellows. All right. Toem. Anyone want to go to bat for Toem DLC?
For the DLC?
Or do you want to
No,
hear
we
it?
didn't
Anything
touch it.
from it?
No.
All right. Sifu.
Sifu I really like,
Here-
especially one of the last boss themes, but we can axe it because overall,
Here.
I'm not addicted to the music.
This is what I said. Defer to Huber. Feels like you really need somebody who played the game to explain how the soundtrack enhances the
Yeah,
experience.
it's good energy. It keeps
Yeah.
the energy, good momentum, but it definitely is in the background. But, like, I think that's by design, you know? It keeps you going while you're playing it, the music,
Yeah.
you know, but you're not really thinking about it,
Dude,
but it is so
I cannot
important.
think of like any music from that game.
Yeah,
When
it's
I'm
just
playing
very,
it,
exactly.
I'm just
Yeah.
fighting.
Exactly.
I think it's
It's-
fine
yeah,
to
tune it all out.
lose it.
Yeah.
It's
like
very
when you, like, kill guys
up and
at the
down
end. Yeah.
dynamic, but I think it's fine.
So, let me just, sorry, I should probably be doing these in red now that they're not, we're not, so we don't get confused. Brutal Orchestra, did anyone have anything about that?
No.
I don't know about it.
I don't know what that
Alright.
is.
It's pretty unique. Arcade Paradise. Do you want me to say anything over, or do you want me to play some stuff?
It doesn't have to be on. We can just cut to the chase, skip it. I do like
Can you-
quite a few songs on that
So,
soundtrack.
do you know what, do you get what the soundtrack's doing?
It's riffing on
90s.
Yeah, 90s
famous
stuff.
90s
Exactly, yeah,
songs,
yeah,
like
yeah.
Nine Inch
Oh.
Nails,
There's a
Closer.
There's a lot.
They like it's like
Yeah.
their own like parody songs.
And-
songs.
Gal soundtrack?
And their original songs are also really strong.
They have like a make fun of
really
Mario song. Yeah, it's it was very unique.
It's a really.
I thought it was pretty
awesome
clever.
song.
They have like one song is straight up "Insane in the Membrane." I was like, that is
It
yeah.
might be worth keeping
Yeah.
in the mix. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll keep it yellow for now
Keep
in
it yellow.
case like we have a lot of greens. Sonic Frontiers, I did put in yellow.
Yeah. There's,
I don't
Brad,
remember.
yeah.
just hilarious,
There-
like
this-
rock.
Oh yeah,
It's a yeah.
it didn't
Yeah.
stand out.
Also, like
It's Sonic
the
music.
overworld stuff is, yeah. It
Yeah,
doesn't
I agree.
almost
I
doesn't
totally
feel
agree.
like it fits. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me put red for it. All right, Neon White. From what I heard, I put it in yellow.
It's good. It's like kind of dancey techno.
Yeah.
It's definitely like it's good. It's just I think there's stiff competition, and I
Yeah.
don't think it would end up
I
getting
think
there.
it was
so
like Sifu's thing where you
Yeah.
need to be playing the game
It's
to get
great
like, the
for the
full,
game.
Yeah.
I really remember liking it, but I
Yeah.
didn't really feel like it was something that would
Okay. So
be
no,
end of the year stuff.
no one really married to it. Okay. Anyone know Far Changing Tides at all?
No,
I
I'm good.
played that. Oh no, wait, that's the boat one. I played the
Yeah, the
Jet.
game. There's a prequel of this.
Yeah,
the game
no.
looked pretty cool, but like didn't seem strong enough. All right, I know we're gonna get some like blowback on this. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. It has that cool anime theme song and it has some nice melodies, but like
Yeah.
I didn't
Nice
think it
music,
was
but-
overall strong enough compared to everything else I was hearing.
Sure.
So it was basically like, does Blood really want to go to bat for this? Did he really listen to it at all? Or
Oh no, I was definitely paying attention in that game. And holy crap, they like you unlock like the whole soundtrack. There's like a
Nice.
stage right
Yep.
there in town and stuff. So
Oh,
you can just,
funny.
You can just like make a request and then while you wander around town, the song will be playing or whatever. It's pretty nice.
I love that kind of thing.
Yeah, the Kirby music's really good. I don't know that it would be a top 5 on mine, so I think we can let it go.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
River City Girls 2.
Haven't heard it.
It was like, it was like good, but like it just wasn't being stand out.
Cool.
Yeah, I didn't think it was like strong enough, but like it was pretty solid. Again, Norco. Like
Norco is fine.
okay.
It's fine.
Yeah. And I think that might be the last yellow one. No, we got more. Signalis.
Signalis is really good, but it's
The thing
very
was-
just kind of like what it is.
I was seeing other games that were doing like there's a trend. There's like games that do more traditional music, and then there's games that like have a unified theme.
The one
where-
thing I'll say about Signalis is I really love the menu music because it has the old like
Yeah,
like
that-
phone
yeah.
It was-
off the hook thing.
that was
I love
cool.
it. I love it. It
It's some
sounds so cool.
Nice stuff like that.
Yeah.
I thought like I was glad I listened to it.
Yeah, it's a perfect fit for the game, and I think that's fine.
Horizon Forbidden West, like it's solid
theme song.
music.
Great theme song.
Yeah, good theme song.
Love that song.
I think like there's other things just had too many standout tracks,
Yeah,
which
I
are very
agree.
unique, and it was just I hate to say lack of a better word, just wasn't doing anything special for me. Nunistis, does anyone really have
I don't know
anything?
that.
All right, someone
No.
that was interesting. Someone I like the gameplay, whatever. All right, so. Here's what we have in green. If you want to add these to consideration, blood. I'm going to say like no to Harvestella though.
Okay.
Because
Yeah, I
from
don't-
based on what I. So here we go. Xenoblade. You already have Xenoblade.
Yeah.
Genshin Impact 3.0. This
Insane.
Yeah,
actually
we were
is
just talking about
really
that.
That's what you
freaking good. You have Elden Ring, Tunic, a Plague Tale Requiem.
I think we can let Plague Tale go.
Sure.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, unless down the
I'm more impressed with Dying Light 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great soundtrack,
So-
Yeah.
dude.
Both by the same composer.
Dude,
Okay.
I
If
played.
it's by the same composer, then sure.
Yeah.
Pick the
Dude,
stronger
Blood,
one.
I played Dying Light 2, and half the time I'm like, yo, what is this music, dude? This shit's sick. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
We've all heard. I just put this in green because everyone's heard the Grounded Credits song now. I played it in an outro.
right.
Yeah. Good.
I think we don't need
Just
it.
want
It's
everyone
okay.
to hear it once because
I
it's
think I
fucking
heard it
amazing.
over there.
Pentiment, I thought was a pretty solid
Oh.
lock.
Yeah.
Yeah. God of War Ragnarok.
Yeah, that's one of my biggies.
Citizen Sleeper, absolutely.
Good, yeah.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
It's
the
a banger.
Toby
Right.
Fox tracks, or might be some of the best
Oh,
individual
right.
tracks.
The tracks
and they're all at the end of the
are-
fucking game.
Yeah.
I didn't get to them. They're so fucking
Sophia's been
good.
playing them all for me. They're fucking
They're
crazy.
insane.
Yeah, they're really.
They don't even
really
fit the sound of Pokemon. They're so
Well, how
good.
many are there?
A lot. There's
Like
like 7 or 8,
Wow.
and then there's the regular Pokemon music is like pretty solid, but these 7 or 8 songs are some of the best out of anything. I was like, what the
Damn.
fuck?
Interesting.
Rogue Legacy 2,
My
very good.
favorite, yeah.
Shredder's Revenge, man.
Super
the
good.
way
Oh.
it honors the past game soundtracks, but still it sounds authentic but new.
Hell yeah.
Cult of the Lamb.
Good music.
Yeah.
I didn't think
Okay.
about it too much, but it was good.
I thought it was pretty good. Metal Hellsinger. Do you know? I mean, I can play something. Do you just want like one thing to to show you?
Just so people have an idea, I
Yes.
guess. Yeah.
Sure.
So Metal Hellsinger.
Wait, play it off. No. Play it on Bloods.
Blood. Just go to Metal Hellsinger. Just type in YouTube. Metal Hellsinger. What's the track? I'll get you the track. I'll get it from here.
It's the main theme, right?
No, you're not. No, you don't want the main theme. It's with Surge from System of a Down. Where is it?
Down,
The only
dude.
reason is because I don't want it to risk fucking with the.
Right.
I won't
audition.
play it. Where is it called? Also, either Stygia or Stygia.
Stygia.
Stygia is one, and then where's the goddamn Surge from System of a Down one? We'll start with that one while I find this other one.
Let's see if this gets any louder.
My dad loves this movie.
The toxicity of
And then after this, No Tomorrow. Those are the two we should listen to.
There's that System of a Down vibe.
Yeah.
This is not the System of a Down.
This is not? That's
So this one is
I mean, they're all new metal.
Sure.
This one is Alyssa White Glues from Arch Enemy.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I've heard of her actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arch Enemy's been around for a long time.
And so, for context, for who hasn't played this, I didn't know this. In the game, the songs are just like the melodies and percussions until you start doing well enough.
Points. Yeah.
Then the lyrics kick in when you're like at the highest level as like a euphoric thing if you're doing well.
That's cool.
And they've gotten,
I love
as you
shit
can
like
see,
that.
they've gotten people from all these different bands
Yeah.
to contribute.
Definitely should.
Yeah, I think it definitely deserves being in the
Yeah.
round.
Definitely should be an
Yeah.
Just because of what it is.
Yeah.
And they got like really famous, like,
Oh, yeah,
pretty
these are, like,
decently
big-time
known
people.
people. Okay, so
Yeah,
you got
yeah.
the vibe from that. All right,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Definitely on the page of that.
Splatoon 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Live Alive. They're just like, because it's like old school sounding, but like for what it was doing in its time, it's like, this came out here. We'd be talking about like Chrono Trigger, man, or some shit.
Oh,
like it's
sure, yeah,
insane.
yeah.
And then obviously Dark Tide.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, insane.
Bang.
freaking. What was the yeah, Immortal Imperium.
Yep.
So so good, so good.
Yeah, that song I like listen to while I'm driving.
Yeah. And then when we get into Bates, I have list of some songs for some of like the more serious contenders. If you wanna,
Thought it out.
if we need to bring up something, like have Blood bring up something. But yeah, that's kind of
Okay.
the extent right there.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thanks, Tommyani.
I don't think we need to cut that out either. It was fine.
Yeah, that's probably okay. It's just going to be messy, but that's what we
Yeah,
said.
Whatever. This is behind the scenes.
I think from
So I
here.
got 3 kind of
Cool.
blocks, and then I don't know.
Our
Holy
most
crap.
contentious category. I mean, Scarlet Violet. Those songs are fucking crazy.
Okay.
I really, really like Road Legacy 2's music
Oh, me too, me too,
so
me too.
much. It honestly makes... It is a factor in me wanting to always play Road Legacy 2, so I can just listen to the music again while I explore and grind it out.
That is how I feel about Dark Tide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really drives me back, dude, how good the music
My
is.
3
Like,
personal.
I just want to jam out to this. Let's go.
For overall soundtrack, my 3 personal picks are Xenoblade 3, Tunic, and Citizen Sleeper.
Love Citizen Sleeper's music as well.
And Tunic was the most shockingly good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that did have a good soundtrack. Yeah.
I was.
That one
very,
didn't hit me as hard, weirdly.
It's a
impressed
much more
with
like
Tunic.
mellow soundtrack. It doesn't
Yeah.
like hit you. You know?
Yeah.
It's a uniform
Yeah.
theme. Like all the songs kind of sound the same,
Somber
but like
tapestries.
but it was the most distinct of them. Like Citizen Sleeper was like right behind it. Like it was so close to me. I mean, Citizen Sleeper is very good.
I love
I
that
like the way it's
soundtrack.
implemented because it peppers it in so
It
sparingly
really does.
that when you do something and a soundtrack moment happens, you get this definite like, whoa, like
Yeah.
euphoric kind of like this is big kind of feeling, you know,
No doubt, no doubt.
which is cool.
I
It's a
agree.
light touch,
Delicate
a
touch.
delicate touch.
Yeah.
What are we cutting, Blood?
Wow.
Start making some cuts, Blood.
Well, tell me what you think about Live Alive, because I'm not familiar.
I mean, I think we should probably play something from. I mean,
Yeah, I would like to hear that. It's been a bit.
yeah. I don't think it will probably make the cut.
Oh,
but
okay.
I feel like you should still.
Yoko Shimomura jams?
Yeah, I mean,
Bow down.
You're looking for. It's called. Oh, this is very important. It's called. It's a spoiler. Gigalomania. Also
Oh my
find-
god!
Because.
Gigalomania!
Gigalomania!
So you ready for some history lesson here?
Yeah,
This
absolutely.
is the
Are you kidding
song.
me?
This is the game that inspired Toby Fox.
Whoa.
That influenced Megalovania.
got it.
Literally has admitted that like he's been very.
Oh no.
What am
Yeah.
I looking at, Blood?
Also, this game soundtrack is notoriously hard to find on the internet because Square Enix nukes it.
Yep.
So this is the final boss theme.
Gigalomania.
Yeah, this song
yeah, I
inspired
remember this.
Megalovania and Toby Fox.
Hey, a couple of people I had at my party.
Pretty epic. I'm a sucker for chanting every time.
Our chat noticed that. They're like, Easy Allies throwing some chanting
Yeah.
in choirs, and they love the
we
song.
love it.
That's all you gotta
Dark
do.
Tide is all choirs.
Yeah, honestly.
We're suckers for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep in mind, like, this is like from 95, like, or 90s, yeah.
Well, this
But this is like a
version
redone
not.
version.
Yeah, but, like, the choir's, like, the new part. And the instruments are a little bit better quality. But
It's really epic, but it's also making me anxious.
Because it's the
That's
final
what's
boss.
I know.
I think that's the point.
He's not supposed to be comfortable with facing down the Gigalomania.
And then the future battle theme is the other one everyone brought
Yeah,
up.
I do remember that, actually.
You know what it's called?
Just type in live future, distant future battle theme.
Okay.
Is each...
I can probably remember what the thumbnail looks like.
Damiani, does it depend on the time period, or is each battle theme the same?
That one,
did
first
the ones
one.
I'm pretty
Oh no,
sure.
that's a mashup. Try that
Shit.
one right there.
They have different
225.
music battle.
They have
Yeah.
different music from different areas.
That's what I figured.
This is like the original.
Oh yeah.
This is the SNES one.
That
You probably want the remake
rips.
version.
That
It
ripped.
was, yeah, I think it was hard to find it. They gave me a link. It's called. Back up. It's called "Music Murder by Psycho."
This one?
But that's the original one. We need to find.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, you can listen to the OG version too, I guess, a little bit.
Music of Murder by a Psycho.
Type in Switch or something also.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is they've been like nuking them.
Dude, why are they nuking it? Is it not on
They
Spotify
don't
or
want
something?
people to have it. Yeah. No, it's not.
Whatever.
Playing with Psycho.
Okay.
I believe you. I
Wait, what's
believe
that?
you.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically just trying to remind Brad so
Try
he
that.
can
Yeah.
Jeff, that one up there. I thought might have been it. It was extended.
extend it.
That one?
This one?
Try that one.
Try that. Let's see if it.
3 months ago, yeah.
Same motif.
There we go. This is it.
Very weird beat.
I like it.
I don't love it.
Double tracking?
I said, like, I just found it impressive for being
it's cool.
a game from so long ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine.
And I
people
listened to the original
don't
versions
want
and the
it, but I
newer
think it's
versions.
pretty
I'm
cool.
like, yeah, that was pretty
Yeah.
good. I didn't think it was ever going to make the cut, though. Like, I thought it was
Right.
worthy of being discussed.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that like Yoko Shimomura's first effort. You know,
Right,
pretty
right.
impressive from the start.
That's true.
Yes.
Let me hit you with this.
Oh.
We were okay with the Arcade Paradise sliding night.
Sure.
Sure.
Like this?
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Pokemon.
Oh.
Penny Battle. This is like a 5-minute song and it does like 9 different things. So let me.
This definitely sounds like.
Sounds like Digimon.
Well, it sounds like. Yeah, it sounds like later game Toby Fox stuff for sure.
Yeah, this part.
Yeah, this part's really good.
Crazy.
It has like Eurobeat in it, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I want this in a DDR cabinet.
Yeah, we got the Penny Downers.
This is Penny, yeah.
I call it like rave music.
Penny Lane?
Area Zero
dreadful.
theme is the best,
Oh yeah, the Area
in my
Zero
opinion.
one.
Feel bad, because this is like nice headphones and everything. And
Yeah, we're just
getting
playing
laptop and phone speakers.
playing up a
it's
goddamn
fun.
phone, but let me see if it. I'll jump ahead.
Also, the raid battle. Whenever you go into like those crystal things, that's Toby Fox as well.
So this is the Area Zero theme.
Yeah.
Where's Sora?
He's coming.
It's very Akira.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. This game goes places.
I think the soundtrack goes places, and that's
The game goes places too. The final boss is like
This feels like a Nier song to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the professor. The whole game is a fucking AI. The professor is dead. Like, this game is crazy.
Crazy shitty.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't run for shit, but the story's pretty gnarly.
It's a good one.
It's pretty good.
Can I hear a song that's not one of his?
Sure. I mean, you played the game.
I don't remember any of it, dude.
I mean, it's because it's kind of like standard music.
Oh.
I'm not personally advocating for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet to make the cut because its overall soundtrack is not strong enough.
Oh, okay.
It's
I
mainly the Toby Fox stuff
I just
is
want
very
on camera
good.
and on recording that the Toby Fox songs are amazing.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
you
I
just get-
like that they're like, they don't
Yeah.
seem like Pokemon
if
songs.
Toby Fox did the whole soundtrack, my
Yeah.
God, like
They should hire him to do
yes,
Next
please.
Time. Next time, Pokemon.
So, Rogue Legacy 2 is
I
very
really,
good.
really
Alright.
love it.
Just to be honest, from what I heard, it's good. I feel like there's a lot of games that are stronger than it.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, because I've played quite a bit of it and I've heard quite a bit of it, and I do genuinely like it, but I
So,
don't know if it's
mean-
Here, yeah.
in my top 10 or anything.
Yeah, for me, like, I mean, Dark Tide was freaking impressive. The songs I
Oh,
listened
yeah.
to, like, that was amazing. Tunic to me, I think is like just stellar. Like it is. That's what I was saying. Because of its like uniform theme, the moods it set. I didn't even play that damn game, and I'm like, holy
Yeah, you
crap!
refused.
This thing, like, I kept listening to
I
it.
didn't even
I-
not one track stood out to me in my whole playthrough of that game. It's really crazy.
Tunic?
Which is,
Yeah.
maybe it's the thing, but like listening to it on its own, it's
Yeah.
phenomenal.
I think it's one of those things where it's just like it just gives you such a vibe, Huber, to where like even if you
Yeah,
don't
the
even
opening
like
song is really cozy.
realize, yeah.
When you're in there, when you're the first zone,
yeah, I
that
guess the vibe
that
is
one stands out.
good.
That one stands out, but everything else, nothing really grabbed me that way.
Yeah, I feel like if you get to it, like you'll have to listen to some of the Genshin Impact stuff, but also consider it is an expansion, like so it's an update.
Yeah.
So versus all these original releases. I mean, you know, my personal pick is Xenoblade 3. It has the
Yeah.
largest volume.
I need
probably
to
of
hear
any,
some of that.
Yeah, it's the largest volume of anything on here with the highest consistent quality.
I've heard nothing but praise for that soundtrack,
Yeah.
but I haven't listened to like any of it.
Yeah.
Again, not trying to be a hater, just making sure we're being honest. Like, God of War kind of just got auto locked.
I thought it was like the strongest of the like very traditional sounding. Like the theme's very iconic. Blood on the what's it called?
Oh, Blood on the Snow.
Snow was pretty
Yeah.
good.
That is a good song. Yeah.
But like, I wouldn't pick it as my top 5. I personally would have put it in the top 5.
Okay.
I wanted it to go bigger.
For me, it's
Because when I heard of it, it was really good.
yeah,
So I
for
don't
me,
know, but-
it's definitely one of those things where it's like
Good.
I don't know how well it would come across just listening because it is scored, you know, for the most part. And,
Yeah.
and so it's like in those moments,
Really
the score is
epic.
it is communicating as much as the actors is communicating.
I agree.
There's so much going on, and I really do like a lot of the environmental themes and stuff in
Yeah.
there as well.
I agree.
It
I like-
conveys emotion very
Yeah,
well.
I'm really for me it's really,
It's really
between that and Dark Tide.
Cool.
Yeah,
To win?
yeah.
to be
for
in
my
that
favorites of the year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Can I hear Xenoblade?
Yeah.
A track or something?
yeah. What do you want me to pull up?
I don't know. What's a good track,
Well,
Damiani?
start with the Mobius theme just to see
Mobius Strip.
like weirdness.
Too easy.
Mobius battle theme.
Just the Mobius ballad.
Mobius Loki. Owen Wilson.
Give him a jam jet ski.
Give him a jet ski, dude.
The Matrix.
This is the Matrix.
It's choral, so you know I'm in. Until the bullshit
This is
Japanese
chant.
guitar comes in.
This is chant core.
Oh my god.
Is this just a fight? Is this a boss or something?
Yeah, it's the first major boss fight.
Okay.
And then each one has like a subtle variation depending on like which one you fight. There's like they do different things.
This is pretty good.
So
This is pretty good.
just the pacing and some of the instruments they do here is insane.
Yes.
Well, like no first second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that.
Yep. Do you have a good field song?
Okay, so
Great question, Blood.
Yeah,
I was
very
thinking that in my
important.
head too.
the Nog Desert, spelled DANNAGH Desert Day theme. I thought I was getting Interstellar vibes from this.
Whoa.
The rim glass effect.
Yeah. Also, I meant like 90s anime guitar. I think I said Japanese guitar, which sounded really offensive.
You did say that.
I didn't mean that. One of my favorite
bigot.
guitarists is Japanese. Masayoshi Takanaka, shout out. Fucking surfboard guitar. So good.
Is that the guy that's the skydiving cover from
Yeah,
skydiving?
fuck, it's so good.
Yeah.
Joe, someone said Interstellar?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that man did.
So it's like a vast, like White Sands desert area you're exploring.
Richard.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like kind of like hopeless, like what? Yeah, not like. I'm a witcher. What's this?
You are?
Reminds me of Journey, kind of.
Yeah. Alright, you sold me. on
Blood's eyes are
Xenoblade.
closed. He's in.
Yeah, Blood is
Wow.
there,
He
dude.
was soaking that up.
It's because I,
I will
said
say
Witcher.
one of my biggest disappointments is for ketchup, because I was gonna play through this game over Christmas, and then I got sick and just did not feel up
Same,
to it.
yeah, it happens.
I was like,
Yeah.
I spent $60 on this game and I haven't played it yet.
It's harsh.
I'm like, "Ugh."
Yeah, this is a big
same.
blind spot for me.
There's no. Hang on.
Sorry,
Let me-
viewers.
Sorry, viewers.
Alright, I got.
You're playing
Hang on, I got my notes.
I was playing Dragon Quest. I was playing Dragon Quest 8.
I was saving my friend's
Okay,
life
so
multiple
a
times.
few more. Let's do this. Does not have to play the song. Can you bring up Chain Attack?
Oh, okay.
So this is a song you're gonna hear
Yeah.
hundreds of times. So why I think I like this is because it never got on my nerves after
That's how I feel
hundreds of
about
times.
That's-
So you
That's
just
how I
need to
feel.
hear like maybe 30 seconds of it.
Do you have a
like,
specific one? This one says overkill and ending transitions.
just do the
correct
second
version?
one, whatever.
That's exactly how I
it's
feel
gonna
about Rogue Legacy down here.
Well, we'll get there.
I hear those songs hundreds
Oh,
of
no.
times.
Yeah, I love the Rogue Legacy soundtrack. I don't know, you guys are crazy.
Seriously, it's like the best. Listen to it endlessly.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Kind of persona. God damn, they just have a lot going on in these songs,
Yeah.
but not in a bad way. It's like a guy going
it's
off
a
on
lot.
piano.
It's a lot.
And remember,
makes me
this is when
anxious.
everything's escalating.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is like
I
the
already
big
had a regular
ultimate
battle.
attack.
Yeah.
Every battle you're probably doing this at least once.
Sure.
And it has to transition into this from whatever the battle theme is at the time.
Oh.
So they found a song that just like does it kind of nicely. I was like, wow.
Are they all just in the same key, I guess, the battle songs?
Probably.
Yeah.
All right, so we're good on that one.
Yeah.
The only one you need to hear is a life sent on because the flute.
Oh,
We're
right.
talking about the flute.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
He plays the flute.
They made a flute. They handmade
I'll
two
point out,
flutes to play
This
the
is the
song.
third time Damiani has said, the only one you need to hear.
Well, that's
Well,
one of
that-
my things with,
for
with
context.
Dying Light 2 as well. They made an instrument
Yeah.
out of like junk metal and stuff. It's
I
pretty
love
crazy.
that
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
Junk
Scrapyard.
Yo, this is sick. Some Ghost of Tsushima vibe, dude.
Did they hire a professional Sakatachi
That's-
player?
Oh,
This
they,
rules.
was it an Irish?
Yeah, it sounds like, like
Yeah, they
Kansas
hired
or-
these performers from Ireland. They flew to Japan to do the recording
Love
for this
that.
because they're the only ones who can play these things.
That's so
apparently.
cool.
This shit is sick.
God damn.
Yeah, this is a 10.
All right,
This is a 10.
just give it to Xenoblade.
I like this.
Yeah.
And this is
It's
the
very
beginning.
good.
The song gets like they get better.
This
is
pleases
like the
me.
opening.
Yeah, I see it going up here.
I'm into it. Jin Sakai.
Sick.
We'll return.
Will return like
Playing
James
the
Bond.
Great hard flashback.
It's quite solid.
I mean, yeah, I honestly, of
I think Xenoblade's a lock.
Yeah.
Yeah, lock it in.
of everything left, I loved all this music. Like
Yeah.
for different reasons, like
Yeah.
they all impressed me. So
I mean, it's hard.
It's up to you guys what makes the last thing like.
It's hard because it's like I want to give Metal Hellsinger its due, but I also feel a little weird because it's like I don't have attachment to it. I don't know
Yeah.
how much you want about that.
No.
for it.
I just wanted to give it like I want to give all
Right.
these lip service because I think they were like good enough that they could.
I think what they've done
they're
is
strong
really
enough
cool.
to like make the list.
I
and
think
also-
What they did was super
But like it's
cool.
our award, so like if none of us are like attached to
I mean,
it,
none of us
then it's
played it.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I downloaded it last night, but I didn't get
But
to it.
illegally downloaded it.
Illegally
No,
downloaded
it's on
on
Game Pass.
Napster. Napster.
It's on Game
No,
Pass.
LimeWire.
Yeah. Game Pass. All right, axe it then. Put Rogue Legacy on there.
Yeah, I really like Rogue Legacy the most.
I mean,
It's
yeah, we
my
got two
number
people
one.
batting for it. I have,
Yeah, it's our award.
I enjoy the game, the
Yeah.
music, so I
All
like.
right,
But we're still gonna be stuck in a
We
hard
did it,
spot.
we did.
here.
I'm done.
We did it.
No, have at it. Whatever you guys want. That's really all I care about. And Citizen Sleeper, but that doesn't need to be nominated because
What about-
I like a couple of the songs, like a lot. But overall, there are a couple of.
Hubert,
them
tell me
kinda
where you're
overlap.
thinking on Dying Light 2 because I'm very fascinated with the technical side of the implementation of
Yeah.
that soundtrack. I think it's phenomenal
Dynamic.
what he's done with it. I'm just I like anytime that I've watched them go through that, I've never been like that impressed with the music itself. You know, it's like, oh, this
Yeah.
is cool. This theme happens here when you're going towards the objective.
Yeah.
The other thing pops in when you go out of the bubble or whatever, and you go back to the normal open world stuff.
Yeah.
But I just don't know. I don't know, like in practice, how you feel about it.
I think it works really well because, like the game, there are like two different modes. There's like being chased, really chaotic, and then there's like more slow and creepy. And it does all of that really well. And then it also just like has different sounds. So it'll be like maybe it'll be a little more rock or like orchestral,
Yeah.
and then sometimes it'll be like a little more like techno-y,
Yeah, there's
trancey
different themes
vibe.
for the
Yeah.
different factions and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So there's a good variety, and it all really fits within the game, and it definitely made me a bunch of times pause and like listen to it while it was happening.
Yeah, and it'll ramp up when you parkour as well.
Yeah.
So the better that you're parkouring and chaining traversal together,
Yeah.
the higher the music will elevate.
There's like chase levels too.
Yeah.
The longer it goes on, and the chase level will escalate, and the music will get like more intense. It's like, oh my
And what's interesting
God.
is that there's sort of like a behind the scenes cooldown to it too. So you can stop and look around and change direction, and the music will pause for a second, and then it's like there's like this hidden meter towards like the intensity of it will drop the longer you're not moving.
So
but at
dope.
any point that you start moving again, that'll be the spot where the intensity is.
So
Oh,
awesome.
weird.
It's crazy.
It's
That
really
is
cool.
crazy.
And then
That sounds technically very cool.
yeah, but that's why like I haven't again one of those things that like I didn't get to
Yeah.
in practice.
It's implemented very well.
yeah.
So what's up with Splatoon 3 then?
Splatoon 3 is one of those things where it is so like the squiddy vocals and the rocks and the
Squiddy
like it
vocals.
just
Yeah, they are.
like it's something that like, doesn't sound like anything freaking else, and I'm like I don't know how did you come up
Yeah.
with this stuff and these like actual like bands essentially that like have their own different unique
sells all concerts in
styles.
Japan for this.
Yeah, that's
music.
true. I did know that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the concerts
Yeah,
that they've
they're
done is
huge
great.
in Japan,
The Splatfest song that they have where the performers are up there, like that is really like jolly and gets stuck in your head and like it's great vibes to it. I wonder if I can. Let me see if I can find like my clips on Drive, because the like the final boss thing is just so freaking epic.
The Salmon Run one or the?
No, not Salmon Run.
Of the
But
campaign.
yeah, Salmon Run sounds completely different from the rest of the game too. But let me see. Hopefully it will just play when I go onto it. Music. Is it in here? I think it is. Oh no, is that? That's something else.
I dig that. Just throw it in.
Yeah.
I love that noise already. That was
Yeah.
my jam. That was my jam.
Yeah. I feel like I was playing Dreamcast. It was
Yeah.
weird.
I think
Dreamcast
it might be
vibes.
this one that I was looking for. Yeah.
Dreamcast. Power Stone.
Save Craig Cuddlefish.
Yeah, and so like even the single player has different vibes from the multiplayer tracks a lot too.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I assume so because
Because like this is
The game
like
types.
this stuff is like a more like a bit more on the electronic side, whereas like a lot of the multiplayer stuff will be like more heavy rock. And then there's even stuff in the lobby that we're like, yeah, it's like I didn't hear this very often, but it would pop up, you know.
Sick.
That's actually not the one I was
Making a
thinking.
good sell
this
here,
is
Blood.
this is the one.
Everything sounds nice.
Yeah.
got the receipts.
Yeah. Everything sounds really good. Because even Elden Ring, just like, I can't really pinpoint.
The main theme is sick as fuck.
Yo,
though.
my
main-
god,
the main
it is.
theme
Yeah,
is
it's culmination.
I
Unbelievable.
feel like the vocals
Yeah.
on this.
Yeah.
Sick.
The regal theme in Elden Ring. The
Yeah, a lot of good ones.
deer.
And then let me get one that's just like more like a rock sound.
Was just gonna continue, dude.
Rails.
I had to go through this Star Switch.
Oh, I bet you did.
She gave me all the good tracks. Yep, I heard this one.
Rules.
Yep.
Lock it in.
Nice.
It's not
Dreamcast.
really jumping out to me, but
Like, I recognize why
I
it's
love
good
it.
and stuff. It's not my personal preference.
Yeah.
There's also
but
like
I
definitely would
understand.
not just lock it in.
it's also one of those things where
I love that. Can we get that catchphrase? Definitely don't lock it in.
Well, what's it going
Yeah, well,
against?
I mean, it's
Well,
either that or Elden Ring.
I'm very strong for Tunic.
or, yeah, Tunic. Sure.
Yeah.
Play a Tunic track.
Yeah.
I feel like between Tunic and Citizen Sleeper, one of those.
I do love
Hopefully
Citizen
get in.
Sleeper a lot. You don't have to sell me too hard. But overall, that's a pretty big soundtrack. And overall,
Yeah.
like, there's a handful
And Tunic
that were
start
kind of
playing
throwaway
from
for
the
me.
start of the soundtrack, man. It just.
yeah.
It's that first one. Or, yeah.
Jesus.
There you go. Full album start. Just
Love the
these
title
vibes.
screen.
Yeah,
love
the
these
title
like, yeah,
music's
it's
good,
I love
for
these
sure.
vibes.
And that first one, dude, that like beach area.
Yeah, when you start the game.
It's a really good opener.
Yeah, can we go a little further into the soundtrack? Maybe? Yeah, this song's great.
Yep.
Not the vibe I would have. I guess I didn't, because I played some of this. I guess I didn't really clock the music.
Which is funny. 'Cause, yeah, because I was like, I didn't play it, but yeah, I love this. Listen to the soundtrack. I was like, yo.
Yeah,
Just play it, Tommy. I think you'd like it.
it's like Blade Runner.
Yeah, then I was like,
Vandal.
I was like, yeah, exactly. I was like, this is Tunic's. I thought it
I
was
was like,
trolling
wait, what?
first. I was like, why'd you link me like a lo-fi beach chill thing
Yeah,
or whatever?
yeah,
One of the best Zelda games not called Zelda. Mm-hmm. Damiani?
A librarian, is this the boss fight?
Yeah. Should be.
What you got? Cloud Seed, bruh? Valhalla? Which reverb you using?
I mean, it's definitely my jam. I love it. I really like this game. Like I said, I didn't really think of the music that much when I was playing it. Probably because I
Sure.
was just like so trying to figure out what to do and where to go so hard that I wasn't really paying attention to the music. But you know, this or Splatoon, I love both. Whatever you know.
Yeah. But
This is
same with
really
me,
good.
yeah.
I mean, so far to be like,
Tunic.
wouldn't be between either.
Either of these,
but,
okay.
Oh, what do you want to hear?
I mean, Elden Ring or Citizen Sleeper has it over both of those. For me, probably. But
I thought Citizen
I really like
Sleeper is very strong
Matsuki
too.
Citizen Sleeper. You can look that song up.
Yeah,
It's sick.
Citizen Sleeper is.
It's a good mood.
Citizen Sleeper, what song?
Like Matsuki.
Bring up the
Matsu.
soundtrack and.
There it is.
Yeah, look, it's
Yeah.
That sounds
Matsutake.
dope. That sounds dope.
I listened to this one too.
This is a good one.
Yeah, this is a good one.
It's a sick track.
Second you have a kid.
Right?
No skip on an ad.
The best.
Feel the pain.
Gotta learn about health insurance. Fuck.
It's a good one. You know, like the whole soundtrack, dude. It's just a little slower, a little more moody, obviously.
They literally said like shout out to the
Let it go, let it go.
or something like the jazz vibes from
Yeah.
Cowboy Bebop parts. Yeah.
This has very Disco Elysium vibes too.
It gets going in
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah, because it kind of starts under.
Yeah.
It's interesting because this to me feels like very similar to Tunic in a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
ways.
what I was
That's
thinking.
what, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, there's
That's
very
at the beginning.
similar vibes.
Yeah. That's what, yeah.
This to me is having a little less reliance on reverb, which isn't a bad like reverbs.
Yeah, I mean, I
reverb,
think
but-
it's one of those things where that's there for a very particular
Yeah.
reason. So
Is it?
it gives the game a kind of dreamlike feel.
Yeah, it gives it that feel. Yeah.
I think it's very important that you were
Sad
saying
song.
that you can remember tracks from this game, whereas Tunic, you weren't thinking about it, and neither were you, Isla. I think that might give this one an edge since I didn't
And,
play
like,
either of these. Yeah.
These songs come in like, I guess, Tunic. I don't know if it's just kind of doing music all the time. This one, like, this comes in like right after you just did like a story thing. Like somebody could have just died and a song comes in, you know. And so like every time a song comes in, it like is impactful. So this soundtrack is used very sparingly but very well in this.
Yeah.
Good shit. Good shit.
Yeah.
It's my jam for sure.
Yeah. I think it's more bred into blood.
Yeah, whatever you guys think.
I mean, I like these. I honestly think Splatoon is a little more interesting. It just felt like it had more of its own identity, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
I
one of my
like-
biggest
I
things
like
with
these
Splatoon is
songs.
that
Like, they're
it
cool.
just
Yeah.
And they
They-
paint the mood, which is important.
they're doing something that doesn't sound. I can't mistake any other soundtrack
Yeah.
for Splatoon.
That's the only thing I'd say about
Yeah.
Splatoon.
And
It
it's
just
doing a
feels
breadth
like
of
its own
genres
thing.
within that.
Sure.
That song on Triangle Strategy.
But
Would you sit and listen to the Splatoon? Because like, when
It
you just
depends on
played
the- it
Splatoon,
depends-
not
But
that that's a
that's-
requirement. Not that that's a requirement, but when you just played the Splatoon stuff, it was kind of annoying. Like all the bleep 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 bleep.
I think that's part of the
I mean,
idea of
I've
the
watched
game, though.
Splatoon concerts,
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I
So-
think that's part of the
Sick,
game.
alright.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
and they do really cool stuff with that too.
Okay.
Like you gotta have the characters come up with like holograms and stuff, dancing on stage.
Oh, sick!
Yeah.
I love that.
And it all
stuff.
depends on like a mood if I would listen to that or Splatoon. Whatever
Yeah,
mood.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
No disrespect to anything that's even still sitting here because
not.
this is all really
all great.
amazing music.
The only
I
thing
mean, then I go back to Ragnarok. Is there's one of these more interesting, like less traditional things that we want to put in there instead?
Yeah. The only thing I could say against Genshin Impact is none of us play it. Like,
Yeah, we have no
I mean,
idea.
you can
Yeah.
hear it and you can say it, but like it feels like a weird.
Yeah, no, I
thing
mean it's like
coming
with
from us.
Hellsinger as well. It's
Yeah.
you know,
And same with Metal
Yeah,
Hellsinger. It's
yeah.
like we didn't play those. So
I mean,
like,
it'd be one. It's one thing like we could have put a lot of time into listening to a soundtrack over the year and like stuck with it. Like Dark Tide's one of those things. Like even if we didn't play that much of the game, we played a lot of the
Listen to the
soundtrack and
soundtrack
it
a
connected
lot,
to
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
With Genshin, it's sort of like giving it a nod because we know it needs a nod. you
It
know?
exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very quality and like a lot of volume, but it also is one of those like where it's just ongoing. So like it's gonna keep like if it keeps getting in music, it's just like that's the thing. The only other thing we've been hearing talk about is Shredder's
Yeah.
Revenge. Anyone else? I don't know if anyone had any input on Shredder's Revenge. I said kind of my notes on it, but
Really crowded up here, Damiani. That's
You don't
why
think so?
I'm
I don't
not
think I'd-
going nuts for
okay,
it.
yeah, no one said anything. I
It
just want
wouldn't
to make
topple my.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The only two
I
I
don't know.
care about up in there.
So what is it kind of between right now? I guess.
Right now, we either have the nominees or
I like
we'd
these
have to figure
nominees.
out what to
Yeah, I
drop
think these
out.
are fun.
I think these are
nominees
great.
feel fine unless Like,
God of War's really good. Doesn't
Okay, yeah.
it didn't I always want the like epic theme to come back.
Oh.
Like that's
From
just a
the
personal
game?
issue.
Yeah.
They like flirt with it, which I thought was really cool actually this time around. They'll do like one measure of it.
Another thing I will say too for that soundtrack is because I recorded the credits for you to get that for the
Yeah.
review, and the credits went for like 30 minutes, and I was fine.
Yeah.
I was enjoying every bit of
Yeah, dude.
it. Yeah.
It's good. Yeah,
That's a
it's
sell.
really good music.
all right, read our nominees.
All right. Nominees. 712. Nominees for Best Music: Darktide, God of War Ragnarok, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Rogue Legacy 2, and Splatoon 3.
So glad Rogue Legacy 2 is a nomination
yeah.
for something.
Now you gotta
dude.
pick a winner.
Yes.
Darktide to me.
It's between Darktide and Xenoblade. I'm leaning to Xenoblade.
Whatever y'all want. Mine's Rogue Legacy 2, but that's not the winner.
I also love the
It's like my
soundtrack
favorite
of Rogue
soundtrack.
Legacy.
Yeah, it's legit one of
It's
my
very-
favorite soundtracks in years.
I would stop and just
I'm
listen
obsessed.
to it while I was playing.
Yes.
It's really very good.
Yep. One of the like
I've been
I've
chill with
already
Xenoblade.
said it, but it's one of the games that like I play sometimes for the music. That's like,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Everything Damiani brought up
It's really
sounded
crazy.
fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah,
Yeah.
very solid. I'd say probably the only off the top of my head criticism is I feel that like the implementation doesn't feel like it's moved forward that much. Like a lot of the times,
From
well, like with the field music and stuff, it's like, oh, here's the day-night thing, you know, and it's like that's insane that they do that much work, but there's not as much dynamic stuff. Although what you showed us with the chain attacks is pretty freaking good.
yeah. I mean, it seems like it's standard JRPG fare now to have a day-night theme, and like it's like
Yeah.
night's always like the softer variation with the daytime being more upbeat.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
Love a good nighttime
Darktide,
game.
the music always seems to ramp up.
yeah, that's what
When
I'm
you
saying.
need
That's
to,
the
it
difference
Makes
between
my
ramps
them
heart
and me.
race.
Yeah, like I feel like a crazy badass when,
Yeah.
when Imperium whatever is going off.
That song will just like out of nowhere, like,
Yeah.
oh, here's the
And you're just
crowd,
like,
here's the music.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
My only concern with Darktide is that it seems like we're praising the songs that just kick off when you're in a combat kind of thing. But is there any more like
The
variety to the soundtrack and like more chill songs or anything like
the
that?
song when you're in the ship, like the main ship, is pretty cool.
Yeah.
we hear it? I don't remember it all. Can we hear it?
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah.
'Cause, like, I
have it
remember-
on here and-
I have it in my Spotify.
Music when
Do
you
you?
fight, but I just want to hear like other types
Yeah.
of like I don't know, maybe just not battle music,
yeah.
something more.
True, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's one.
actually.
Yeah, I think there's definitely
Let me find it.
less variety in Darktide than
Yeah.
Xenoblade. I would definitely.
I'm not
definitely
sure if
concurred
this,
with that.
they all have like crazy names, so I just have to find it. Oh, City of Tertium, maybe.
So dope.
Because it's all of the
Yeah.
all of Jesper stuff in this is like
I guess pretty
industrial,
Yeah, of course.
you know, with those choirs coming in.
very. Yeah.
Blade Runner
So
vibes there.
I never heard it before I started listening to it. I was like, yo, it was very like very like impressed.
Yo, is this for a Christopher Nolan movie or?
I mean, yeah, I was like, this is pretty good.
But yeah, just even the
Just
mood of this
Denis
kind of stuff, it's really,
Villeneuve.
really good.
Denis Villeneuve.
Can I hear one more track that's like this?
Just skipping ahead in
Yeah,
that.
do it.
Late night.
Yeah, this is a good
late
one.
night entertainment's
This is a
really
good one.
That is good.
Okay.
Super good.
Okay.
So
Like
good.
this feels like I'm like
So good.
sneaking into like
Yeah.
steal a document
Yeah.
from a cheating
It's
husband
good.
or something.
It's good.
Espionage.
Yeah.
Futuristic spy shit.
Yeah.
I guess Xenoblade and Darktide are kind of my two right now. Then I'd put Rogue Legacy 2 probably after that.
That's kind of my vibe too.
So Dark Tide or Xenoblade, where do you fall on that, Damiani?
So
How hard are you going on?
Xenoblade's volume.
Yeah.
That's
I can start. I can list off like
Yes.
the 20 more songs. That would probably get you like that.
yeah.
I mean, it's feeling
True.
like Xenoblade.
It
The
is,
other
it is,
thing
it is, it
about
is.
it, just like the world design, we talk about world design, the songs borrow themes from older music and work them into
I
it,
love
so it's
that,
paying
yeah.
tribute
That's
to the
great.
older game.
And everything you showed
The
us
main
sounded
battle theme, the
amazing.
first part of the game, is called like You'll Know Our Names, like Final Mix or whatever. So it's like the same name as the first
Kingdom
thing,
Hearts.
and uses one of like the main chords or whatever, but it's a slightly different spin on it.
Motif.
Yeah.
All right, I'd be totally.
All right.
Xenoblade sounds.
Yeah,
sounds
I'll
good
get
to
to
me.
Xenoblade.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give it up.
Nice.
It's pretty damn good.
But yeah,
Too soon?
strong
I think-
shout outs to like
I think
Dark
we-
Tide, man. That really pressed
Oh,
me out
God
of nowhere.
damn,
Yeah, for not playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
really good.
it was good for sure.
Congrats to Xenoblade 3. All right, here it is. Goaty Soul.
Cody Soul.
I just said that. That's not foreshadowing.
Sure.
Weird year. Like, I mean, I don't know how much of a preamble we want to give, but yeah, we'll talk about just about everything here.
Good year.
It's a weird
Yeah.
year because there's so many great things.
Yep. I think it was
it's
a-
hard for things to pop out.
It was a lot of volume. It was a lot of quality in
Yeah.
my mind.
Yep.
And not as many defined 10 out of 10s like your Elden Rings.
What's
It
that?
was not a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Those like
I would give it a 10 out of 10 if it's in the state it is now.
those big, yeah, like
It was not in a good state enough at the time.
so. I mean, should we just get into this? Are these our
Yeah.
nominees? Are these our
we have
nominees?
a list of.
We have our
Okay.
current the spitballed nominees,
spitballed list.
which happened to end up being 10 games.
Okay.
I would actually kick a couple off the list, but
Ooh.
Yeah, we could.
Ooh. What do you?
And then we've got the bucket, which is stuff that I went through, made sure that we didn't forget things. Stuff
Love
that-
the bucket.
Stuff that people, threw in for nominees on other things and all that.
I'm
so.
gonna give a lot of bucket lip service for sure.
Yep.
Because a lot of
Kiss
these
the bucket.
categories
Same.
were mean to the bucket.
Played a lot
Yeah.
of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we don't do genres. Because you do one
Yeah.
genre and then you got to do 50 genres and
Absolutely.
yeah, we slowly pared
and then
that
what's a
out.
strategy game and what's an RPG?
Exactly.
We don't know anymore.
Genres are so weirdly defined.
Then we need
these
to do an
days.
SRPG category.
But our
Should we lock some things first? Should that be our start? Because I think we have some easy.
Well, let's go
locks.
through
Should
the
we read
list
the bucket first?
and then read the bucket first.
Let's read the bucket first.
Okay.
Bucket first.
That's fun. I
Okay.
don't know. Fuck it.
sure.
The fuck it bucket.
I like locking a couple goatees because then we know what we're working
Everyone
with.
knows
with
what the
bucket.
couple that we would lock are.
All right.
Vampire Survivors.
We'll just go through all the stuff. We'll start with the bucket. Sure. I'll go right to left, like
Hell yeah,
some-
Bloodworth. You do.
Arcade Paradise.
I love Arcade Paradise.
Yeah, you do.
So
Wait, are we
much.
talking about each entry of the bucket?
I was not planning to do that.
Yeah,
but-
let him list.
Humor's
Let him list.
humor's ready to go.
This
Let
is
him
the
list.
place
This
to
is
do
the
it.
place to do it because
Yeah.
Arcade Paradise got
Okay.
shafted everywhere
boy,
else.
okay,
a lot
alright.
of these.
Well,
Like, this is
I
where
think
we
he
talk
was gonna
about 'em.
list the bucket, and
Oh,
then we just
first.
talk about the ones we wanted
Okay.
to talk about.
Go
We
ahead.
don't need to say something
Great.
about all of them.
Great. We'll be back, Arcade
We'll be here
Paradise.
for 8 hours.
We'll be right back.
More hours.
All right. Arcade Paradise. Bayonetta 3. Pentiment. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, which may be the best Kirby game, except I haven't played Robobot.
I'd say it
I
is.
hear-
That I
I hear
Huber,
good-
stop it. Read the
I was about
list.
to say, yeah. it's,
Midnight Suns, Pokemon Arceus, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Chained Echoes, Infernax, Triangle Strategy, Gran Turismo 7, Horizon Forbidden West, Ghostwire Tokyo, Neon White, The Case of the Golden Idol, Tinykin, Stray, Cult of the Lamb, Ollie Ollie World, Nobody Saves the World.
played that.
And then our short list, maybe get longer, we'll find out. Elden Ring, Immortality, Sifu, Citizen Sleeper, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Signalis, God of War Ragnarok, Vampire Survivors, Rogue Legacy 2, and Tunic. And is that 10 there?
That's
that we
10.
count 10?
Vampire Survivor.
Congratulations, 10.
So I think we should just lock a few in, and then we can start going with the back and forth with the bucket and the nominees. Is that
I don't
okay?
see anything in the bucket coming up.
I
will
you?
fight for something in the bucket.
I do.
Okay,
I like the
alright,
bucket a
maybe
lot.
one.
I
That
like
was
the
just
bucket.
me, so okay.
Maybe
all right,
one.
Great.
So I'd like to obviously we'll just lock in Elden Ring.
Yep.
Okay.
Highlight it. Yellow.
That's an instant lock.
Not liking the period after it.
I definitely put a period after it. Dave, what are you fucking
He's just
bouncing
moving.
immortality for?
So we know what's a lock and what's not a lock.
Just locking stuff in. Whenever. All right.
I mean, immortality.
Immortality,
is
I
a
would lock. Citizen Sleeper is an ultimate lock
Citizen
for
Sleeper
me.
is an ultimate lock for me as well.
Ultimate
An
lock.
ultimate lock.
So wait, what tiers of locks do you got? You
Yeah,
Ultimate is
lock
the max.
the max.
Ultima.
got premium
Ultima
and
lock.
premium plus?
Yeah, premium plus silver, premium plus gold,
You know my
premium plus platinum.
you know my feelings on Rogue Legacy 2 and Sifu. Very, very, very,
So
very.
literally, we're just
very-
locking the 10 that were already there.
Are we?
Are we?
Are we locking Signalis?
Signalis is one that I do question.
All right, bump it. Whatever.
I like it.
I like it.
I
a
really
lot.
like it, but these guys were pretty lukewarm on it, so we can.
I like it. I just didn't think it was goatee material.
Sure.
Yeah, I really like it, but I don't know if it's a lock yet. That's why I like the back and forth.
I don't.
I'm
I
willing
think
to
it's,
discuss.
For me, it's better than the stuff in the bucket. So if we have to have 10,
Oh,
it
we
can
got
stay.
bucket.
We got buckets.
Yeah, we got
Okay.
buckets.
I'm
getting
we
in
got
that
buckets.
bucket.
Yeah.
Splashing buckets.
Yeah, we're smashing buckets. Xenoblade Damiani, is that a lock?
I mean,
Sounds
It's-
like it.
aside from one other game on this list that we're all probably voting for, it's the one I personally would pick to put
There
on
it
this
is.
list.
There it is.
All
Lock
right,
it
yeah,
in.
Lock that in. Vampire Survivors, I would lock. Like that shit
I'm good with
rules.
that.
That shit rules.
That seems fun.
55 hours.
That's one that I could go either way on. Yeah. I don't think it
honestly,
to me has to be
Here
there.
it comes.
You
But
can't
it's fine.
advocate for a repetitive asset flop.
The last 20% of Vampire Survivors really like.
Oh, it's whatever.
I got like 45 hours into that game, 40 hours in, and just that last bit, I'm just like, dude, I'm
struggle.
I'm good.
40 hours.
Yeah, that's
it's
5
like,
seafoods.
Oh,
I
the
know.
5 hours were bad. But like, the game, you can technically end that game wherever you want.
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
play it until you're sick of it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the beauty.
But you
of
are
it.
right. Once you get to a certain like understanding of the game,
Yeah.
it becomes
Once you know what the end
less
game is, it gets
intriguing.
less interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. But it's a beautiful game.
It is crazy how much freaking stuff they throw on that screen.
It is.
Yeah. It's
that's why
hilarious.
And there's nice discoveries
Playing that
and
on a
secrets.
Steam Deck is great if
and-
you got cold hands.
Nice. Ooh, toasty.
I imagine God of War will stay in the list.
Yeah. That's what I would say for sure.
I mean, I love Rogue Legacy 2 and Sifu the most.
I would cut Tunic.
I would maybe cut Tunic.
Tunic
as
was
I'm
well.
on the fence with
I like
Tunic.
Tunic.
I would maybe cut Tunic as well.
I think the thing is with Tunic is I'm not sure I'm convinced on what I would want to put in there instead.
I'll pitch one.
Yeah,
I'll pitch one.
do it.
Chained Echoes.
Yeah.
Honestly, one of the best RPGs I've ever played.
Whoa.
It's incredibly good. Incredible. I didn't believe people when they said it was super good when I saw reviews coming out for that. It's like, no way. I don't believe this. I've heard this talk all the time. Played the game, absolutely adored it. Does not drag its feet. Ends at around like 30 hours for JRPG, dude.
That's
Nice, great,
crazy.
awesome characters, dude. Takes risks, divides your party up, does cool stuff like that, gives time to everyone. Cool side quests that open up. Oh, big world map you get later on. Your airship going through there.
Good music.
Oh yeah, very good music. All the classic
Great
stuff.
graphics.
Now, I will say this. I do like these types of games a lot. So you guys can think I'm maybe a little biased if you want. But it's
No,
one
way,
of the
I-
best that I've played in a very long time. I think it's the best RPG, besides Elden Ring, I guess, that I've played this year.
Yeah, dude.
Shit.
Like,
Wow.
Easily.
if Brad's gonna
High
like
praise, dude.
judge JRPGs, you know what I mean, and it comes
I
out,
believe it.
Brad does not speak
I believe it.
hyperbole.
It's super good.
Yep.
It's super unique. Really cool cast of characters. There's some optional ones that are fun to get, but it doesn't get out of control with like 30 people. They all got their backstories, all the reasons for them to be there. And it's
Sounds
tragic, man. Some tragic shit in that game. I was like, damn, dude, that hurts. Don't like that.
Sounds like a lock to
But
me.
dude, check this out, Huber, okay?
Yeah.
So you start a mercenary group. You get this island, man.
Love that.
You can recruit people throughout the world optional. You can find them,
Suikoden!
and it builds up your town. Yes.
Suikoden!
Yes, and they like give you little buffs and stuff like that.
Chained
So
Echoes.
sick.
And you get mechs in this game. Okay, so
Oh.
the combat's turn-based, but there's the overdrive gauge. Essentially, it's this gauge you have to keep in a meter by doing certain moves. So not only is it normal turn-based, we got to keep track of that, which is great. Then the mechs play different. They're turn-based also, but they play a little different. They have their own systems. You upgrade their weapons, dude. Get them new parts. You build them out how you want. Super sick. And you get to fly around them on the maps later on when you unlock them. So you go through areas. You're like, oh, I can't get over here yet. Come back later. Zip around, baby. Going in there. You can
That's
fight enemies in them
classic
if you want or
RPG
out of
shit.
it. It's good shit.
Hell yeah.
That sounds really good.
It's incredible. Check it out.
Top tier.
Check it out.
It's on Game Pass. No
Really?
excuse. Yes.
GP.
Sick.
Yeah, I think I did see that.
It
huh?
is. Yes.
Wow.
It's on everything.
GP.
Play it.
Which bucket one would you advocate
Pitch your bucket,
for?
Huber.
We have 10 now.
Pitch the bucket, Huber.
Well, we still Tunic and Signalis would both be fine for the 10th at this point. This is 9.
Oh, we have 9 now. Okay.
Or was
Yeah.
there
So
something
one
you
more.
feel more passionate about, Huber? On the bucket.
Then Tunic or Signalis.
Correct.
I really like Signalis.
I really like Tunic. I'm not super married to it being on the top 10, but I would like it to
Do you
be.
like Tunic more than Kirby?
Yeah, where's
That's
Kirby
the only
at?
game I
Yeah.
saw on that list that like I
Kirby's
felt
pretty
like
dope.
might be
Where's
strong
Kirby
enough.
at?
I'm kind of surprised how good that
Yeah.
game is.
Yeah,
But it does the classic Nintendo thing of it just relentless ideas thrown at me.
right.
I'm like, how you coming up with this stuff? Stop it.
And it's really easy until the end.
Just want to give a shout out to Arcade Paradise.
Shut up.
I demand to give a shout out to
Shout
it.
out. Shut up.
Because this, talking about love letters to the arcades.
Mhm.
And the 90s.
This is like a sim, right? You're like building up your arcade. So obviously it's a big time commitment. The couple weeks I played this game, it was just Vampire Survivors vibes of just like super addicting. I loved a lot of these arcade games, the mini games, the woodchop one, definitely a highlight in the year. And then what was really surprising though about it was the meta narrative, or like the story, the overarching story. You drop out of college, and it's about like these sisters and their dad. The dad is voiced by Geralt himself, by the way.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Ufield.
Yeah.
It's got heart.
It does, because the dad is like all business, doesn't have time for the kids. So it like explores this like family dynamic.
Which character is running the arcade? One of
The one who dropped out of
daughters?
college, yeah.
One of the daughters.
Yeah,
okay.
the sister is like super successful. The dad is all about business, and then you like take over the laundromat and
Is
want
it
to
a family laundromat or just some laundromat?
Yeah, it was the dad's.
Oh, okay.
And then, so you take it over just like managerial, but then you get the idea to start putting arcade machines in it, and that's how that develops. The dad's not taking you seriously for putting arcade machines in there. So it's like just all of a sudden, like, you all of a sudden get wrapped up in the story, and then that makes everything you do matter more, like starting to get the more arcade machines in there. And it's just enough details with like the survival element, or like the simulation elements. You can change the cost of the machines, but there's really only like 3 levels to it, or a couple levels. Doesn't get bogged down in the details, so it's really easy to play.
I really
And,
wish you could turn
just really
off
awesome.
the cockroaches.
The cockroaches are fun. Yeah, the machines will break down. Every
So
day,
gross.
the start of every day, you go in and clean the place up. Pick up the gum and the boxes, picking up trash.
Your favorite.
Oh, I know. They made it fun.
Yeah.
They made it fun!
Peter's over there getting the gum off the machine.
Yeah. So just really cool. I just wanted to give it a shout out. Like,
Yeah, I mean, this is a good point for shout-outs, because we're about to lock this list
yeah,
in.
we're about to we're one away. We're one away from the lock.
Shout out to Horizon. I think Horizon's actually really good.
It is incredible. We talk about it all
I
the
think
time.
it honestly doesn't start great
Yeah.
because like,
Sure
it's
doesn't.
slow. I think,
It's
Yeah.
so
but
slow.
it opens up eventually and it like finds its place.
Yep.
I think it's a really fascinating world. Like,
Oh,
I'm not even
100%.
into the lore necessarily that much.
I love
I just think the world itself is pretty cool, and going through it as Aloy, like, I liked all the little puzzle things doing them, like solving all those little things, fighting awesome robo-dinos or whatever the
Elizabeth
hell they are.
Sobek.
Elizabeth Sobek, that's right. Yeah, and I didn't like the story in Horizon 1, but I liked where it was going in this,
Me too.
where it ends.
Freaking
I'm like,
Trinity's character is
Yeah.
so sick. Just a lot of cool characters in this one. I think there's just every
One's
time I
pretty
bring
epic.
up Horizon, like, because I love it, and I take the time to read like every document, dude. I'm all about the lore in the game, about the freaking AIs taking over, like the Helios, the Helix, all that shit is so crazy. Like, it gets really crazy with some really good revelations and payoffs to the first game about what people are doing and their motivations, and then tying it into like Trinity and this other extra all-powerful group. I'm always a sucker for that. I just think like there's just something missing from the urgency of the game, because the game tries to make it really urgent. Like, you need to go save us quickly.
That's like Aloy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Aloy
open
saying that.
world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's the open world. Exactly.
problem, yeah.
So there's just like something,
Yeah. Yeah.
some
way.
chain link for me that is just missing
That's
on
why
the.
it's not on the list.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also,
It's interesting that you say that, because it's like, thinking about that, like a lot of open worlds have that problem, right? Like
Yeah.
Witcher has that problem, Breath of the Wild has some of that problem. Little Gator game doesn't have that problem.
That little gator.
Your goal is to go around and find everybody wandering around out there.
yeah, I think that's the nature of the stakes.
Yeah.
Like, you're just looking for friends to play with in little gator games.
But that's what I'm saying, though, is
Which
it's
is
like-
cool.
Hell
If
yeah.
your goal
Yeah.
is to go everywhere and find everybody,
Yeah.
it's a lot different than like, oh, your goal is over there, but for some reason you can't do it yet.
Yeah.
You know?
Also, the Machine Strike little board game in Horizon
yeah.
really let me down. I'm a sucker for all those games. Cult of the Lamb's got Knuckle Bones. It's like basic but really awesome. But Horizon, the Machine Strike let me down, dude. I wanted Gwent levels of addiction. I wanted.
Can't expect that.
I wanted freaking.
Condor.
Fort Condor, dude, has raised the bar for that shit. I mean,
Triple
dude,
Triad.
we're talking the highest budget possible. Horizon, those
Yeah.
expectations come with that, and Machine Strike let me down a little bit.
That, dude, that's what I was gonna say. This is one of the highest budget games
Yeah.
I've ever played in my life.
Yeah.
It is insanely good looking, especially now
Yeah.
when you play this
Yeah.
game.
Accessibility
It's a-
options through the roof.
It's a marvel, man. It's high budget as hell, dude.
Yeah.
Play that game if you want that.
Yeah.
The Avatar experience.
Yeah. Play Horizon on an IMAX.
Yeah, that's right.
Also, we haven't really talked about Cult of the Lamb real quick,
Okay.
because that is another super big one.
Yeah, this one's tricky because it's just like,
Where does it
just
fit?
doesn't appeal to me at all.
Oh,
I just look at it and like, no,
really?
it's okay.
I played
Like-
the demo. It was cool.
Yeah, like I
It didn't
lo-
like hook me super hard. but-
Oh, dude, yeah, I love the town building. Obviously, you can, everything you build at your home base factors into the runs you go on. The runs are like, top down, like a Zelda dungeon. There's no puzzles really at all. It's just like more combat focused. You get different weapons and items throughout. There's some cool progression in the background of it all with like the economy. You're doing knuckle bones. You're doing you're giving characters items to give you some buffs later on. Leveling up your town. All the cult stuff is just really amusing and really fun. But I did fall into a couple reliables where it's like, okay, I'm just gonna use feast. There's just a couple things where it's like, dude, I'm just gonna do this like every couple times, and
Yeah.
I just fell into like comfortable rhythms in that game. I don't know if that's positive or negative, but it's good.
The one in the bucket I want to shout out is Neon White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a blast and a half to play. Like, I haven't played a game quite like it. I think it's very successful at what it's trying to do. Just like giving you that feeling of being a speedrunner, kind of teaching you how to speedrun at the same time, and it just oozes vibes. It's like not since Paradise Killer has a game kind of been like cool vaporwave 90s like incarnate. So yeah, Neon White, very neat. A friend of mine made it, so that's pretty sick.
Sick.
Case of the Golden Idol, I played the demo. I have not yet played the full game,
It's
and this.
very worth going all the way
I know,
through.
yeah. This feels like my
And it's
biggest
like a
blind
weekend
spot.
game. It's like play half of it on Saturday, play the other half on
Okay,
Sunday.
yeah.
You're good.
This one feels like my biggest personal blind spot of the year because like it seems like it's fully up my alley, and I loved the demo. But Case of the Golden Idol is the one I feel like worst about not having jumped into yet.
Yep. Quick shout out to Nobody Saves the World. Really
Oh, yeah.
awesome
Yeah.
game, dude.
Fun
You
to
get
play.
That's
really
what,
cool
that,
dungeon
to
crawling
me,
stuff.
If there's a game that like got forgotten about because it was early
Early,
in the
yeah.
year, it's
Yep.
that game.
Dude, you get
Yeah.
sick powders, man.
Yeah.
I think
All
that
those
one-
awesome
shape-shifting shit.
Really encouraged to switch them up too.
That one
Plays
got screwed
Necromancer.
because there was like that other
Right,
re-release of
Necromancer.
a game with a similar title that came out at like the same time, and everyone got like confused if they were related to each
Oh.
other or something.
Don't know about that.
Don't know about it.
I don't know.
I wish I could remember what it's called.
GT7 license test.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
Gran Turismo 7
Hell yeah.
is so good. Return to form for this franchise. Top tier, man.
Yeah.
Gran Turismo 7, for like a month and a half, I would wake up, go on a race, right before I go to sleep, go on a race.
Nice.
Gran Turismo 7 was just like a very nice comfort for a while. And like, dude, shout out, because Brad, you're not really into cars.
No.
And you would always say like, yo,
Yes.
this game like makes learning about cars
It does.
really cool,
Oh,
really
yeah, if you ever-
awesome. It's
as much
so
as I play racing
digestible.
games, I hate doing upgrades and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
And like Gran Turismo
so streamlined.
makes it feel like, you know, you're getting in there and you're learning stuff and
Yeah.
it works in a way that I can't say works in a lot of other games.
Totally.
Yeah.
It's so amazing. Like, because it reminds me of Pentiment in a way where it's like such a specific thing that you're into or not. It's like, do you like reading about religion in Pentiment? And like Gran Turismo, do you like learning about cars and racing cars? But they both excel in presentation and like how easy it is to get into for those like very specific things. I really like that.
Yeah. Ghostwire and Triangle Strategy also. Awesome games.
Hell yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Same with
That
Ollie
sounds
Ollie
pretty
World.
cool.
Ollie Ollie World, like perfect controls. The epitome of one more. Oh, let me try that one more time.
Sure.
Shout out. Ollie Ollie World.
The other one they did, we didn't put it in the bucket, but Roller Drome.
Roller Drone. That was a cool little thing.
Roller Drone, it was a fun group stream,
Yeah.
and the style of it was very cool.
Great shout out though. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
And shout out to Norco.
Shout out to
Norco
Norco.
not in the bucket. I'm
Yeah.
sad about that.
That's you. You're supposed to.
Norco.
Right,
Sorry,
you're
Norco. What a year.
I really don't even know anything about North
Again, what a
Yeah.
year! Like,
Yeah.
you know, there's just the quality on display, dude. The indies carrying the load of all of it. Just the types of games. I feel like adventure games in 2022 were huge.
Yeah.
Like
Well, we didn't-
Pentiment, Norco,
Yeah.
Citizen Sleeper,
Talk about blind spots, Monkey Island.
Monkey
Yeah,
I played
Island.
like the first chapter
exactly.
of that. Yeah, and I can
Yeah.
tell it's good, but I
Yeah.
haven't gotten that
Looks
far
great,
into
yeah,
it. Yeah.
looks cool.
Norco. Really fucking depressing.
Yeah, Hubert
Okay.
actually
I told Isla
wrote
to
to me,
avoid
skip
yeah,
it, and
yeah,
I was like, okay.
yeah,
Like,
like
sounds very familiar.
really bleak, really sad. But again, it's an old school adventure game, and it makes just the accessibility, like how you can get it, because you know, adventure games we always talk about like how kind of cryptic they are sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's just Norco like eases you into it. It's not too complicated.
Right.
And the story.
Golden Idol is like that too. Like
Yeah.
rather than like
Yeah.
having you click
Golden
all over
Idol.
the screen, it's like no, here are the highlight
Yeah,
things that
these are the
actually you can
things.
interact with.
Yeah,
Yeah, love
For
that.
sure.
Just shout out to adventure games in 2022. They kicked butt.
Yeah.
So we still got that one spot.
Well, it seems like it would be Tunic or Signalis.
Tunic or
then.
Signalis. Signalis, I really like. I said it earlier. I love that they take away the map from you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just my survival horror sensibilities, but I was swimming in ammo as I usually am. I feel like in survival horror games,
Yeah.
which I don't like to be. Like I was never under pressure in that sense. Some of the puzzles were really cryptic, where it's like I couldn't even guess what to do because it's not clear enough. Like what do you even ask?
Which one?
Like the lock pick. I was like, yeah, don't I have to just line up this line? But I just was like fiddling with the lock.
That one was really weird.
I was like, what even?
That one was really weird.
That's true.
Yeah,
I do remember that.
That was the
what do
only
you
one that
even-
I was like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, and then
I forgot about that one.
And then later on near the end, there's like 2 parts where it's like, all right, find these 6 things. Like they do that twice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Where I'm just like, all right, like it's cool because like they take away the map for one of those sections, which I really like. The burning the bodies mechanic wasn't too like I wanted more of that. I
You
think
don't have to do it very much. Like most
they
of the
never
time,
really came back.
Right.
Yeah.
Most of the time, I just run around them.
Yeah.
So it's like, not too big of a deal. I think like they balance a game like that. Like why we always have ammo is like because we understand that you don't have to kill everything.
Yeah.
So I think like they balance the ammo for like okay, if you're trying to kill everything.
Yeah. I loved the first person parts.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I loved that stuff.
The graphics are so cool.
They're
for those.
so cool. The vibe, just like the they'll do like the 2D images and then like go into the PS1 style
it was
looking.
very like fear effect. Like it was very cool.
Yeah.
Signal. Yeah, I really like it.
Heck yeah.
But I know that like Blood's super passionate about
Tunic, yeah.
and I feel like I got 3 that I like on there. So like if you really like Tunic,
yeah, Blood,
I'd
where
be
you
totally chill with that.
Yeah, well, I'm
Signalis,
trying to figure out Brad's
but-
question of like Tunic versus Kirby.
That's what I was about to ask you.
I think I am leaning a little bit more on Tunic, but it's like, yeah, Tunic is just that whole like brain melt of once you start seeing how some of this stuff comes together.
That end game, pretty
Yeah.
nuts. So truly, I don't know how anyone would figure it out. Bloodworth. I think that's like if you could figure out the true ending and all that stuff without looking it up, like.
But I think
How?
I think the zeitgeist is part of the
I think
design
there's
intention too.
I think that
Like with Fez and all that shit.
you know, without getting into what it actually is, the Golden Path.
Yeah.
Like I think that there's a couple of things in there where maybe like I just needed like one little hint.
Yeah.
You know, like that's all. Like I got like one little grain of a hint, and then I was off. You know, I had already sort of started piecing it together, but there was something I was missing, and I was like, oh, okay, would have never thought of that. And then a lot of that other optional stuff after that, the like collectibles hidden all over the world and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That stuff. Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
Like that stuff was designed for people to get together and be like, "What the heck?"
Cool.
Yeah.
You know, like
lunchtime on the
Yeah.
playground.
Yeah,
Yo,
water
did you get
cooler
the
kind of
one in
stuff.
the?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tunic think tank.
I think stuff like
That's
that.
pretty
That's
hype.
the intention of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Like a
and then
Souls
stuff
game
is
where
all
it's just like,
secret.
did you find the thing in the over?
Right.
Yeah. Like.
Whereas with like the true ending, it's like they kind of point you to like if you keep beating your head against the wall at the quote unquote bad ending,
Yeah.
like it's kind of clear that like maybe this isn't what I should be doing.
Yeah.
You know, and they give you enough to say like maybe think about this a little bit more. Think about this a little differently. So
It's really cool. Really cool.
Yeah.
I like when the true ending, like,
Is
isn't
cool.
just isn't it's just not adding like a little story thing. It's like, oh, it's changing that part of the game,
yeah,
which I like.
yeah.
Yeah. Just don't want to give too much away if I don't have to.
Yeah.
And then with you know Kirby, it's not to me. It's not as eye opening, but it does have a similar thing to where once you start approaching the end of that game, is where it really kind of starts to open up, and it's like, whoa, this is nuts what you're doing at the end of this game, and then B, it just starts ramping up some of, you know, the difficulty in a way. It's like where it's not super hard, but you're like starting to really think about your abilities. And then as you start going back through like the optional stuff to catch all the Waddle Dees or whatever, and the post game levels and that kind of stuff, it's just like, oh, okay, like I really have to like get the most out of all of this toolkit that I sort of like took for granted, and now it's like I need to pay attention to the nuances of these abilities. Like I was saying with the ice, it's like, okay, actually this is really important and really useful. And then the stuff with the Colosseum is like, oh, okay, this is a boss rush, whatever, and then like you actually do it, and it's like, oh, this actually really takes some thought to like make it all the way through without using all your healing items, and then the end of the boss rush not being exactly the same as the final boss. It's like, no, you have to.
That's cool.
You have to learn new stuff here. Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
Sweet.
So
you
it sounds like Tunic.
Just lock Tunic in.
I think Tunic for me.
Can be a lock.
Yeah.
Yeah, lock it. Lock it.
That sounds fine.
Lock
F's
it
in
in.
chat for Signalis.
Yeah.
We love
it
you,
feels bad.
Signalis.
It feels bad, but.
You guys not got a word out of there. No problem. I'm kidding, chat.
All right.
Great.
Nominees for Game of the Year: Elden Ring, Immortality, Citizen Sleeper, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Vampire Survivors, God of War Ragnarok, Rogue Legacy 2, Sifu, Chained Echoes, and Tunic.
So
I wonder.
So this year was a pretty weird year for a Game of the Year because the writing was kind of on the wall
Right.
all year.
It's a very definitive.
And we were seeing if
Game.
anything would kind of knock it off the wall.
I
and
honestly
nothing-
was really hoping
I was kind of like,
something big that came out just to be it.
Curious.
Yeah,
Curious
yeah.
if anything could.
well, like
Yeah.
for me personally, Citizen Sleeper got the closest, like just recently.
Sifu and Citizen Sleeper and
Yeah.
Rogue Legacy 2 are like right there for
Yeah.
me with the top.
But it was just like this is the least divisive
It's undeniable.
a game of the year has ever been for Easy Allies. Like, there's literally no question.
Yeah, it's over.
The only other time
I would like to play devil's advocate because
Yeah.
I don't think we've talked shit once on Elden Ring, so let's at least maybe like I do want to say we'll share our flaws if there are any, right? One thing I didn't like was some of the smaller dungeons by like near maybe the end.
Yeah.
I was just kind of like
Snow areas, kind of whatever. Like,
Well, it's a massive game.
I mean, I don't know.
With a massive
I don't know.
bosses
I don't
and
think
There's
dungeons.
really
do this.
nothing like.
there are definitely some
Yeah.
repeated
Yeah, of
boss
course.
things
That was about
going
it.
on. Yeah.
That's all I got.
Oh,
but it's also just like
the tree bosses.
a staggering achievement.
those tree
in video
bosses,
games.
though.
Loved
Love those
getting
tree
good
bosses.
enough where I could just like walk up to them and like know their pattern and challenge
Yeah.
them. I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, there's really nothing.
the giant
It's-
like gargoyle black onyx ones with the giant like spears. One that guards like the thing on the cliff where the dude who got to give him the roots.
Yeah, the beast area?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That guy out. Those things outside. Those things are terrors to me.
Also,
I just
the
got
freaking-
teleported into the room.
Yeah, did you ever go outside?
I
the
never.
damn door?
I came out
Oh.
backwards, but I never.
Oh,
like,
that
I never
thing
fought
is
my
right
way
there,
in.
and
It
there's
was
a
really
giant
funny.
dragon on a bridge
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
How many times are those like mechanisms, those flamethrower mechanisms?
Oh, the
Those
Dude, I remember I was like,
That's like the one thing I was like, I'm platinum that game, and I was just like, fuck these things. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing these
Dude,
dungeons.
going through so much of the game and not like getting to the freaking the school, the academy.
Yeah.
Didn't like. I was like, kept seeing. I'm like, how do we go there again? Like, I couldn't find I never found the key by the dragon, so I kept doing so much other shit.
Wait,
Oh my god,
really?
one of my
Yeah, I
favorite
did
things
so late.
ever, dude. One of my favorite things ever, the inverted tower, fucking upside down.
That was cool, dude.
Dude. And
Symphony of the Night.
and the midsummer section with all the people
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
Window
Oh,
Village.
Yeah, and you go to the end, and
Worship
worship
the-
muscle skin things. are
Worship
right
the
there.
gods. Yeah.
Godskin things.
Anyway, it's Elden Ring.
It's Elden Ring. Yeah, it's Elden Ring.
And we all knew it. You knew it. We
It's
all knew
Elden
it.
Close.
Well, I was gonna say the only other time I can remember where it was like this like obvious and unanimous was Super Mario Galaxy.
Yep.
Oh.
There was like no contention.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Game trailers days, yeah.
Long time ago. Yeah, what is it? Witcher 3 versus Bloodborne? Or
Yeah.
Last of Us versus GTA 5?
We
you
made the
know?
wrong call. That year. Or no, not that year. The Last Guardian, we made the wrong call.
Nah.
Let's not go there.
Still good.
I still love Sifu the most, though.
Yeah, but you acknowledge Elden Ring.
I acknowledge Elden Ring is the best, but
Yeah.
Sifu is
Yeah.
my favorite. 100%.
You yield?
I yield.
Yield.
I yield to you, Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I yield. I
mean,
stand down.
Citizen Sleeper, like when I finished
that,
that, I was
too.
just like, oh.
Yes.
No, everyone yields. That's it.
I yield.
All right, congrats to Elden Ring. Stay tuned.
We'll do that record.
Stay tuned if you're watching this live for our edited Game of the Year presentation. It's got writing, it's got editing, it's got footage. It's incredible. It'll be coming up right after this, and then after that is our group stream block, which will have our personal picks. We'll talk about our own lists, maybe ranked, maybe not. People do it differently.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna do patron Goatee, patron song, and one other one. Patron
Game trailer.
Trailer,
patron
yeah.
trailer. We're having the patrons do best trailer this year, so that'll be really cool. So stay tuned for that if you're watching live. If you're watching this on YouTube later, those things are available to watch on our YouTube channel. Check them out. Thank you so much. Stay right where you are for the live stream, and thank you for watching in the future.
We are supported on Patreon.
Yeah.
So thank you for hanging with us. If you've enjoyed all this and want to see more of it, please consider becoming a patron and funding it all for it to continue.
Yeah.
So go to patreon.com/easyallies, check out all the rewards, and thank you so much for watching.